We're live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the House Judiciary Committee. It's March 1st, 2021 at 1:35 in the afternoon. We have a few bills today with a significant number of witnesses. We're going to start with House Bill 669, Delegate Attar. She will get 3 minutes to speak. And then those in favor will get 2 minutes to speak. John Jocelyn, Mark Pennock, Katie Novotny, and Mike Doherty. So if we could let them in, that would be fine. And then we'll hear from those people who are in opposition to the bill. All right, Delegate Attar, please begin with 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, for the record, I'm Dahlia Attar presenting House Bill 669, Firearms Drug Purchases Policy. We have an enormous amount of illegal handguns in our streets. Just this weekend, a 10-year-old child was shot. Just last night, I'm sitting in my house and I get notification that 2 blocks away, there are 4 armed individuals being pursued by the police. For years, I've been reading how straw purchases are causing many illegal guns to flood our streets. And then when I asked for statistics on straw purchases in Maryland, I was advised there was 1 violation filed in fiscal 2019 and 1 violation filed in fiscal 2020. I personally have seen more than 1 instance a year where a straw purchase likely occurred. I asked myself, how is it possible that we have 1 violation a year for straw purchases in the state? Then I reminded myself it's 1 violation filed, not 1 violation. So this number is not saying it's not taking place. This number is saying it's not being charged and prosecuted. And then I asked why. Misdemeanors are primarily handled at district court. That means extremely quick turnaround time, significantly less time for investigations, large dockets with many other cases being handled simultaneously. And per Maryland rules, officers don't arrest for misdemeanors not in their presence other than specific circumstances. Straw purchases are not one of those circumstances. So for example, when I had a case a few months ago where an individual from Virginia claimed he came to Baltimore City to simply show his friend his handgun in the trunk of his vehicle when his friend stole the handgun and ran away, the officer had only charged the friend with theft of a handgun. Although the officer and I believed this individual was selling the handgun illegally, it was not a misdemeanor in his presence. He did not observe the sale. The individual from Virginia was free to leave at that point and left. And even if the officer were to try to further investigate this misdemeanor not in his presence, this individual from Virginia already left and never responded to calls or letters that I sent him. House Bill 669 does not change the maximum or minimum penalty. This bill only changes the classification of the crime from a misdemeanor to a felony, no longer treating straw purchases in the same category as crimes like trespassing. We all agree we need to get guns off the streets, and this bill will hopefully deter those individuals who on paper are law-abiding citizens and keep purchasing handguns as law-abiding citizens when really they're the ones causing a lot of violence in our streets. And as is stated in the written testimony from the Baltimore Police Department, this legislation is a common sense approach towards making citizens safer and combating illegal gun crime. It gives law enforcement the ability to hold those who are funneling firearms to felons, drug cartels, and gang members accountable. I asked for a favorable report, and I do not have a panel, so I can take questions now or whenever Mr. Chairman would prefer. Thank you.
We'll do it after those people who are going to testify in favor, and we'll give them 2 minutes, starting with the first person, John Jocelyn, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. John Jocelyn for 2A Maryland, speaking in support of House Bill 669. Federal law has prohibited straw purchases for many, many decades. It wasn't until the 1990s that the Maryland General Assembly opted to make a straw purchase in Maryland a state crime as well. Anytime a straw purchase occurs, that firearm is almost always destined for a prohibited person. They are rarely prosecuted, as the sponsor noted, and probably because they are misdemeanors. And with the crush of work, most prosecutors will not deal with a misdemeanor, or they'll work with a felony instead. We believe this is a very serious incident when it happens. We believe it should be treated seriously, and we also believe that if we raise it to a felony, prosecutors will be more inclined to prosecute these crimes and the attendant penalties that come with them and discourage straw purchases across the state. We strongly support this bill. We ask for a favorable report.
Thank you very much. Mark Pennock, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maryland Judiciary Issue likewise supports this bill. As Mr. Jocelyn notes, this has been a federal crime for decades. It is a 10-year federal felony. It is a 10-year felony, a crime misdemeanor now on the current law, and this bill doesn't change that. We see no reason for Maryland to categorize this as a misdemeanor. I would note, however, that I agree with the sponsor that the existing state law has very seldom been enforced. In the MSI HQL litigation, we took extensive civil discovery of the Maryland State Police, and we discovered that the Maryland State Police have no clue how long or whether these crimes are been taking place. They have no data, they have no instance, they couldn't even identify a single instance of where this crime has actually been arrested or prosecuted. So we think the problem here is enforcement. And it has always been enforcement. You have the existing tools already under state law to bring straw purchasers to account. If this helps you bring them to account, as the delegate indicates, then all to the better. Because as Mr. Jocelyn indicates, straw purchasers are never used for lawful purposes. But I would urge the committee to inquire as to why existing law is never enforced. The delegate gives an indication, but it's worth asking the Maryland State Police why they don't enforce this law. We wish they would. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you. Katie Novotny for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Novotny, coming to you from District 7. So I'll be brief. I thank the sponsor for bringing this bill. As has been already stated, this is a crime that's just never prosecuted. I don't know why. I think it's ridiculous because I think it is very clear that this drives a lot of the firearms crimes in this state. And if this is a tool that incentivizes actually prosecuting this because of being a felony versus a misdemeanor, I 100% support this. So thank you for bringing this bill. Request a favorable report.
Mike Doherty. All right, Mr. Doherty, not in the waiting room. Are there questions for this panel? Delegate Grammer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Delegate Attar. Good to see you. You're a prosecutor, is that correct? Or you are or were?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so everybody seemed to mention that part of the problem seemed to be that this particular crime is not pursued, not enforced, not prosecuted, whatever. And in your testimony, you mentioned briefly that I guess that's the purpose of the bill, and there was a difference between enforcing a crime as a misdemeanor versus a felony. And I don't think I caught that completely. So can you maybe slow down a little bit and explain to, for those of us who aren't attorneys, why that matters?
Absolutely. So in terms of from the law enforcement side, the officer side, there are many crimes that they can't arrest for misdemeanors that are not in their presence. Domestic violence is an exception. Some handgun possessions, which is not this, is an exception. So I gave an example of a situation where it was very clearly, with further investigation, the officer could have determined whether or not it was 100% a straw purchase, but it didn't happen in his presence. And since it was a misdemeanor, he had to let the individual go. He wasn't going to arrest him. The individual went to Virginia. We have no idea where he is or what he's doing. So that's from their side of it. If the officer does charge it, it goes to district court. And cases that are handled in district court are generally a lot quicker. We don't have as much time to investigate. We don't have as many resources to handle these misdemeanors as we do felonies. So that's the difference.
Okay, so that's actually pretty surprising to me that they can't actually make an arrest if they don't witness it, which for the nature of the crime kind of precludes it altogether. Let's say hypothetical, if you saw resistance in making this a felony, is there some change we can make to the law that would allow law enforcement? Would you be amenable to enabling law enforcement to arresting for this crime, even though it's a misdemeanor and they weren't present?
Absolutely. There are exceptions, like I said, and I believe CR 4203 wear, carry, transport is one of the exceptions. So I would be glad to have this added in there.
So that would accomplish what you wanted to do without making it a felony.
It would accomplish it from officers being able to arrest. It wouldn't accomplish it from it being able to indict it as a prosecutor and handle it as a felony in circuit court.
And tell me again why that's important again.
So when you indict a case that's a felony, It could take, by the time it comes into court, you're waiting at least 30 days for the arraignment, and then the trial can be months later. In district court, we're talking about weeks many times, and you have very large dockets with many, many, many types of cases on it. They move very quickly, and the only way for the case to get to circuit court is if the defendant prays a jury trial, which they can in this case, but it still goes to a misdemeanor jury trial docket, which is very similar to a district court docket, and it moves a lot quicker.
Okay, I really appreciate the answers.
Sure.
Delegate Arakan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Delegate Attar, for bringing this bill. I'm just looking at the testimony about the bill. I did read the one from Baltimore City Police Department where they referenced Gifford's Law Center to prevent gun violence, and they did mention that straw purchases were the most common form of gun trafficking. But I'm looking down here and I'm seeing there's something feels like it's missing. Like I don't see anything from Moms Demand Action. I don't see anything from Everytown, and I don't even see anything from Giffords that's actually from them. Did you reach out to them? Was there a reason that they didn't weigh in?
So I spoke with Moms Demand Action. I actually spoke with them a couple of weeks ago about some other bills. And when we were talking, they said they're supportive of this bill. They followed up with me when I said, are you going to be able to give written or oral, saying that since it wasn't one of their legislative priorities, they weren't able at this point to get formal approval to do it, to give written testimony and oral testimony. They said if this does come back in another session, they obviously during the interim want to work on it. But they had told me in our meeting that they were supportive of it, but it's not one of their priorities, that they can't make it one of their priorities at this point, but they testify.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually asked them 2 years ago if they would support a straw purchase bill, and they told me they wouldn't, but I'm glad you reached out to them and tried. Thank you
I
very much.
absolutely did, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Attar, I wanted to ask you, would you be amenable to an earlier effective date of your bill, emergency date of like June 1st or July 1st, as opposed to October 1st?
If the subcommittee and the committee is agreeable, so am I.
Okay, all right. That was one question. The other question I had is, I got the impression, I think it was reading Chief Harrison's letter regarding supporting your bill, that by raising it to a felony from a misdemeanor, this may allow better plea bargaining, i.e. maybe getting information to get bad hombres off the street that maybe weren't arrested for or initially for the straw purchase, being the one that bought the gun. And I thought, do you feel that is another kind of benefit to raising it from a misdemeanor to a felony?
So in terms of plea bargaining, I don't necessarily agree or disagree. It's still a 10-year maximum sentence, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. And you have a lot of time to play with when you're in terms of plea bargaining. If they do believe that this will help in investigations, that part I do 100% agree with. It'll help in investigations as a felony because you have more time to investigate and more time to work with the other side. But in terms of plea bargains, it's still a 10-year maximum sentence.
Okay, but you could get some good intelligence that could get other guns and drugs and bad stuff off the street.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted, as a point of information or clarification to Delegate Arakan's question, I do know that Moms Demand Action set their priorities like before session started. So if Delegate Attar reached out to them during session, they were already set. So, and they had a whole process.
Thank you. They told me that as well. Thank you.
Further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to go to people who are listed as unfavorable, one of whom is apparently from Maryland Chalishu, who just testified in favor. So let's see what happens here. Mark Harbin, Chris Peabody, Alan Howlett. Guess it's good to know people reading the bills. So I believe we have Mr. Harbin. We're going to go to people who are listed as unfavorable, one of whom is Mr. Harbin. You're going to need to put the live feed on mute, please.
Yes, sir. Please hold on. Please hold on.
You ready? Good to know people reading the bills.
Yes, sir. I'm standing
All
by.
right. You have
Please
two.
allow me one.
I believe we have Mr. Harbin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Going to go to people who are listed as unfavorable.
Hello.
Mr. Harbin, you're going to need to put the live feed on mute, please.
Yes, sir. Please hold on, please hold on.
Please mute Mr. Harbin. Mr. Peabody, let's try over here for 2 minutes, please. Mr. Peabody, we can't hear you.
I'm unmuted. I'm trying to talk. Can you hear me?
All right, now we're back to Mr. Harbin again. All right, we're going to try Mr. Harbin now for 2 minutes. Go right ahead.
As
Please
a,
mute Mr. Harbin.
as a United States Marine Corps honorable
Mr.
discharge.
Peabody. All right, let's leave everybody muted for them for a second, and I'm going to try and explain. Please mute them. Let me try and explain. If you're watching on the live feed, you have to turn off and close the window on the live feed before you start talking in the Zoom. Otherwise, we have feedback. It's our brave new world of testifying electronically. It is a little bit more challenging. So you need to close the window on the YouTube link before you can start testifying here.
Understood, and I've done that.
Now you're good.
Okay.
Again, 2 minutes, please.
My name is Mark Harbin. I'm an honorably discharged United States Marine Corps veteran and a staunch supporter of the Second Amendment. My problem with these bills are that they don't really address the criminal aspect that we see. Straw purchases should be pursued because they deal with a handgun. Officers should pursue the misdemeanor, and this should not need additional legislation to stop what is already a crime, which does not affect criminal gun possessors and only continues to create a slippery slope that will allow the Maryland Judiciary to create different laws within Maryland for national Second Amendment rights. Thank you.
Now we'll go to Mr. Peabody for 2 minutes, please. Mr. Peabody, we cannot hear you. He's unmuted on our end. We're not quite sure, so it's got to be your microphone. Trying again. Mr. Peabody, we still can't hear you. Not sure what's wrong. This usually means there's a problem with the microphone on your end. No problem. We're sorry, Mr. Peabody. We'll indicate that you're opposed. If you'd like to give us a few sentences in the chat as to why you're opposed, that would be fine, and we'll give you a minute or so to type some stuff in. Or type your thoughts in. I apologize, don't mean to minimize that. Delegate Grammer for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Harbin, if you would re-enable your video, please. So this is really interesting. And let me give you an analogy to kind of help frame my question. So a big part of my problem with gun laws is the practical application about how things unfold. And if you want to, let's say, ban a particular weapon from ownership, you're going to put a gun on a cannot own list. The practical way that that's enforced is someone calls the crime in, the police start investigating, a warrant is issued. In some cases, a no-knock warrant is issued. And there have been cases in Maryland where people have been charged or they suspected of owning a non-legal firearm, and then they get a no-knock warrant and they get killed in their own house. And that's the practical side of these laws and how they unfold and the practical problem with it. But in this case, this is very interesting. That people don't think of this a lot, but there's actually a practical way about the way these laws are enforced, the way these laws are prosecuted. So let me start here. do you have a problem with these straw purchases being illegal, being a crime?
No, I do not.
Do you have a problem with them being a misdemeanor? As that's the current law, because it's either a misdemeanor or a felony. So if you're okay with it being a crime, are you okay with it being a misdemeanor?
I think that's circumstantial, but I would have to say err on the side of caution here. So I would say yes.
Okay, so if the state of the criminal penalty as a misdemeanor creates a system that frankly is just not effectual for pursuing the crime, and making that criminal penalty a felony were to actually make it enforceable, more enforceable and more prosecutable, why would we not support that? And I'm just talking hypotheticals here.
And my only beef with this particular law is it appears to be a toe in the doorway that
Well, the
allows.
toe's already in. The toe's already in. That's the problem here. It's already a crime.
Absolutely, and I agree with that. And I believe that anytime a firearm is involved, that police should pursue investigation regardless of whether it's a misdemeanor. And I believe that if the laws on the books were properly enforced, regardless of what the district attorney is willing to prosecute or the police are willing to pursue, then things would be better. But I also know that I've never participated in a straw purchase, and I would never participate in a straw purchase. So
Right.
I think that what this does is it puts shackles on law-abiding citizens when it doesn't affect the criminal.
But what the bill sponsor's telling us here is police, even in the case of a valid crime, they can't even charge them because they're not there. And like I have some things I feel about making it a felony too. And maybe we could just enable police to make this arrest without being present. But I think I've got my questions down. I really appreciate you answering for me.
You're very welcome. Thank
Are
you.
there
so
any
much.
further questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 669. We're going now to House Bill 200. Is Delegate Stein with us yet?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Peabody he just put in the chat that he's on a different type of audio, so it may work.
All right. We'll give Mr. Peabody a chance to talk on 669. Mr.
Can you hear me
Peabody?
okay now?
Yes, go ahead, please, for 2
All right.
minutes.
Sorry about that. I just switched to phone audio. My opposition is what I heard from the sponsor is, it's too hard to prosecute the way the law is written today. No, I don't think straw purchases should be legal. I'm happy they're illegal. I just think this whole approach to, well, we're gonna make it more. We're going to raise the penalty. We're going to make it a felony because now we can get the judicial system's attention. Now we can give law enforcement more tools. And I just feel like that's a slippery slope for any approach to any law enforcement. And that's my opposition to it. Not that I'm opposed to it being a crime, because it should be. But it's the slippery slope of where we're going to stop with this. Where do we draw the line? Let's, that crime happened, but we couldn't prosecute. Let's just ratchet up and make it so we can get the judge's attention, the prosecutor's attention. That's a broken system there. That's where we need to be fixing it, not by increasing the penalties for crimes that are already crimes. And that's all I got.
All right. Delegate Grammer, do you have another question? Then.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 669. Now we're going to go to House Bill 200 again. I'm wondering whether Delegate Stein is here. We're waiting for Delegate Stein. All right, I see Delegate Stein. Committee, I must step away here for a moment. We're going to give the chair over to the vice chair. I'll be back in a little bit. But for this, we're going to have a first panel from Delegate Stein for House Bill 200 of Delegate Stein, Kelsey Rogers, Karen Herron, Melissa Willie, and Molly Voigt. We'll hear from them and then keep going down the panel. So for now, I'll be back in a minute, but Delegate Stein, if you'd like to begin for 3 minutes, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair and committee members. We debate a lot about how to reduce gun violence in our schools and among youth, including arming teachers, better mental health treatment, and other means. But another way to reduce gun violence in schools and to reduce youth suicides and other youth shootings is to reduce access to guns among young people. Firearms are the leading cause of death among children and teens in Maryland, and most of these guns come from their own homes, the homes of friends or of relatives. So this bill addresses weaknesses in our law on firearms storage to better protect children. The bill requires all firearms, loaded or unloaded, to be stored in a location where an unsupervised minor under the age of 18 could not get access. The penalties are differentiated based on the impact of a violation. The bill does not include the language in last year's Senate version that represented advice to prosecutors about when to prosecute. The types of shootings that this bill seeks to prevent are not uncommon. 2 weeks ago, a 16-year-old was accidentally shot and killed in Baltimore by another 16-year-old who was using his parents' gun. On Christmas Day last year, a 17-year-old was shot and killed after a firearm discharge while a teenage relative was handling it. Then there are the intentional shootings. We all remember the shooting at Great Mills High School in Southern Maryland in March 2018. A 17-year-old student used his father's firearm to shoot and kill 16-year-old Jalen Willie and injure another 14-year-old. That tragedy was one of 97 school shootings nationwide in 2018. In 105 school shootings by juveniles in which the source of the weapon could be determined, 84 of the firearms used were taken from the child's home or from those of friends or relatives. An even deadlier issue for youth under 18 is gun-related suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 15 to 24-year-olds nationally, and the third cause of death in the same age group in Maryland. States with gun storage laws that require guns to be stored in a safe manner have lower rates of adolescent gun suicide. So by requiring that all firearms, loaded or unloaded, not be stored or left in a location where a minor could gain access, it is likely that we will reduce youth suicides, school shootings, and accidental shootings by and of our youth. So I urge a favorable vote, and we'll look forward to questions.
Thank you, Delegate Stein. Next, Kelsey Rogers for 2 minutes.
Great, thank you. Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, distinguished members of the House Judiciary Committee, my name is Kelsey Rogers. I'm the Senior Manager of State Policy at Brady. Founded in 1974, Brady works across Congress, courts, and communities to end America's gun violence epidemic. I truly appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come before the committee to speak today about Brady's support for HB 200. This bill will encourage responsible gun storage and save lives by expanding Maryland's existing child access prevention law to ensure fewer minors can and do access firearms. We know that between 70 to 90% of firearms used in unintentional shootings, school shootings, and suicide by minors are acquired from home or from the homes of friends or relatives. Research consistently shows us that U.S. states with strong laws regulating storage of firearms in households with minors experience significant reductions in firearm fatalities when compared to states with no other regulations. Most importantly, as it pertains to the bill before you today, research published in 2020 found that controlling for all other firearm-related laws and socioeconomic factors, states with the strongest child access prevention laws saw the greatest reduction in firearm fatalities among the children studied. As such, it's appropriate the proposed bill expands the obligation to prevent all minors under the age of 18 from accessing firearms, as the risks associated with access do not simply dissipate when one turns 16. In fact, firearms are used in 44% of suicide deaths by 16 and 17-year-olds. And research shows that state child access prevention laws are associated with reductions in overall suicide rates among 14 to 17-year-olds, which shows that minors don't substitute other methods when firearms are inaccessible. An expanded child access prevention bill will ensure minors are more protected from unintentional firearm injuries, self-harm behavior with firearms, and even accessing firearms to harm their peers. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next, Karen Herron for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and members of the committee. I am Karen Herron, Legislative Director for Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. I'm here to urge a favorable report on Jalen's Law, HB 200. MPGV has been advocating for this legislation for a number of years because we know that strong child access prevention laws actually work. In light of the events of the last year, and particularly in light of the alarming spike in gun sales, the urgency to pass this legislation is stronger than ever. Recent reports indicate that Maryland ranks 6th highest in the nation for gun sales in 2020, and 2021 is looking just as high, if not higher. The Washington Post reports that January 21 gun sales in Maryland were 80% higher than the same time 1 year ago. It would also appear that a high percentage of these numbers reflect first-time gun owners. We know that realistically, it is not a difficult ask for gun owners to store their weapons in a manner that would prevent a young person from gaining access. We know that Maryland's current law does not provide enough guidance or incentives for gun owners to consistently act in the safest way for the situation. And we know that we are fighting against the theory that one must have a gun in order to protect their family. This legislation provides both a structure and a flexibility for gun owners to take their own personal circumstances into account to determine the best way to safely store their firearms given their particular situation. Furthermore, this legislation does so in a way as to not infringe upon anyone's Second Amendment rights. You may still own and possess a firearm in your home as long as you do it in a way that prevents a young person from gaining access. We urge a favorable report on HB 200. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Melissa Wiley for 2 minutes, please.
Hello, thank you for having me here. My name is Melissa Willie, and my daughter was Jalen, a 10th grader at Great Mills High School in St. Mary's County, located in rural southern Maryland. We are a quaint community lined with Chesapeake Bay and tobacco barns, never the place you would expect to be gunned down. I'm here to tell you that it is essential that we pass Jalen's Law to prevent my personal tragedy from happening again and to protect your children in our communities. Let me tell you about Jalen. Jalen was a good student and a member of Honor Roll. She swam for both high school swim team and Great Mills Aquatic Club. Jalen had just set a club record in the 100 fly. She was a talented swimmer and earned her lifeguard license in 2017. Jalen always had an affinity for the water and enjoyed vacationing with her family in Connecticut at the beach. She liked taking walks and was a delicious baker, especially her chocolate chip cookies. Jalen loved her siblings above all. On March 20th, Jalen walked out of my front door and into the halls of Great Mills High School. At the time of her murder, all she wanted to do was see her 13-month-old brother walk. She was excited to attend prom with her friend from swim team. She had gone dress shopping the week before. She didn't get to see either of those milestones. She also now has a little sister that she will never get to cuddle, chase, or enjoy. Jalen was a vibrant, beautiful, and sweet young lady. Her shoulders shook when she laughed. All of that has been taken away at the hands of a gunman. The shooter, just 17, was granted access to a gun. We're here today to prevent another child from having access to a firearm, to help try to prevent another family from going through the horrific tragedy we wake up to each morning. I'm asking you to pass this bill in memory of Jalen Rose Willie, who died March 22nd, 2018 at the hands of a 17-year-old shooter while walking to her math class. This should have never happened to Jalen, our family, our community, and should not happen again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Willie, for being here today. Finally, on this panel, Molly Voigt for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. And I'd like to just start first by just thanking Melissa for being here and sharing your story and we're really grateful for the opportunity to support this bill to protect children in Maryland like Jalen. So I'm here on behalf of Giffords, the gun violence prevention organization founded by former Congresswoman and gun violence survivor Gabby Giffords. We wholeheartedly support House Bill 200, Jalen's Law, which, as you've heard from the panel today, will strengthen the state's law against providing a minor with unsupervised access to firearms. I'd like to reiterate a few comments from the panel before me. As you've heard, this bill addresses a central responsibility of gun ownership, the duty to ensure that guns remain out of the hands of minors. Current Maryland law is unclear about the parameters of this responsibility, and this bill will specify that gun owners have a responsibility to properly store their weapons whenever a child could gain access to the firearm. The bill addresses a variety of scenarios by establishing a clear and straightforward standard. Gun owners must ensure that no minor can gain access to their firearms. A clear and enforceable law on this will make a difference, which we've seen across the country. Estimates suggest that modest increases in the number of American homes that safely store firearms could prevent almost a third of youth gun deaths due to suicide and unintentional firearm injury. Through the bill, Maryland would join a number of states that have the strongest laws on this topic. I particularly wanted to focus on lifting the age to 18 and how important that is in this legislation, because unsecured guns threaten teenagers because they're a major source of weapons used in youth suicides and school shootings like we just heard from Melissa as well. The Wall Street Journal found that a gun from the home was used in 17 of 20 school shootings involving at least 3 victims since 1990. Preventing underage gun access can often prevent these horrific incidents. The human brain, it doesn't finish developing and maturing until the mid to late 20s. So for these reasons, teenagers should not have access to unsupervised guns when their brains are not even yet fully developed. A teenager bent on suicide or an atrocity will be determined to get a gun, and the internet, as we all well know, provides teenagers and all of us with many videos and instructions on loading guns. So it's far too easy once a teenager has access to a gun for it to become loaded, which is why this bill will extend the obligation to keep loaded guns away from children and teenagers to unloaded guns as well. Improperly secured guns, whether they are loaded or unloaded, put kids in our communities at risk.
Molly, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Great. I was just going to say thank you so much for this opportunity, and we urge a favorable report on HB 200. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see a few hands up. So we'll start with Delegate Erican.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel, for being here today, especially Miss Willie. Thanks for coming back again. I know how hard that must be for you. My question is for the sponsor. So I'm just reading the bill language, and I know it looks like it's pretty similar. You did say that there was one change you made. Could you tell me again what the change was? You're on mute. Happens to us all.
Yeah, no, thank you. The change is actually from the Senate version of the bill as it came over to the committee. So it was never in the House version, last year's bill, but I did want to point out that this Senate language was not included. And that was language at the end of SB 646 that basically was advice to prosecutors as to when to prosecute. So just in case there's any question about whether that language was included or not, because it was somewhat controversial language, I wanted to point out it's not in the bill before you.
Okay, and thank you for that. So my other question is about, I am personally close to a case of a young suicide and involved a handgun, and the parents followed our laws, and in fact would have I think followed what your new law is. They had the firearm secured in a safe. They had the ammo secured in another safe. Both were locked. Parents maintained a code to get into it that they did not share with their children, and a backup key. That's very much similar to the setup I have in my own home. Nevertheless, the child did gain access and was able to kill themselves with the firearm in the home. And so as I read the changes that you're proposing to the law, I'm just not seeing where in the language those families could have done anything differently. We know that children can get into any safe, even the most expensive ones, with just a few tools. So with the wording of known or should have known, I just don't know if we're going to be criminalizing people that are truly doing their best effort, who have lost their children, and now they are criminals because they could not find a safe that could not be cracked. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. Let me start, and then if any of the panelists want to follow up, please do. Delegate, first, I'm very sorry to hear about the loss that you described. I mean, youth suicide has grown significantly over the past few decades. And I guess we're not saying that this bill will prevent youth suicides using a gun that's in the home. It's just that the research shows that stricter gun storage laws such as this would reduce the incidence. Again, I don't think we can ever say that we would preclude or rule out any sort of youth suicide using a gun that's in the home. But the standard is that the person knew or should have known that an unsupervised minor could gain access to the firearm. So I guess, that's sort of an individual fact decision that would have to be made by the court. Probably use a reasonable person standard, maybe reasonable gun owner standard. So, if in the case that the tragic case you're referring to, the parent did everything that they should have, then they would be able to satisfy the new or should have known standard and would not be held liable.
Okay, so what if they had seen a YouTube video of people cracking into the safe? Do you think, because there are tons of YouTube videos about how to crack into safes, every kind of safe imaginable. So if they had seen a video on that, but there was nothing else for them to purchase that was better, they can all be cracked into. I'm wondering how that would play out in court with this family.
I guess if we're just speculating, I can just only speculate that if a parent knew that the storage device was vulnerable because they knew that their minor knew how to crack safes, for example, then maybe one would say that the parent should move to some alternative means of storage. I mean, I'm not, in no way can I put myself in the shoes of the parents who lost their child, but it really depends on the facts and circumstances of the individual family. And if any panelist wants to add anything to what I said, if that's okay, Delegate.
Yeah, and I just wondering what would be the better storage option, you know what I mean, than two keypad safes. I just can't think of one that would be better. I know that every safe that exists can be cracked in because I've seen it on YouTube. So I would be a criminal if my child, am I a criminal right now? Maybe I am, because I know that every safe that exists can be cracked into. That's my worry with the language of the bill, though, that we're criminalizing people that are trying their best now, will try their best once it goes into effect, and they're still criminals because any safe is crackable.
I think, Ms. Herron, did you want to jump in?
Oh, I was just going to add, I think absolutely. I think Delegate Stein sort of covered it all pretty well. It comes down to what the parents maybe knew going into it. If they knew their child was suicidal, whether they should take another step involved. If they're taking reasonable action, they're locking things up, they're putting a code on, they don't think their child has access to the code, they're not aware that he's suicidal. I don't think they're going to fall under the purview of this particular piece of legislation. Now, that said, if they did know he was suicidal, if they did know he could break into the safe, there certainly are other storage options, potentially off-site if necessary in those situations where, you really are talking a life or death situation for a teen. I know generally experts will often recommend that parents get those things out of the house when they know that a child is suicidal. I'm not saying that's the case in your particular situation. I certainly don't know. But if they were otherwise, if depending upon the facts of the case, and that's all something that's sort of played out in the judiciary, I don't see that they're necessarily falling within the purview of what this piece of legislation is going to get to. We're never going to be able to stop these things from happening always, unfortunately, but we certainly can make an impact.
Right, yeah, it would just be really terrible to criminalize people that have already gone through the greatest tragedies of their lives. That's what concerns me the most. But I really appreciate all you guys answering my questions. Thank you so much. And thanks for being here again today, Ms. Willie.
Okay, next we'll have Delegate Cox, then Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to mention, I thought Ms. Delegate Bartlett might have had her hand up first, but if this is the best order, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just didn't want to jump ahead.
Go ahead, Delegate Cox.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you to the sponsor and the panelists. My questions are focused on this change of wording from knowing, this is page 3, knowing that an unsupervised child would gain access, and the bill wishes to change that to could gain access. And I have 3 scenarios I want to ask maybe Ms. Herron, if that would be the best person. First of all, could a police officer with guns in their locked car that pulls into home to grab their lunch, could a minor in that home gain access to those guns in the police officer's car?
Are you saying that the officer does not secure his weapons or his or her weapons?
No, I said locked car, locked trunk, locked car, whatever it is. The officer comes home for lunch. He locks his car up. Maybe he has a SWAT weapon in a locked compartment in his car. Could a child gain access to that weapon?
I guess I think I defer again to say that that's a question for the judiciary. I'm not completely familiar with how a police officer necessarily secures their firearms. I assume they do so in a variety of ways, and most officers that I know, when they come home, especially if they've got children around, they actually do take those additional steps to unload the firearm and put it in a locked condition, whether that's usually a safe in the cases of the people that I currently know.
And I appreciate your candidness. As you said earlier, that you believe that this bill may require off-site storage. I'm concerned greatly with that testimony, because that's exactly part of my concern. Let me move on to the other 2 quick scenarios. So a 16 or 17-year-old hunter or trap shooter, such as my son, versus an 18-year-old. How would I make a firearm inaccessible to a 16 or 17-year-old under this bill, but accessible to an 18-year-old? I mean,
are you wanting your 16 or 17-year-old to be able to access the firearm for hunting purposes, or are you not? Are you trying to keep them from one child but not the other?
Yeah, and if I could brag on my son, my son's a great guy. He's 6'3". He's 15, and he just won a national title for trap shooting last year with his team from Frederick County, from my district. And these are responsible young people, and they are given access to firearms for the purpose of trap shooting and also of hunting. Under Maryland law, they encourage a youth hunt day. How would I ensure that I comply if in this bill, would this potentially expose me as a parent if I were to provide him with access to a firearm?
Not necessarily, and this bill actually specifically provides for a situation where a young person who has a hunter safety certificate and express permission from their parent can legally access the firearm. Depending upon whether you have your children share the particular firearms in question, or whether you devise different locking devices for one versus the other one, I can't say specifically. I think that's the point in how this legislation is actually developed, that you as the gun owner can come up with a scenario that works in your situation. Maybe you need a biometric lock so that one child has access to it with their fingerprint, but the other one does not. One of them has the key, but the other one does not, or they have separate keys that access separate safes or separate locks, depending upon your situation. I think that's why this piece of legislation is written the way that it is so that there is some flexibility because everyone's situation is different, everyone's home situation, the type of children that are involved, the age of the children, the ability of the children, but this allows you some flexibility to come up with a way that makes sense for your family.
So
Yeah,
it is
and
possible then under this bill, it is possible then, as you're just testifying, that if I were to, or if a parent were to not have the appropriate biometrics somehow secured for a 17-year-old youth participating in a hunt trip, that could incriminate a law-abiding citizen. Is that what you're saying?
I'm a little confused because it seems like you're referring to a child who would otherwise be qualified to be given the express permission to access the firearm.
And my question is directly on point. From my hearing of your testimony, that if, as you testified, a biometric key or code was not provided individually for that child, that would incriminate a parent in this, under this bill.
Is it a separate child that's gaining access? I apologize. I'm not quite
I'm talking
following.
about any child under 18 in this bill. This would incriminate a parent who allows access to a child under 18 and doesn't have the adequate required protection, such as, I think you testified, a biometric key or something for that
Well,
child.
certainly that was just an example of one option that might work for your family, and that would be your, your reasonable assessment of your situation to determine what is the best way of going forward with that.
Well, and that kind of dovetails, thank you. And I'm really trying to get to the heart of this because it is some key factual issues that are concerning to me and to a lot of people. And so when you're talking about potentially using required biometrics or other fingerprint data, isn't that well known that in an age of data hacking that is potentially accessible, at least potentially?
I don't have the data that would support that. And certainly if you're not comfortable with biometrics, there are other options. There are key fobs, there are codes, there are, varying, there's
So could you
quite a few different choices out there for you to decide what you're most comfortable with and what would work best for your situation.
So let me ask you this. What particular mode that you just mentioned guarantees that the firearm is inaccessible to a minor?
I don't think
Which
that
one?
you're looking for a guarantee. You're looking for whether you took the steps reasonable to your situation.
Well, the language here
secure
says
your
accessible.
Go
So
ahead,
I'm
finish.
just
Let's not,
asking-
go ahead, everyone, let's not talk over each other. Ms. Karen, please finish your answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, it really comes down to whether, you've taken reasonable steps to secure the firearm, unloaded, ammunition separate for your situation, and whether that works for your situation. It isn't some threshold that's impossible to reach.
So let me ask you, where in the bill does it say that reasonable steps? It says here, an unsupervised minor could gain access to a firearm. So my question to you was, could someone gain access to a firearm with any of those different options that you had just suggested would be potentially reasonable?
I think the standard that generally applies when we're talking about something in a court of law, and specifically with relation to this piece of legislation, is the knew or should have known, standard, which is going to, in most cases, be interpreted as a reasonable person or perhaps a reasonable gun owner standard.
But this law doesn't say that, correct?
This law doesn't say reasonable person or reasonable gun owner. It has a knew or should have known.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Chair, could I just follow up on one point about the hunting issue? Doug, I just want to say that, with respect to youth hunters who have their certificate of hunting safety from DNR, this bill doesn't specify the mechanism by which, say, the rifle or shotgun has to be stored in the home. It just says that, if such a minor has that certificate, has been given express permission by the parent to go hunting, then it is fine to use a gun that is in the home. But there's no specified way for the exact handoff that'll happen. And I should say also that language was worked out with the Hunters Association, and they are comfortable with that. Yeah, and there is no, we believe this language does not in any way limit youth hunting.
Okay, next we have delegates Griffith, Grammer, and McComas. So Delegate Griffith.
Madam
Delegate,
Vice Chair, could I real quick follow up on that point from Delegate Stein?
no, we're going to move on to Delegate Griffith. We've got 4 more people. That
I think Bartlett's, Madam Vice Chair, I think Delegate Bartlett's before me.
No, I think she forgot to take her hand down right this
Okay.
second. Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple different questions. And the first question is for the panel at large. So does Britain have any of these regulations in place? I know gun ownership is very, very limited in Britain, but if you were able to own a gun in Britain, do they have this in place? Something like this?
I mean, I'll say I'm not aware of what their Britain's rules are, so I couldn't comment.
My concern is this. One of my first concern is this. So with I'm looking at the British Medical Journal, and Britain has very, very restrictive gun laws, and even they since 2012 have seen a 94% increase in teen suicide since 2012. So my concern is with we're seeing this everywhere, even with places where they don't have access to guns. Would this necessarily, prevent some of the things we're trying to stop here?
Well, I'll say we can't offer an ironclad commitment that this will eliminate all youth suicides using a firearm that is found in someone in the youth's home or the home of a relative or friend. And again, I'm not aware of studies that are conducted in Britain, but I can say that studies that have been conducted in U.S. states that have tightened their access prevention law, there has been a reduction of youth suicide by gun.
What do you know what states those are?
No, but I'd be happy to get you the study.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
If I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I was just going to add an additional, this is Molly from Giffords. I think a major point here in relation to your question as well is that when it comes to suicide by firearms versus other forms of suicide that might happen, an attempt with a firearm is much more likely to be successful than other cases. So there are many studies that show that although guns are used in less than 1% of suicide attempts, they still account for over 40% of suicide deaths. So by cutting the access of firearm access in homes of children that do have that suicidal inclination and are struggling with mental health issues, preventing access to the firearm is a major solution to preventing those suicide deaths.
So, Ms. Voigt, do you know would you happen to know the answer to my question, Delegate Stein, related to what other states have this in place?
I can certainly pull it for you easily. I know at the Giffords Law Center, we track that. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I can send you momentarily.
Very good, thank you. Actually, Ms. Voigt, my next question is actually for you. You had mentioned in your testimony, and if you could clarify what you said so I'm not misspeaking for you, you had mentioned about individuals, their brain not being fully formed into their 20s as a reason why to limit gun access. I mean, so as you know, people can join the military at 18 like myself. Is that a concern for you that people can join the military at a younger age? And if that's a reason why we should consider this?
Well, I'm certainly not an expert on when people can or should join the military or not. I do come from a military family, so I can certainly speak to understanding, the responsibility that takes on when you do join at that age. But, I'm not going to say whether or not I support joining the military at 18. I think, the stat that I named, and thank you for clarifying, was from the National Institute of Mental Health. And, the statement that the human brain doesn't finish developing until the mid to late 20s. And then I think it's really the addition of that information on top of all we know about youth and teen suicide and what happens when firearm access is around is, the compounding of those two issues together is what we're trying to really get at with this bill, and, not so much the military piece.
Well, I mean, I think if it's good for one, it's good for all. And then my last question for Mrs. Herron, I apologize. In your testimony, you had mentioned about, I think exactly what you said was the events of this past year plus the increase in gun sales. What events of the past year are you referring to that makes this bill relevant?
I apologize if that wasn't clear. No, I just the fact that most of our children are still at home almost all the time, with COVID restrictions and schools not being in session. Kids are more unsupervised. Parents are juggling work while kids are allegedly, logging into their computers for school. There's just a lot of downtime, a lot more firearms that are coming into homes that we need to make a point as a state, as a advocacy group, what have you, that firearm safety is a priority, and that, I think it would be imperative on us to meet that challenge with a stronger firearm safety law.
So you're concerned with schools being closed as a contributor to suicide rates?
Sort of a combination of schools being closed, kids being isolated, increasing gun sales, like all of it together. It's just a perfect storm, right?
No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your answers.
Thank you. Next, we have Delegate Grammer, and then I see Delegate McComas took her hand down. Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really interesting conversation about how does a person know if this law applies to me, and how do we practically adhere to this law? And I think this is really relevant. In Maryland several years ago, there was a young man, a warrant was issued for his arrest on two suspected criminal charges. One was illegal ownership of a particular firearm. Second was he was a prohibited person. A warrant was given. The warrant was escalated to a no-knock warrant. He was subsequently shot to death in his house on a no-knock warrant. Both charges were false. He did not own a prohibited firearm, and he was not a prohibited person. He actually got a background check. So this conversation, not only to this bill, but to the previous bill about how this all works, I think is very relevant. It leads me to a couple questions for the sponsor. So if let's say I own a gun, me personally, hypothetical, and my neighbor comes in and he sees the gun I'm keeping it on my kitchen table. Can my neighbor call the police, and do the police have probable cause to come in to get a warrant for a search or arrest from my home?
No, I mean, honestly, Delegate, I can't speak to what police will need for probable cause, but I mean, an initial question is, are there youth right around the gun?
Well, I have kids. I'm just legally, as this bill would apply in reality, I'm proposing a situation to you that is a clear violation of the bill.
Yeah.
Would that
Delegate, also, I would say what you're proposing is a violation of the current law.
Well,
even before this, even without the amendments that this legislation put on it, it's a clear violation of current law.
How about if I have a hunting rifle, it's been in my family over the fireplace?
If it's unloaded.
Unloaded. Unloaded.
Left stored, unloaded, and it's inoperable to anyone other than an adult.
So in that case, how does my neighbor know? In that case, my neighbor, he's not a gun owner. Frankly, for me, it's like a ceremonial thing. It's been passed down for the family, but for him, he's like, oh God, these people are crazy. They have a gun over the fireplace.
Again, Delegate, I'll say the same questions apply to if that situation happened today with Maryland's current law.
Yeah, but that's the crux of the problem, because police can still issue a warrant. That's probable cause. This guy's has a rifle in his freaking living room. Let me escalate it. So I keep my guns in a safe, hypothetically loaded, and my son has access to the combination to the safe. Is that probable cause?
Is that probable cause?
Would that give the police probable cause? Look, this is very relevant to what we're talking about last year, like no-knock warrants. Do the police have probable cause to get a no-knock warrant for my home if I have my guns in a safe and my children have access to the combination?
Yeah, again, Delegate, I'm not aware of the standards for police to be able to get probable cause for the search of a home, but nonetheless, I would say that
that's a clear violation of the crime.
What's that?
That would be, under this bill, that would be a clear violation of this law.
And again, it's a clear violation of current law too. What you're describing is no different, because the parent would know that the child would have access if the parent knows that the child knows the combination. So there's no change from current law.
What if I had my combination in my file cabinet? Here's what I'm getting at. Here's the could. And here's the problem with this bill. If I have my guns in my safe loaded, which most people would agree that's fairly safe, and I have my combination, hypothetically, in a file cabinet on a shelf, technically they could have access to that. And my ultimate question is there any way, because in the case I gave you with the young man that was killed, and that's a case where his child was born and that child will never meet his father. There was a very clear way that he could avoid the law. He could not own the prohibited firearm, which he did not own, and they still gave him a no-knock warrant, which still resulted in his death. Like, this bill seems to be a giant loophole, because there's no way I can guarantee a could. Isn't that the case here? Isn't this a little loose and maybe needs a little bit of tightening?
I would suggest that the language in the bill, knew or should have known, is something that it's a standard that's applied all of the time by courts for different parts of the law, and not just gun safety laws, but other parts of the state code. So I would say that a court would probably have a lot of experience in determining, implying that standard of knew or should have known.
I agree, but the courts are still giving no-knock warrants for these kind of cases. And you have people that are not violating violent criminal code who are being killed in no-knock warrants. But I really appreciate the time to answer my questions today.
Sure.
So next, Delegate McComas' hand is back up. So since you were on the list, I'll let you go. And then we'll go Bartlett, Jones, Crutchfield. And just because Delegate Stein does not serve on the Judiciary Committee, Delegate Stein, we are tightening up the no-knock warrant language in the whole police reform that we're doing. So that will be coming to the House floor herewith. But Delegate McComas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Vice Chair. I don't know when you get the chair. Do you switch from vice to chair? Anyway, that's an interesting question. All right, what I'd like to ask, and I'm going to ask Delegate Stein, it seems that if you're 17, the gun is going to be inoperable, must be inoperable. But if you're 18, it's operable. Can you explain the mechanics? Because I don't know how that's going to work. The gun is inoperable, and then all of a sudden it becomes operable.
Yeah, it's and I'll maybe ask the panelists if they can add to this. The provisions, the restrictions under this bill apply to minors as defined as anyone under 18. So once someone turns, if there's someone who lives in the house, a child, once they become 18, the restrictions on firearm access basically go away, just like they do under current law for anyone once they become 16. So, the measures that the homeowner who has a gun needs to take to satisfy the knew or should have known standard basically melt away. And so there's no legal liability under HB 200 once someone who had been a minor in the house turns 18 and still lives in the house.
Well, okay.
Does that help?
Well, then then I have a question. Okay, now we don't want kids under the age of 18 committing suicide. Is that fair to say?
I'd say we don't want anyone committing.
All right, and we don't want anybody using a gun to hurt anybody. So what is the magic number between 17 and 18 that all of a sudden 18, we're not worried about, well, a person might have depression, the person might use drugs, the person might have some habits that don't make them really should be handling a gun. And I guess what I'm saying is that and then everybody's saying, well, nobody's really able to have a gun. Well, nobody's, fully, their little frontal lobes aren't fully formed until they're 25 or even older. One of your witnesses said, or even older than 25. So maybe we should just not allow them to vote, to have a gun, to serve in the army, to smoke, to get married, anything. I mean, it's kind of like, wow. I'm just saying,
we did change the smoking.
Okay, so my question is so do you have any statistics to show that we're going to lower the suicide rate by passing this bill? That it's just that, the little tiny kids that are committing suicide? Because I remember McComas killed herself by hanging herself in her closet, and she was just like 12 or 13. Devastated the family.
Yeah, I would say, Delegate, it's certainly the impact of youth suicide goes beyond young kids. It goes to teenagers, it goes to older teenagers as well. I mean, 18 was thought to be, just because 18 is, commonly, the age of consent. And, we provide in here that the bill's restrictions do not apply when a minor is in the presence of someone who is 18 years or older. We thought that's a reasonable threshold by which to say, okay, these restrictions on child access prevention do not apply. It's based also, I believe, on what other states have done in setting that age to 18. I'm not in a position to comment about, whether 18-year-olds in other circumstances should have more limitations or not. But in the instance of access to firearms in the home, we thought that the age should be, for which this bill applies, should be increased to under 16 to under 18.
And if
May I add? Oh.
No, you go ahead, Kelsey.
Okay, I was just going to say, I agree with everything that the sponsor has laid out regarding the fact that, of course, there is no magic age. There was one study that I did cite to in my oral testimony that we also have included in our written testimony that may be very helpful here. So that study is, in 2004, the Journal of the American Medical Association published research finding that child access prevention law enactment is associated with a 26% annual reduction in self-inflicted firearm injuries among youth and an 8% decrease in overall suicide rates among 14 to 17-year-olds. So that's kind of this exact age bracket that you just raised. So that strongly suggests that when firearms are inaccessible as well, that minors are actually not substituting other means, which is very important. So this goes to show that this law actually will have a statistically significant role in dropping the amount of firearm suicides among youth, not just, both with firearms and overall. So it's discussing the fact that not only will it bring down the rates of firearms suicide, but also suicide using other methods. And again, this study is cited to in our written testimony, which I believe should be provided to all of you. So I hope that is helpful.
Thank you. Delegate Bartlett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Ms. Willie. So Ms. Willie, I have a couple of questions. Okay. And you can go off mute for this to answer these questions. And first of all, my sincere condolences to you and to your family.
Thank you.
Is Great Mills High School located in the city? Or is it in a rural area or in the city?
So when you're talking about city to me, like, do you see a city to me? This is quiet area, but to me it's busy anyway. I've seen quieter areas, so I guess it's relative to what you're, I mean, probably for most people, it's pretty rural.
Okay, and I hate to ask you this question, but I know you know the answer.
Okay.
When Jalen was shot, was she the only person who was involved that day with the shooting?
In the
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that specific enough. Wasn't it in fact the Jalen who was injured, the shooter committed suicide, and a 14-year-old boy had a leg injury?
The leg injury occurred from the, hang on once. The leg injury occurred from the shot that hit her.
Right. So there were 3 people who were severely either loss of life or injured from this 17-year-old boy who was able to get access to one firearm.
Correct.
Okay.
Now that's not saying because he was stopped at one point. There could have been more.
Right.
We don't know. There's ideas that the direction was going to be more, but he was stopped before that.
Okay. Ms. Wiley, I don't have any other questions for you, but Madam Chair, if I can ask just one more quick question to Ms. Herron.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Wiley, for answering those questions. Ms. Herron, who determines a new or should have known standard? Is it us? Should it be us? Us legislators?
As the legislators? Yeah, I mean, presumably the language is in the bill itself, and then.
But I mean, should we list out all the mechanisms of how one knew or should have known how to secure their firearm?
The problem with that we found, because years ago, one of the iterations of this bill was much more specific in terms of how to lock a firearm securely and safely. And we got pushback from gun owners saying, I can't work within those parameters. They're too strict. It doesn't work for my situation. It doesn't actually secure my firearm because of X, Y, or Z. So, and on top of that, the technology and the availability of varying types of devices for locking firearms is constantly changing, just like technology for anything else is constantly changing. So new and better devices are coming out every time you turn around. So, doing it the way that we've done it allows for that flexibility to continue and grow without having to specifically change the language of the legislation.
So a defendant has the ability to put on a case to say that I did everything that I possibly could do. And they also have the ability to provide experts if possible. And these experts are going to come from what type of community? The gun community, or are they going to just come from anywhere? I mean, my point is that some of the very people who are not favorable to this bill could very well be the very people who will determine what the community standard is with securing a firearm. Is that correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. And to point out that we can certainly, there are situations that we can point to where young people have gained access by watching various YouTube videos and cracking into safes and all of these extraordinary steps in order to get to a firearm. But the cases that we are most likely looking at, and the cases that are already happening with the younger ages, even under the current legislation, that's not these. This is people leaving firearms on a table or in a bedside drawer or under a bed. These aren't people who have taken any steps to secure a firearm, much less reasonable steps, right? So yeah, I mean, gun shop owners, people who sell firearm safety kits. These are people who might be able to come forward in a court of law to provide expert testimony as to what is safe or not safe, or potentially even law enforcement, really. But in most cases, when we're talking about a violation of child access protection, we're talking about someone who shoved the gun under the bed, not someone who locked it in a safe with a keypad and the ammunition separate, right?
Thank you, Ms. Herron.
Delegate Jones, then Delegate Crutchfield.
I'm actually pretty glad to be following Delegate Bartlett because she did address some of the concerns that I was going to raise. And so, given that, I just want to reiterate, the impetus of the bill is important. This bill would be called Jalen's bill for law for a reason. I want to thank Ms. Willie for being here, because I know that, during the time that you lost your daughter, it was probably a whirlwind, but in my other capacity, in my full-time job, one of my responsibilities was to be present in St. Mary's County. And I attended your daughter's funeral. And so this bill is, evoking all kinds of emotions for me, because I understand all the conversations and was present for the conversations that were had as a result of your daughter's death. And so I understand that it's really about making sure that minors do not have access to firearms. And so I am satisfied with the language of the bill. I'm satisfied with the exceptions for, youth who are, given permission or given access by parents or have permits and things like that. I'm satisfied with the exceptions in the bill if they will ultimately prevent another shooting like your daughter's from happening.
Isn't that so? Yeah. Delegate Crutchfield.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Delegate Stein, thank you so much for bringing this bill, because this actual subject matter really touches me, because I did have a family member who was young, about 14 years old, walk into the house of a friend and immediately was shot and killed. And that's because the gun he found in his parents' bedroom. So I do feel very, very, concerned about this situation and want to make sure that things like this don't happen to other families. But I do want to make sure that I understand the definition of firearm here. Does the definition include all firearms, including 3D guns?
Well, Delegate, first of all, my condolences on the family and friend situation that you experienced, and thank you for your support for this legislation. So the way firearm is defined is handgun, rifle, shotgun, short-barreled rifle, or short-barreled shotgun, as those terms are defined in Section 4201 of this title. It does not include an antique firearm. But with respect to ghost guns, I guess it, and I know that issue is legislation is before this committee. It depends on whether they are, as this bill is currently drafted, as to whether they would come under the definition under Section 4201 of the criminal law title. It's kind of a long way of saying I'm not quite sure, but I would hope so. But it I guess depends on the statutory definition.
Okay, thank you very much, Delegate Stein.
Thank you.
You guys have been here for an hour. I appreciate it. I just am going to have a couple of follow-up questions, and then we'll move on to the next group of folks that have signed up to testify. And I guess this would be directed at anyone from Giffords. And I just have two questions. One, does stronger child access laws impact other forms of gun violence? So if you could answer that. And then I might have three questions, sorry. The second question is, because it has been told to me that I should, if my kids are going to someone's house, that I should ask them, do they have guns in the home? It was actually this legislation, Delegate Stein, that you brought that made me start thinking about this a couple years ago. So if you could just kind of discuss, that in terms of education and what parents need to know about safe storage, particularly parents who aren't gun owners, and having your kids go into somebody else's home. And do you have any data on how many gun owners already store their firearms safely? Is it a majority, not the majority? Can you discuss that? So those 3 questions I just kind of threw out there. Sorry about that, but anyone can answer. Okay.
I'm happy to take a stab at answering some of those and then encourage my fellow panelists to jump in if they have anything to add. To your first question about other firearm related crimes or injuries and how this law might address those as well. We've discussed this a little bit today, but just to put a finer point on it, there's been studies showing that mass shootings can be limited with this kind of legislation as well. In my testimony, and it's also in our written testimony, I threw out the statistic that 17 of the 20 school shootings since 1990 involving at least 3 victims had been from a minor finding a gun in their home. So this legislation would help cut down that possibility for sure. And we've talked a lot about suicide prevention as well as these accidental injuries and deaths, which I think we all agree are really important to address through this legislation. I don't know if any fellow panelists have anything additional on that.
I'm also happy to chime in here with a couple of other statistics that I think might be helpful, if I may. There was a study sorry, one moment, pulling it up. It's a study that I believe is one of the things that Molly was just talking about. A 2019 U.S. Department of Homeland Security analysis of targeted school violence showed that 76% of attackers who used their firearm obtained that firearm from their parents' home or from the home of a close acquaintance. And in addition, you were asking about how many individuals now currently store their guns in a responsible manner versus not. There's a study that shows that approximately 4.6 million kids nationwide live in a home with an unlocked loaded gun. And one of the ways that this is really impactful to think about is that many adults feel that their children don't know the location where that firearm is or how to access it. This is also some information in our written testimony, but a study published by the the American Academy of Pediatrics in 2018 found that within a sample of parents who owned guns, only 1/3 stored all household firearms locked and unloaded. Another study showed that 70% of children reported knowing the storage location of the household firearm, and that 1 in 5 parents who reported that their child had never handled that household firearms were contradicted by their child's report. So there are clearly a lot of responsible gun owners. It sounds like a couple of the members of this committee do a fantastic job in ensuring that those firearms are locked up and that their children have appropriate education. Unfortunately, that's not really the case across America.
Thank you. And my last one, if anyone, yes, Ms. Willie.
I just, as a mom and as a parent, I had never, ever, ever imagined having to ask children's friends, parents, if they have guns and if they are stored and if they are safely stored. And I can tell you, my kids now, I ask every single one of those parents if they're, and I have most of the time have had parents say, I can show you where everything is if you want to see it. So, I mean, I would ask away.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the next panel. Thank you all for being here. And especially, again, thank you, Ms. Willie, for being here again this year to testify on behalf of your daughter. So now we'll bring in the next group of favorables on this legislation: Clinton Walcott, Greta Willis, Jackson O'Mara, Laurel Maubert, and Woody Kessler. I think that should be 5 people, Dylan. And I see Clinton Walcott is in, so you will have 2 minutes and we'll start with you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Atterbury. I'm Clint Wolcott here on behalf of the Critical Issues Forum, Advocacy for Social Justice. It's a coalition of 3 Montgomery County synagogues, including over 1,700 households. CIF strongly supports HB 200 to prevent minors from gaining access to firearms. As you heard from Melissa Willey, the laws is named in honor of her daughter, who was murdered by a 16-year-old classmate who had access to his father's legally owned handgun that was not covered under current law. As the panelists also explained, the danger to children posed by unsecured firearms in the home is not limited to school shootings. And a recent study revealed that firearms were the second leading cause of death for children age 1 to 17. These amendments, which increase the protected age to 18, require the safe storage of unloaded guns, and impose liability where a person should have known a minor could gain access to it, are extremely important. They're particularly significant given the recent increase in gun sales in Maryland, more than 75% increase in the first 11 months of 2020. 40% of those gun purchases were first-time gun owners who may be more in need of strong, safe storage practices. Further, as was also explained earlier, we are all struggling with staggering loss, isolation, and the resultant mental health impacts resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. Properly securing firearms will reduce the likelihood of unintentional firearm injury and death and suicide. Now, even more than in years past, Maryland's child firearm access prevention law needs to be strengthened. CIF urges the committee to produce a favorable report supporting House Bill 200. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for 2 minutes, Reverend Greta Willis, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm here today in support of this particular important bill. Maryland to Prevent Gun Violence aims to reduce gun violence in Maryland through evidence-based solutions, along with the Kevin L. Cooper Foundation, aims to mobilize Baltimore City residents to make an impact in the reduction of inner city youth and deaths due to violence. I currently serve as the director of the community engagement for MPGV, and I am the founder of the Kevin L. Cooper Foundation, named in honor of my son, Kevin, who was shot and killed at the age of 14. The Kevin L. Cooper Foundation and Maryland to Prevent Gun Violence support HB 200, which aims to reduce the child access to guns prevention and the death and injuries of children. Families are needed, some own weapons, their firearms in self-defense, but inherent dangers that gun can pose to children must be addressed. Maryland leaders have understood the importance of preventing access to young people in the past when they passed the existing laws, but we must recognize and correct the inherent weakness within our current access prevention laws. HB 200 addresses this weakness by increasing the age of a minor, clarifying the storage requirements, and creating a meaningful penalty to enhance compliance. Currently, if a youth gains access to a firearm, regardless of death or injury, there's only a fine. Allow a child to get access to a gun is a serious negligent offense, and the penalty should reflect that. Passing this law will help prevent young people who will still allow legal and responsible ownership of guns. We urge you to support this particular bill of HB 200. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for 2 minutes, Jackson O'Mara. Good to see you.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being, in this hearing today. Vice Chair Atterbury and members of the committee, my name is Jackson O'Mara. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a proud graduate of Great Mills High School. I've worked with March for Our Lives Maryland to promote gun violence prevention for nearly 3 years now since the shooting at my school. 2 years ago, I sat before this very committee and spoke about child access prevention legislation, my school, and the importance of gun violence prevention in general. Last year, I appeared before the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee just before COVID shut down our session, and I advocated for this bill once again. Due to COVID, I couldn't come out to Annapolis this year, but I'm here on your screen sitting before you again to ask for a favorable vote on HB 200, Jalen's Law. The proposed changes to Maryland's current law will tighten restrictions, raising the age of access from 16 to 18 and introducing a tiered penalty system that will allow law enforcement to hold reckless and irresponsible gun owners responsible if harm is inflicted with their weapon, as well as protecting our broader communities from unregulated child access of firearms. This legislation will also help to keep teens safe if they are at risk of suicide by limiting their access to a highly lethal method of suicide. As a member of the Great Mills community, I saw firsthand the way that gun violence ripped apart my school. Since the shooting, I have done everything in my power to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening to others' communities. No minor should have the reckless access to a firearm that the shooter at my school did, and those who own firearms should be held responsible when harm occurs as a result of unsafe storage practices. I have submitted written and oral testimony each session since the shooting. I have lobbied up and down the halls of Annapolis. I have spoken with family after family that have lost their loved ones to gun violence, and my heart breaks every time. Jalen's Law can and will save lives, but only if you let it. I'm asking your committee to swiftly pass HB 200 and encourage your colleagues to support it when it comes to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next for 2 minutes, Laurel Mulbert.
Laura Mulbear. Thank you, Vice Chair Atterbury and members of the committee. I'm incredibly grateful to be here today to address the importance of child access prevention, or CAP, and specifically HB 200, Jalen's Law. CAP laws have been statistically proven to be one of the most comprehensive intersectional ways to address America's gun violence epidemic. While Maryland already has a version of CAP as a part of the law, HB 200 would strengthen these laws, thus creating a safer state for all. Gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in Maryland, which emphasizes our state's need to improve. Raising the definition of a minor from 16 to 18 years of age will ensure that all children and teens in Maryland receive these protections. Additionally, this bill encourages safe firearm storage by holding those who allow a child access to an unsecured firearm responsible by implementing a graduated system of penalties. CAP reinforces gun owners' accountability and responsibility to possess firearms. With all rights, including the right to bear arms, comes responsibilities. As someone from a military family who grew up with guns in the home, I know personally the importance of firearm safety training, particularly when it comes to safe storage. The graduated penalty system will ensure that those who fail to protect children and teens in the home are held accountable, but it also trains younger generations to be responsible gun owners for tomorrow by requiring responsible gun ownership today. For far too long, household firearms have gotten into the hands of children and been used to hurt themselves or others in incidents both intentional and unintentional. And this has had real-life fatal consequences on our community. 111 Marylanders under the age of 18 were lost to gun violence between 2014 and 2018. And as I mentioned earlier, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in our state. While gun violence should never be the cause of death for anyone, it especially should not be the cause of death for a child. So I urge you to please vote favorably for HB 200 to protect our youngest and most vulnerable members and create a safer, more peaceful Maryland for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Woody Kessel for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the Judiciary. My name is Woody Kessel. I am a pediatrician. I've dedicated my career and my life to securing the health and well-being and safety of children and adolescents. And I certainly support Jalen's Law in memory of Jalen Willie. And I want to extend a personal thank you to Ms. Willie for her incredible support and courage to help reduce firearm injuries potentially sustained by all children in our state. You know, caring for a child shot by another child, intentional or unintentional, was one of the first tragic experiences that I had as a medical student in an emergency room in Lincoln Hospital in the South Bronx. This is over 50 years ago. His death, as well as caring for subsequent adolescents who sustained head injuries or chest injuries from attempted death by suicide using guns, certainly left an indelible mark on my soul and my commitment to prevent injury and death from lethal firearms. Gun safety, in addition to all other traditional home practices, is something that is a hallmark of pediatrics. It is a priority for all of my pediatric colleagues, and certainly one of the premier pillars of the American Academy of Pediatrics. You know, over the years, we've worked hard at protecting children and adolescents from toxic chemicals that have been unlocked, unsecured, from medications in medicine chests, and certainly from injuries and death in automobile collisions, by requiring licensing and experience and, frankly, limits in all of these cases. All of these things are now accepted practices by parents who care about their children. And Jalen's law is about parents who care about their children to secure weapons that can be of harm to all children. And we're comfortable with these measures. And this is one more activity reminding parents how lethal firearms are, and to use their good judgment and their responsible behavior regarding firearms, as they do with all other threats to children. These are reminding law-abiding families the vulnerability of children, whether they're young children who don't appreciate what a weapon is as opposed to a toy, or an adolescent who's impulsive, who may be experiencing a variety of mental health challenges.
I'm gonna
not getting
have to ask you to wrap up, and I see that our chair is back. So I have to ask you to wrap up, and then the chair will see if there's any questions for this panel.
You know, indeed, I just want to thank all of the delegates for seriously considering this. You know, my focus is as a pediatrician and want to save the lives of young people and have them live a full and productive life. And passing this law will certainly contribute to that. Thank you again, Madam Vice Chair.
Other questions for the panel? Delegate Griffith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry the Reverend stepped off. I wanted to, it looks like she stepped off. I wanted to wish her my deepest condolences. I couldn't imagine going through that. You know, this question's for anybody on the panel. One of the things that many of the witnesses on this panel discussed was trying to prevent gun crime. I know right now, roughly, and this is not an exaggeration, nearly 99% of gun crimes in the state of Maryland are with an illegal firearm, not a legally owned firearm that slipped in someone's possession. And right now, the crime for owning a legal firearm is no more than theft. And if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me. So would the members of this panel support, in addition to this, increasing the penalties for possession of an illegal firearm?
I can't speak for the other people on the panel, but I would say that is probably an issue that should be looked into. It's not something that I'm that familiar with exactly what the penalties are, or whether they should be increased. But I don't think the focus today has been on gun violence by illegal firearms. It's on the risks posed by legal firearms.
Well, with the testimony that many of the members of this panel discussed was gun violence generally. So I'm asking, if we're trying to comprehensively address this, would you or Mr. Kessel or Ms. Jackson, sorry, I don't see your last name on there, or
I can speak.
Would you support increasing those penalties as a comprehensive approach to limit firearm crime?
I understand, gun violence is obviously a multifaceted issue. We have a lot of different areas that need to be tackled. But at this time, and especially with the constraints of this session, we have focused on a certain area of the law that we see a weakness in. And so we'd like to in that.
Well, it's really simple, yes or no. Would you support that? As
I would look into it. I would love to look into it more and have that discussion, for future bills. But we have been working on this legislation for several years now because we believe that this is a part that is fundamental to creating a safer space in Maryland.
I think it's pretty simple. Should we address illegal gun use in crimes? I think it's a pretty simple question.
Illegal gun use should definitely be addressed.
I'm not trying to press. I think it's a pretty simple question. We should.
Delegate Griffin, as a pediatrician, certainly I think we would all support activities against illegal ownership of weapons. I think, as others have indicated, we're talking about elements of gun violence, whether it's unintentional, a child discharging a weapon who thinks it's a toy, or suicide, death by suicide, and frankly, as you're pointing out, homicide, which is criminal behavior. So I think the answer to your question is indeed yes. I wouldn't support illegal use of weapons.
And if I could just, may I quickly jump in, Delegate Griffith? We would definitely be interested in looking into this, but we haven't seen a piece of legislation yet that seems to address this appropriately. Current pieces of legislation mainly focus on felons, mandatory minimums, that kind of a thing. But we would be more than happy to talk about this independently if this is an important issue. We would love to look into it more and work on it.
Again, I'm simply asking, would you generally support legislation?
You've got your answer, Delegate.
Thank you.
Further questions for the panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much. All right, we're going to go to the final two people who are going to testify in favor of the bill. Then we're going to go to those in opposition. Carol Vidal, Linda McKibben. 2 minutes each. Ms. Vidal? Carol Vidal. There you are. Please turn on your microphone, unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, is it my turn? I can.
Yes, 2 minutes, please.
I apologize. Dear Chairman, thank you. Dear Chairman and honorable members of the committee, I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist and assistant professor at Johns Hopkins University.
Ms. Vidal, you need to turn off the YouTube link that is open on your computer. You need to close it.
Okay, hold on.
2 minutes, please.
Sorry. Oh, shit. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, please, for 2 minutes.
Okay. Dear Chairman and honorable members of the committee, I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist and assistant professor at Johns Hopkins University. Although I'm not representing Johns Hopkins, I'm providing testimony as a psychiatrist and speaking on behalf of Maryland Psychiatric Society. As a psychiatrist, I conduct evaluations both in the hospital and outpatient settings on children and adolescents who suffer from acute symptoms of depression, suicidal ideation and attempts, and homicidal ideation. And as part of the interventions, we do thorough assessments, treat the patient's symptoms with therapy and medications, and work on comprehensive safety plans that address trying to limit access to lethal means. We ask the parents to lock away the pills, to put away sharps, and also to lock up the guns, but we can't control what happens in the home, and the work that we do can quickly be undone with an easily accessible gun. I have previously treated an adolescent male who had attempted suicide, and on admission to the hospital, we discussed gun safety with the family. And after seeing him later, he explained that his dad still had unlocked guns with easy access to ammunition and in a storage room with an open door. Adolescents, as has been previously said, are a critical stage of development in which their ability to regulate their behaviors and impulses can be limited simply because their brain is not fully developed until we're in our mid-20s. And this explains why young people are the ones who commit most of the violence and the ones who are victims of violence most frequently across a person's lifespan. And it's reflected in national statistics showing that violent deaths like unintentional injuries, suicide, and homicide are the leading causes of death among youth in the ages between 15 and 24. The majority of guns used by minors in these deaths are acquired from the home or the homes of relatives or friends, and CAP laws have shown to prevent these violent deaths by up to 54%, with the greatest reductions occurring in states that require safety storage of firearms. Given the absence of a federal CAP law, state laws become key in regulating access to guns. I often encounter well-meaning families that believe that educating their children about the risk of guns while keeping guns and safely stored is enough. It is not. All children and adolescents with or without mental health diagnoses are at higher risk, and the many recent suicide, homicide, mass shootings that have taken place across our nation and in Maryland schools are just a new manifestation of a problem of inappropriate storage of guns by the parents.
Dr. Vidal, your time is coming to an end. If you'd please wrap up.
I strongly urge you to support this bill that would save the lives of young people by suicide, homicide, and unintentional injury. And thank you, and I apologize for.
No problem. Thank you very much. Linda McKibben, please, for 2 minutes. Ms. McKibben, you're on mute.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda McKibben. I am a pediatrician licensed and a board certified preventive medicine physician, member of the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, and a former medical officer for the CDC National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, where I worked on family and intimate violence prevention projects. I want to say that I unreservedly support this Jalen's bill to prevent access to lethal firearms by children and youth by fairly and scientifically criminalizing unsafe gun storage. The AAP policy since 2012 supports strengthening a number of different regulations, not just CAP, to prevent firearm deaths and injuries. And peer-reviewed research demonstrates the efficacy of more stringent, not less stringent, state child access prevention laws. During the last session of the General Assembly, I was provided testimony in support of Jalen's law for the benefit of Marylanders to prevent gun violence and the AAP Maryland chapter. But this year, I'm representing my organization, the McKibben Group LLC, which provides technical assistance and project direction to other organizations. And last summer, I directed a project to develop new pediatric tools, a patient educational brochure that includes information about the Maryland CAP law and accompanying training on the use of evidence-based motivational interviewing with the brochure for all parents and caregivers. The Pediatric Child Access Prevention Project brochure is attached. I hope you have had a chance to look at that. We're very proud of the work that we did. My personal vision is that CAP laws do not make pediatricians irrelevant. Rather, we must all contribute and collaborate to overcome political and social determinants of pediatric firearm injuries and deaths, especially the disparate harm done to communities of color and disadvantaged persons during the current pandemic. So you've heard about the different factors in the pandemic, both known and unknown. And I think that those factors are impacting a lot of families and causing even exacerbating the COVID pandemic by producing barriers to immunization for families. So I'm very grateful.
Dr. McKibben?
Yes, hi there.
I have to ask you to wrap up, please.
I am done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I missed a name on the list, and it is John. Mr. King is joining us now, has joined the Zoom. Secretary King, please, for 2 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify. I testify today in my capacity as a former teacher, principal, United States Secretary of Education, Montgomery County Public Schools parent, and board member of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence and Strong Future Maryland. As an educator, I've had the painful and heartbreaking experience of losing students to gun violence, of spending time consoling families and peers of those students as they mourn that loss. We need to do everything possible as a state to try to protect families from that kind of suffering and to try to reduce the likelihood of gun violence. And that's the spirit of today's proposal. I'm grateful to Delegate Stein for his leadership on this issue, and grateful to Ms. Willie for her courage in working to advance this bill. As you heard from Kelsey Rogers at Brady, the research on this is quite clear that strengthening child access prevention laws can make it less likely that a young person will get access accidentally and accidentally discharge a firearm. They make it less likely that a young person will commit suicide with a firearm. It is clear that child access prevention laws can't solve all of the causes of gun violence. There's work that we need to do on issues of violence prevention. There's work that we need to do to ensure access to mental health services and addiction treatment. Work we need to do to address economic opportunity, particularly for those who are at risk of becoming involved in gun violence, those who are incarcerated or formerly incarcerated. But this law, taking this action, will make it safer for our kids and families and reduce the likelihood of these horrific tragedies like what we saw in Great Mills. And for those reasons, I urge a favorable report on HB 200.
Are there questions for the panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much for testifying today. We're going to switch now to the opponents for the legislation. We'll hear to begin Mark Pennack, John Jocelyn, Todd Wyville from the Frederick County Sheriff's Office, DJ Spiker from the NRA, and Mike Doherty from the Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. I see Mr. Jocelyn. Go ahead and begin with Mr. Jocelyn for 2 minutes, please. County Sheriff's Office, DJ Spiker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'd like to open by extending our sincere sympathy and condolences to Miss Willie. Anything we say in testimony should not be construed to mean that we are not sympathetic and caring about her loss. We do share her loss as well. On the matter of this legislation, the crux of the bill revolves around the term could, and much has been done to try and blur the line between would and could. There's only one letter difference, but a world of difference in interpretation. Would is a probability subject to interpretation. Could is an absolute. This bill places an absolute, and therein lies most of the problem with this legislation. It also doesn't consider the fact that we have trained over 200,000 people in the handgun qualification license program. They've been given information that will rapidly become obsolete if this bill is passed. The locks that have been passed out through police agencies with Project Child Safe do not comply with the provisions of this bill. We believe that it's counterproductive to place standards that cannot be met. Implies that people will probably not even try. If you can't meet the standard, what's the point in trying? If it's about safety, we should consider locking up the medicine chest in the bathroom. 1.77 times as many people die of overdoses as die from homicides and firearms accidents combined. This is according to the CDC. This is for Maryland. We're not addressing this because it isn't politically correct for an agenda. We think we need to decide what we're looking at. Are we looking at safety or are we looking at political agendas? I think we've lost sight of where we ought to be. We ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pennack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I join with Mr. Jocelyn in my condolences to the loss. I'm a parent. I can't imagine anything worse than what she's experienced. But I join in Mr. Jocelyn's remarks as well about the unbelievably unknowable breadth of could. That's a violation of the due process clause because it simply does not provide any standards for enforcement. It doesn't let anyone know. I know, for example, that it is possible, could is defined in terms of possibility. It is possible to break into my 2 tons gun safe. And it's possible for a 17-year-old to do so. And I am a criminal the moment this becomes law, because I know that. And I suspect most gun owners know that as well. But let me address quickly the Second Amendment issue. And I wanted to read this to you from the Supreme Court's decision in Heller. It's a quote. The Second Amendment, quote, elevates above all interests the right of the law-abiding responsible citizens to use arms in defense of hearth and home, as page 635. If you enact this legislation, you will thereby be in direct contravention to the holding of the Supreme Court in Heller that struck down the DC statute that required that the firearm be locked up at all times. This statute, this bill, is worse because locking it up won't ban access. It bans any access that could be had by a child under the age of 18. And that's not just a child in your home, that's any child anywhere, because it's not limited to your home. All my children are now well over the age of 18, but it doesn't matter because there's a child someplace, somewhere, that might be able to break into my safe. So if the object of this legislation is to produce a test case in the federal courts about the breadth and scope of the Supreme Court's holding in Heller, I promise you that you will have one, because this is unacceptable to every gun owner, because the moment it becomes law, we're all criminals instantly. I urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Pennack. We'll go now to Sheriff Chuck Jenkins as opposed to Todd Weibel. Sheriff Jenkins.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Listen, if I may, I've got a critical situation I'm dealing with here. Could I speak to 5 gun bills within my allotted 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. So listen, I'm offering testimony in opposition to this bill 200, 175, 638, 669, and 1291, all based on similar principle and reasoning. I missed a lot of the testimony, so that I'm not redundant. I'm sure a lot of points have been made. So I represent tens of thousands of law-abiding, honest gun owners here in Frederick County, a tremendous number that have guns for recreational, competitive shooting sports, or self-protection. So all of these laws that are being heard today are already written and woven into other pieces of law that were previously approved, a lot of them in the, I think it was the Firearms Safety Act of 2013. There already are laws on the book in regard to access to firearms by children, also straw purchases. And I can tell you during my tenure as sheriff, we have never at the local level in this agency ever charged someone with a straw purchase. So I'm going to basically summarize all my objections in these few comments. So back in 2013, if you all recall, the legislature passed this omnibus all-encompassing Firearms Safety Act. Both the Senate and the House passed it basically saying this to all Marylanders. This bill has it all. This is everything we want. This is going to be it. This was the all-encompassing bill that was going to save everything and basically take the guns out of the hands of criminals. It hasn't worked. Okay, that act had everything to do with firearms and ammunition and then some. So a lot of you were on this committee then. I'm sure there are a lot that are still in the legislature now that voted for that bill. So here we are again, and I sincerely mean this. We're proposing more terrible, intrusive gun bills that do nothing but restrict, punish, penalize, burden, and create more fees and expense for the honest, law-abiding gun owner and recreational shooters. These gun owners are not violent, they're not criminals, they don't break our laws, and they are very, very responsible. So like most other bills, they do tend to criminalize the honest person. These laws don't remove one firearm or one bullet from any violent criminal on the street. That's been proven. Maryland already ranks as one of the most stringent states in terms of gun laws, yet violent crimes are increasing. That indicates to me, and it should to you, that more laws are really not effective. The criminals obviously don't abide by the gun laws. So if the purpose here is to prevent gun crime, violent crime, then push for enforcing the laws already in our criminal code. And there's only one approach to this. You as a legislature has to put pressure to bear on federal, state, and local law enforcement to enforce the laws in high crime areas, Baltimore City, PG County, parts of Montgomery County, and others to aggressively go after the criminal element. Yes.
That's your 2 minutes.
Okay. So I'll wrap up real quickly. Put them in jail, keep them in prison, and keep them off the streets. That's the only way to defeat this problem. So I would respectfully, and rightfully ask for this committee to unfavorably forward these laws. Unfavorable ruling.
DJ Spiker.
Good afternoon, Chairman Clippinger and Vice Chair Atterbury. My name is DJ Spiker. I'm the new state director for the National Rifle Association. So I look forward to working with you all, the members of the committee. I represent
done, Robert.
Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, and took over Maryland last spring. So look forward to getting to know you all and working with the committee. I don't wish to belabor Mr. Jocelyn, Mr. Pennick's point. We certainly have concerns about could versus would and the evidentiary standard that rises as a result of the change of that language. As was talked about in the panel of those in favor, we do have concerns about on the hunting exemption. While the attempt for a certificate, the hunter certificate is made by locking up ammunition, it seems to contradict the goal, which is to allow those individuals who have practice safe standards to allow their children to practice hunting with their hunter certificate. Obviously, if you do not have access to ammo, you will not be able to hunt. We see that as an inherent contradiction in the language that appears to be inadvertent, and we hope that will be able to be cleared up. It's also important to note that firearm accidents across the country have fallen to near record lows, while the last 6 years they've fallen down to just 0.08 in 2019 as opposed to 0.91 per capita of 100,000 in 1975. We would urge this committee to unfavorable report and look forward to working with you all in the future. Thanks so much.
Are there questions for this panel? Delegate Rachel Jones.
Thank you. I want to start by asking the bill sponsor if you could clarify the section of the bill that.
I'm sorry, you can't ask questions of the bill sponsor. We're in an unfavorable panel right now. If you'd like to do that, you can contact the bill sponsor separately.
Gotcha. Okay, I will reframe that. Thank you, Chair. There is a section of the bill that reads, and let me pull this up again. I'm sorry, I had it up and lost it. Okay, the section of the bill that reads, this section does not apply if the minor's access to a firearm was obtained as a result of an unlawful entry. Mr. Panak, you mentioned that you mentioned a scenario in which somebody might break into a home, or I'm sorry, break into the safe. A minor might break into the safe. You don't feel that this exception applies to the scenario that you addressed?
Well, it doesn't at all. Now, let me explain why. The statute on its face doesn't, it applies to all children anywhere. And it doesn't matter if they're into your home or not. If a child could, somewhere that child could have access to your firearm. So hypothetical might be if one of my children in college come home and there's an acquaintance which is 17, and they still have kids that are younger than. It doesn't matter if that child could even be in my home, as long as that child could get access to my safe. See, that's the problem with the bill. It is not even limited to the kids in your home or the kids who come into your home. The only exception is for people who intrude into your home. All other children are covered. That's how the bill is written.
Doesn't quite seem to specify that in that one particular section, but I guess my next question would be for Mr. Jocelyn, who made a comment about the storage of firearms. Mr. Jocelyn, do you not believe that law-abiding gun owners, as the sheriff mentioned, would be willing or would have an issue with safely storing their firearms? I just want to clarify, and the committee may get tired of hearing me say this on any firearm related bills, but I am a gun owner, and the sheriff mentioned that most gun owners are honest, law-abiding people, and I consider myself to be one of those people. I don't take issue with this bill having requirements for gun owners to safely store their firearms in a way that prohibits minors from having access. So do you believe that most gun owners would not be able to do that or would take issue with that?
Well, I will speak for myself on this. When I was about 14 years old, I subscribed to a magazine called Boys Life. It was the Boy Scout magazine. And they had ads in the back where you could sell Christmas cards and get prizes. And I really wanted to get a 22 caliber bolt action rifle that they had if you sold 48 boxes of Christmas cards. So I went out and I worked for months and I sold my 48 boxes and my parents signed off on it and I received my rifle. One of the first things I did was I bought a trigger lock for it at that time. Now it was crude, it was before locks became fashionable, but I put it on. I do believe that most gun owners do store their firearms safely. However, under the terms of this bill, there is no way to store that complies with this bill. And therein lies the problem. You can't get around that part. It is what it is. We didn't write it.
I would disagree. I think that there is a way to get around it. I think it's simply saying that you have to keep, the firearm inaccessible to minors. And again, there are exceptions there that I'm satisfied with, but I would like to, hear more perhaps at another time if you wanted to submit additional written testimony as to why you think it would be impossible for gun owners to adhere to this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Cox, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. Wanted to ask you, Mr. Pennick, or any other, Mr. Jocelyn, maybe follow-ups. In that light of what you just heard in terms of making a firearm inaccessible, and then also the testimony of the secretary earlier that he believed that this would make children safer in school, do you believe that under the Maryland Court of Appeals standard under Ashton that this bill will accomplish, first of all, any kind of clarity in the law regarding what inaccessible means, and then secondly, what is your view in terms of the testimony that if there's any ambiguity or concern at home that you should just, under this law, you'd have to remove your firearms and store them off-site? Do you think that that's constitutional?
So Delegate, taking your last question first. No, it's blatantly unconstitutional. You cannot force a law-abiding citizen to remove his firearms from the home. And if this bill is construed to require that, then this bill is blatantly unconstitutional. As to the first question, this is a matter of due process clause. And I wanted to quote to you, it's in my written testimony, but it's worth emphasizing. The Maryland Court of Appeals has said that the General Assembly has, quote, an obligation to establish adequate guidelines for enforcement of the law. Now, the Supreme Court has held over and over and over again that a vague law is not constitutional. Now, I will sit here before you and I will tell you, I have no idea, for example, how a firearm could be made inoperable to a 17-year-old, but operable to an 18-year-old. I know of no such storage. I have no idea how I can store a firearm so as to make it impossible for a person under the age of 18 to have access. Because could is a dictionary definition, and that's what the courts use. Could means possible. So I don't know if there's a way for me to make it impossible for a 17-year-old have access to my firearms. It is simply an impossible task.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you all very much. I'm going to hear from one person who signed up as favorable with amendments. We'll also hear from further people testifying in opposition. David Bishop, Katie Novotny, Daryl Hodge, Niraj Gandatra, Mark Harbin, Daniel Carlin Weber, William Turner, and Paul Contrino. All right, the first that I see is Katie Novotny. We'll hear from, well, actually, is David Bishop on here? Mr. Bishop? All right, yes, that's fine. Mr. Bishop, now for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, honorable delegates. Thank you, Delegate Stein, for inviting me to testify today. My testimony is favorable with amendments. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of myself as a firearms owner, a handgun wearing carry permit holder, a hunter, Marine Corps veteran, and most importantly, as a father. As a strong Second Amendment supporter, I can confidently stand behind the concept of this bill. I strongly believe that many of our Maryland firearms laws are burdensome and an infringement to purchasing and owning a firearm, while registrations also go against our Fourth Amendment rights. However, I also believe gun owners are responsible for maintaining reasonable control of their weapons at all times, just as any military or militia member is expected to do. Make no mistake, per Maryland Title 13, most of us here are militia members. This includes keeping them out of the hands of unsupervised children or even violent offenders. While I support the bulk of this bill, I believe many more people like me can support this bill with one or two minor changes. Almost every point I have heard in regard to this bill, including our testimonies here today, revolve around judicial reach under Section C1 of the bill. Adjust this language properly, and most objections on this bill will go away. Gun rights advocates do not seem to be concerned with the intent of the legislature on this bill. We can clearly hear your intent and the intent of those who have been sadly affected here today. What we are concerned about is the executive action against gun owners and judicial interpretation of the law once it's been passed. Anytime we pass our law, our biggest question is how can it be abused by the executive branch of the government, which we're supposed to specifically limit under the Maryland Declaration of Rights. This is the problem in Section C1 of the proposed bill. When we set language in a law to require the burden of impossibility for an owner, it ties that to an unobtainable action, thereby making the right itself unobtainable. Owners, like government agencies, cannot safeguard against every possible scenario. Our rights should not be put to the question of being misconstrued by the executive branch. We should use the reasonable person language, as earlier suggested in paragraph C1, or similar language to what I submitted as a suggestion in my written testimony. Delegate Grammer brought to the attention my second concern about a warrant or probable cause being assessed based on a neighbor seeing a gun in the house or something along those lines. C1 probably needs to be only a secondary offense, does not allow probable cause or even reasonable suspicion for enforcement in this section. I strongly agree with the Vice Chair's earlier point on increasing education on gun safety and security. This is a must in every state, and I would be glad to be a part of that effort.
Mr. Bishop, if you would please begin to wrap up. Yes.
We need to protect our families from harm. Proper storage and security is vital to that safety, but we cannot allow our basic human rights to be dependent on the impossibility of harm. If that were the case, we would have no rights at all. Because with that in mind, I can support a favorable reading with amendments. Thank you for so much.
Thank you. Katie Novotny now for 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Katie Novotny, members of House Judiciary. Thank you for having us. So as has been mentioned before, we have a big problem with changing the word would to the word could. There was testimony earlier for proponents of the bill that kept using the word reasonable. The word reasonable is not in this bill. So, implying that there's some, prosecutorial discretion or anything like that of what's reasonable, it's just not in this bill. If that's what you intend, please change it to that. So going into some of the requirements, this bill requires even an unloaded firearm to be inaccessible. An unloaded firearm is no danger. It's no more dangerous than a crab mallet or a hammer or any number of other items that are not restricted. And there's a number of things. Project Child Safe, they give out free cable locks. These can be gotten at any police department. They have a website, it's in my testimony, and they render a firearm inoperable. However, there's still access to the unloaded firearm, which violates this bill. There's a lot of people out here who, own a firearm. They just can't afford a safe that's going to offer the level of protection required by this bill. Also, when you buy a handgun in the state of Maryland, there's a list of locks that are approved that when you purchase this handgun that you have to take it out of the firearm store that you purchase it at. Again, none of these locks are adequate either to meet the standards of this bill. And I think that's, pretty dishonest. We have this requirement that now directly opposes what this bill requires. So we have a kind of a, one bill says one thing, one law says the other thing. And I think that's just very dishonest. So I request a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daryl Hodge, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Daryl Hodge. I'm a resident of Arnold, Maryland, where I'm ably represented by Delegate Malone. I too object to the possibility that we're now allowing 17-year-olds who could gain access, because they could gain access, I would become a criminal if this bill were passed. I store my gun in a 750-pound, $2,000 safe. But because a 17-year-old legally in my house could gain access to it using the proper tools, I would become a criminal when this bill were passed. I store my ammunition separately. I lock it up. But because a 17-year-old could gain access to it under this bill, I would become a criminal when this bill were passed. Also, I just want to correct some misstatements that were made earlier, where we talked about gun violence, and obviously gun violence against youth or by youth is a tragedy. It is not a leading cause of death among youth. It ranks well behind things like car accidents, drownings, etc., especially once you take out things like gang violence. Really urge an unfavorable report on this bill because it would make me a criminal the day it were passed. It would make Delegate Jones a criminal the day it were passed because a 17-year-old could gain access to your gun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to Niraj Gandotra, please, for 2 minutes. Is he there? Mr. Gandotra? All right, we're going to keep going. Mark Harbin?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. Again, I'll say my name is Mark Harbin. I'm a Pasadena, Maryland resident and a staunch Second Amendment supporter. My concerns is simply with wording. As a citizen, I can't trust that future interpretation of the words won't be relevant. And I'm someone who takes explicit measures, including wireless security, to keep an eye on the front of both safes, and no grandchild or any of the children underage even know where those safes are. And yet, by this wording, I could be subject to criminal prosecution, even given the safe, even given wireless security with movement sensors on the front of the safe doors. Wording could be misconstrued. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Daniel Carlin Weber now, please, for 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing my testimony. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I am a Maryland State Police qualified handgun instructor, and I regularly teach the Maryland Handgun Qualification License course. And in that course is, I have to mention Maryland Criminal Code 4-104, which has the current storage requirements that we have now. I tell my students that their storage solution should be adequate given their personal living situation. If they have kids, that's going to require them, responsibly to store their firearms in a certain way. If they don't have kids, well, generally, depending on what's going on in their home, their firearm storage should be adequate given their needs. But all of them have a right to ready access to a firearm should they need it to defend themselves. There's been a lot of discussion about downplaying that this is a small ask of gun owners that they lock up their firearms. I will tell you, I have taught students from all walks of life over the past 5 years as I've been an instructor. And not everyone has the same budget. Some people scrape by just to afford one gun, their first gun. That's the first time I became a gun owner. That was a tall financial ask. Demanding that they also spend an indiscriminate amount of money on a storage solution that they don't know would actually comply with the law, that's not the sort of fear and uncertainty and doubt that you should want to put in a person who is exercising a right. But
Mr. Carlin Weber,
does.
I need you to begin to wrap up, please.
Oh, yes, very sorry. So all that said, I do urge you to consider the financial burden that you're placing on gun owners in this, and I urge you to have an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Committee, just so you're aware, the chair is going to move to Delegate Moon here for a moment. I need to step away again along with the vice chair here for a moment. And the next person to testify is going to be William Turner. And then Delegate Moon will call the next group to testify. All right. So with that, William Turner, please. There he is. Go ahead.
There I am. Yeah. Hi, my name is William Turner. I live at 5831 Ross Neck Road, Cambridge, Maryland.
I'm opposed to this bill mainly it's been said, due to the wording could have known, and also due to the ramifications for youth hunting and youth shooting sports in Maryland, primarily due to the some of the ammo wording in the bill. I'm a father of 4. 2 of my sons have grown, but they both hunted on our property without direct supervision before they were 18. I have a 14-year-old son, an 11-year-old daughter who hunt with me currently, but they will be affected by this bill. They all passed their hunter education. They all took it probably 8, 10 years of old. They all have spent many hours with me in the range, many hours in the field before they hunted. For any of them hunted solo. I too hunted at a very early age, as well as many others in the state. Not everyone lives in a suburb or in the city. For many of us, a gun is a tool, much like a hammer, a shovel, your smartphone, your smartwatch. Wording of these laws can make everyday citizens a criminal, and we already have gun storage laws on the books. That's it. I request an unfavorable ruling. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We are going to call the next few sets of people up. Paul Contrino, you're going to go first. Nicholas Datello, Margaret Schmidt, DJ Spiker, Brent Amspaugh, and George Marshall. And Paul Contrino, whenever you're in, just unmute yourself and you can go. Everyone else, please mute yourself.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a question before that panel comes in?
Yes, sorry, questions of this panel.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Ms. Novotny. You mentioned that reasonable was not in the bill, reasonably is in the bill, and wanted to ask you with respect to judges looking at legislative intent and all the conversation that has been around would, could, or should, do you think they're going to ignore the conversations that we are having with respect to our legislative intent with these types of cases?
I don't think, I'm not a lawyer, so sorry, I'm not going to be as eloquent as someone else might be, but personally, I don't think there should be a question of that. I think it should be very clear what the intent is without having to guess. And I think that leaves it very open to different people getting different outcomes based on where they live, what kind of lawyer they can afford. I just think that leaves it way too open to interpretation. And as we've seen with a lot of the discussions this year, that often leads to unequal outcomes. And I just don't think that that's right at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Delegate Eric Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to touch on that because that piqued my interest. So, Ms. Novotny, good to see you again, by the way. She's my constituent. So what your concern is that people that are already more likely to have interaction with law enforcement are probably the only people that are going to end up getting prosecuted for that. And so it's going to have disparate outcomes. Is that what your concern is with the way it's written?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a concern. I mean, there's clear proof that depending on where you live, I live in Harford County. I live on a 250-acre property. I'm not likely to be impacted by this bill. However, Danny Carlin Weber, he's a handgun instructor. He's testified, he's taught people from all over the state, all kinds of different backgrounds. He's probably had students that, have had negative experiences with police officers. I'm very lucky where I live that it's just not really a problem here. But, some of the testimony I've seen in this committee on some of these other bills has really opened my eyes to some of the issues with, unequal application of laws across the state and, nationally across this country. So I think it's a big concern. And I think if this can be clarified that, it's not open to interpretation, I think that would make a better law. It would be more equally applied, hopefully. And people are going to understand it better, and it's going to be more clear what exactly the standard is. And in my opinion, the big stickler you're going to hear over and over and over again is this word would versus could. And I think that would be a fairly simple solution to at least improve this, because as gun owners, I have my firearms locked up. I don't have children, but we don't want them to go into the wrong hands. So it's not opposing this because we just have guns laying around loaded everywhere. I don't have a gun sitting next to me here on the computer right now. It's just not that way, but we want to know that we're complying with the law, and that if something were to happen, that we're not going to be jammed up thinking we were complying and turns out we weren't.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I can definitely see now, once you mentioned that, how this bill would be like a lot of the other bills that we've been trying to avoid, which is passing laws that are only going to be enforced if people are already in the crosshairs of, the police investigations, not regular people. So that is a concern that we address every day in this committee. So thanks for making that point. I appreciate it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, next we're gonna have Nicholas DiTello. Feel free to speak when you're ready. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you all. My name is Nick. I'm a card-carrying Eagle Scout. I am a career software developer. I just wanted to address that this bill is poorly worded. It could be up to interpretation by law enforcement. I agree with the sentiment that we are possibly already giving law enforcement too much power, too many responsibilities, as established by peaceful protesters all last year. How would law enforcement even enforce such a law any time before or during a minor illegally gaining access to a firearm? At what point, clearly defined point, does a gun owner know a minor could or could not gain access? Am I safe from this bill, considering I don't have any children? Is there a specific amount of money that I need to spend on a safe? 200, 2,000, 20,000? Does it make? Does the safe need to have certain requirements? It's not very clear what level of protection that the safe must have, or if a safe is even needed from this bill. It just seems that my fear is that the law will require excessive safety features that would be just out of reach to most gun owners, because it's not very clear. And as has been pointed out several times, gun ownership continues to go up. Think about your constituents. These laws will add additional barriers to entry. It's not like this bill would provide a relief fund for $2,000 safes. It instead puts the onus on gun owners. Without any transparency into how this law will be enforced, people who are poor, disadvantaged, often minorities, could not possibly afford adequate protection of their firearms against all minors who could gain access. Senators, believe me, I do have sympathy for Mrs. Willie. However, this bill does not seem to offer a clear solution to a specific problem that would prevent. The language of the bill is arbitrary.
Sorry, your time's up. You can finish your thought.
Last sentence, the language of the bill is arbitrary, would not be fairly or equally enforced, and ultimately myself and many Marylanders will simply not be able to obey this bill. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
All right, why don't we get a few more people up, and we can direct questions to specifics after that. I don't see a Margaret Schmidt in the waiting room. Let's see who is here. Do we have, I don't see a DJ Spiker. Brett Almsbaugh might be next.
I'm here.
All right, go ahead and start when you're ready, and I will keep a clock. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for having me. Like everybody else, I'm one of those that's opposing the bill due to the difference between would and could. In my situation, I'm a Navy veteran. I'm a lifelong firearms owner. I have 3 children. I have 3 daughters, 16 and under. The last thing I want to have happen to any of them is for them or their friends to get access to my firearms, hurt each other, or hurt themselves. That's not the issue here. The issue is the wording. The issue is the overzealous nature of prosecutors and police when they might have something like this come across their desk. I like everyone else has suggested, if we change the wording to would in the bill, I think you're going to have a lot less opposition. Thank you.
Thanks. And I see George Marshall is also here with us. George, if you want to unmute yourself when you're ready.
Yes, good afternoon, committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. I'll keep this pretty brief because a lot of things have already been covered. And as Sheriff Jenkins said earlier, I was going to speak on Bill 200, 638, 175, and 1291, and I can sort of wrap it all up together. I've been a gun owner most of my life. I'm retired at this point. I have no minors in my home. I try to make sure I follow all the laws, but if the laws keep changing, I cannot conform to them. I make sure my things are safe. As far as the other items, I go down through how things should be built. If I build a firearm, whatever I do, I try to do legally. But we cannot keep up with things as they constantly change, especially if it's vague. I have no minors here, but if I have a firearm that a minor can get to, I'm not in compliance with the law. So at this point, I'll ask please for unfavorable on this and the other laws, because we have enough laws. Now we just need those laws to be enforced. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We got a couple more on this panel. I think I saw Wendy Hannon is here. Yeah, Wendy, if you want to unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Delegate Moon and the other delegates. I'm Dr. Wendy Hannon from Baltimore City, nurse practitioner and owner of Trinity Training and Safety. I'm also a leader in a national organization to educate women about firearms for sport or defense, including the proper storage. And I oppose this bill. House Bill 200 is flawed with unclear language and the potential to criminalize storage of an unloaded gun. Of course, an unloaded gun by itself can't harm a person without ammunition. But we had an occasion years ago when my husband's lawyer friend stopped by unannounced with his kids, and they went racing up the stairs to our bedroom like a herd of buffalo. And I exclaimed to the guy, "There's a gun up there." I would have been in violation of the law by having an unloaded gun available to a minor. Also, storage requirements of the bill can inhibit the ability of a homeowner to store a firearm that's operable for the purposes of immediate self-defense. Many homes have hidden magnetically operated cabinets or safes where a loaded firearm is secure and can be accessed for home defense. I keep a loaded firearm in a safe, but what if some crafty minor is able to locate the combination or open the lock? I'd be guilty of a crime. As Delegate Arkin mentioned, most locks can be breached. There's YouTube videos all over the place that give step-by-step instructions. So the bill also includes the exemption for firearms left or stored unloaded and rendered inoperable to anyone other than an adult, but nobody really understands what this language means, at least I don't. Lastly, this bill would change the focus of the existing law, which already makes it illegal to leave a loaded firearm where an unsupervised child would gain access to it, and changes it to a ban on loaded and unloaded guns. So thank you for hearing my testimony.
All right. I don't think we have Mike Doherty with us, so I believe our final witness on this panel is Chris Peabody. Chris, if you want to unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, committee. Thank you for the time to speak with you today. My name is Chris Peabody. I live in St. Mary's County. That is the home of Great Mills High School. And yes, my family did know Jalen. My kids were on the same swim team with Jalen, well, competing swim teams with Jalen. So this Jalen's Law I've been very interested in. I'm here today to speak in opposition to this bill. When this happened, as a gun owner, I looked pretty closely at what the law was, and I did as much research as I could as to how that young man was able to get the gun. and how this crime was able to happen, and this murder and then the subsequent suicide were able to happen. So when I look at this bill, why can't we just raise the age to 18? Why did all this other stuff have to go in the bill? I think we had a pretty strong bill to begin with. I think the biggest complaint was this young man was in that it was between 16 and 18, so he didn't fall under the current law. But instead, what we got was a whole bunch of other stuff thrown in here to make it harder for people to safely own guns. So today, if my 17-year-old daughter was home alone in the rural area, I live in St. Mary's County, I don't think I could if I wasn't here, I don't think she would be able to have access to a gun to defend herself in her home. I'm not seeing that in the law. It's not clear to me in this bill. So why we increased the penalties, I don't understand, because nobody who advocated for the bill today talked about the use of this current existing law in Maryland, how many times it's been used and with what success. There was a great deal of blending of statistics about murder and suicide across the nation. There was a talk about states that had had safe gun laws put in effect. They had reduced gun violence. That didn't say it was reduced for child safety for any of these. It just talked about overall reduced gun violence, which has been the trend in a lot of states to date anyhow. What the legislature needs to do is, if you want more safe storage, how about,
thank you.
Okay, how about give us money to buy safe storage? How about let's put some suicide training out there and counseling for our youth? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we got a couple questions, and please choose someone that you're directing your question to. I believe we've got Delegate McComas first.
Thank you. Thank you. Should I call you Chairman Moon?
Please don't.
Well, you know, you got promoted. This is for Mr. Marshall. And I'm basically, I did not catch where you live. Just, you know, if it's what county?
Yes, I'm in Prince George's County, Maryland.
Okay. All right. So basically, you know, I guess Prince George's has a lot of minorities in the county, and I'm sure you've got. I was hoping you'd say Baltimore City, but we'll go with. I'm sure you have friends in Baltimore City. Is that?
Yes, I do. That's
okay. Well, what I'm kind of curious about is that it seems like the folks in Baltimore City have a harder time to protect themselves because there's no gun ranges in Baltimore City, I've heard, and that now if this bill gets, I mean, you make a great point about we keep changing the bills and it's hard to keep up with stuff. I even have hard trouble keeping up with stuff. But I guess what I'm concerned about is we are basically eliminating folks that are working class or lower class and Black and brown folks from, you know, that are in those classes to be able to own a gun for self-protection. And my concern is, and I'm just kind of curious as what your thoughts are, I'm concerned that we're basically, they have no Second Amendment rights because they can't do all the things to be able to get the right to have a weapon to take care of themselves. And now with this storage bill, they're going to have to store anything.
Isn't that so?
Well, no, I want Mr. Marshall to tell me what if I'm right or if I'm just off my rocker.
No, I think you're very true on what you're saying, because people, I know some of my friends have done all they can to be in compliance with what's there. Now we put an additional burden on them. Either they're not going to be able to own, or else they're going to be out of compliance. And I think it was, maybe it was Delegate Grammer earlier saying that, how do you know they get put in the situation to where someone says, okay, this person, I know this person has a gun. So now the police can come in there. They can't afford to make all these different changes, although they've tried to be a good upstanding citizen up to this point. And a lot of these laws are not affecting the people who are actually committing the crimes. They're affecting people who can't afford to protect themselves anymore because of the laws.
And I guess since you know folks that live in the city are, in other words, from what I hear, there's like 500 less police in Baltimore City than they used to have. In other words, they're just not being able to get the necessary police officers.
Well, we don't even have to go to Baltimore. You can go right here in Prince George's County. You have areas to whereas people don't have.
All right, I think we're off the bill. I think we should move on. Sorry, Delegate McComas. Delegate Jones, you've got a question next, I believe.
Thank you. So this question really can go to any of the panelists. There's been a lot of talk about how unclear this language is in the bill. Can any one of you tell me where in the bill it says that the gun has to be stored in a safe or a lockbox? Because, you know, many of you have mentioned, you know, the storage issues, and I just would like to know.
Can we actually direct that to a specific individual?
Sure. Well, Mr. Amsbaugh had his hand up, so why don't we go ahead and direct that to you?
Thank you, Delegate Jones. So nowhere in the bill that I read did it specifically say safe. It's all about storing it in such a manner that a child could not gain access to it. It doesn't say safe. It doesn't say biometric. It doesn't say lock. That's the problem with this bill. It is too ambiguous. It doesn't say I have to store it. And I look at this as, if I want to stay out of prison as a gun owner, and if I want to keep my kids safe as a gun owner, what are my operating parameters? This bill doesn't address that. It is too ambiguous. And if people were to be left to their own devices to figure out how to do it, that's where that expenditure comes in. So if I need to protect myself from going to prison, and I need to protect my kids, I need to protect their friends, and I need to protect anybody they may come in contact with who may eventually gain access to my house and could get into it, do I need to get a small storage locker from Dick's for like $120? Do I need to get a manual combination safe that will store about 10 of my guns for about $500? Do I need to get one with an electronic lock or biometrics for about $1,000? Do I need to get a really big, really heavy one with a steel reinforcement that they can't get into that can run thousands of dollars? There is no clear guideline in this bill as to what the definition of safe storage of a firearm is. And that's my concern.
Okay. Someone else mentioned, and I'm sorry that I cannot remember at this point who said it, but someone else mentioned that on the reverse, that's an issue, right? That they can do everything they can to properly store it in an expensive safe and still feel like they're not in compliance with this law. So you're saying that if this bill were amended to specify which type of safe, that would be more to your satisfaction. But then there's someone else who will say that, and it may have been Dr. Hannon, I'm not sure, that this causes an expense to people who may not have otherwise planned on spending that much money on securing a gun. Go ahead.
I understand where you're coming from. I don't think the legislation should include specific wording as to what type of safe, because then you run into making me pay for something specific.
I agree.
The language has to be cleared up with clear guidelines as to what justifies safe storage from a child who could gain access to it. And the problem is, the way it's written, I cannot satisfy the requirements of safe storage with this bill because there's no definition.
Go ahead.
No, after you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, there was a pause. I thought you were finished. So you're saying that without some sort of clearer language about storage, you are unsure as a gun owner of how to safely store your gun so that minors cannot access it.
There's the legal requirement, and then there's the how would I do it? Okay, the practical application is I know exactly how to store my firearms to keep my kids away from it. Okay, that's not an issue. I know what to do. The problem with this bill is running afoul of the law because the definition is not existent in this bill, because the structure of the bill and the wording of the bill. Removal of the word could and some clearer definition as to what justifies or what counts as safe storage. Because my concern is, one, I don't want my kids getting access or anybody else's kids getting access to my guns or my ammunition, and I don't want to go to prison. I kind of like my freedom. Part of the reason why we have guns. I don't want to run afoul of the law. As it's written right now, I can't comply with this law.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. I think Delegate Erican is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Delegate, I see what Delegate Jones was saying about the two differentiating points of view, where some people are saying they don't want it to be too prescriptive because then it's going to like be too expensive.
Remember to ask a question to someone in specific.
Oh yes, okay, I'll pick one person to respond. Okay, but then on the other side of it, we're dealing with because the way that's worded, it's so broad that no one feels like they could comply with it. So it is a conundrum, but it could completely be solved if we changed the wording would and could. So I mean that the whole problem pretty much disappears. But my question is for the doctor. So you brought up something really interesting, and I wonder, you mentioned your friend came to your home and then their children ran up to your room. I wonder how that would play out in court. I mean, at the time, what did you think? Did you think like you're going to end up, getting in trouble because you didn't store your gun in a manner that was sort of conducive to having children running about in your home, and you didn't invite them in, but also per this law, they didn't break in. So what are your thoughts? I mean, what went through your head when that happened?
It was a scary scenario. And, fortunately, I don't need like loaded guns laying around, but under this law, it was unloaded and still, a problem. And once this, if this law does pass, it would make me in violation, especially, and I'm kind of laughing because our friend, was a lawyer. But also to address Delegate Jones's comment about the safe, it's again that could where in a court of law, if I have my key and lock safe key where I think it's hidden, but they're like, oh, well, you had it here and you should have known someone might find that key. Or, you have a combination somewhere, whether you email it to your mom when you go out of town or whatever, it's somewhere. So a court of law could be like, didn't you think your kids could get into your email?
Right. I found out when I got my daughter a cell phone, which don't knock me, she's 14 and we waited a long time, that it automatically like signed her on to my own email account. So she was getting my email alerts and I didn't realize it for weeks until she complained and was like, I really wish that you would stop with the notifications for your emails on my phone. I mean, so am I a criminal, right? If I've emailed myself my passcode or I've emailed it to my husband, now my daughter's getting them accidentally. I don't know how technology works. I'm not that great. Didn't even realize that could happen. Yeah, I don't know. It's scary. And I think that's what all the testifiers today are worried about in opposition, are that they don't mean to, but they could be a criminal.
All right,
Thanks,
thank you.
Mr. Chair. You're doing so
Delegate
great.
Grammer.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I have a question for Mr. Amsball, and I'd like to start with an analogy just to make sure I understand what your problem with the law is. In Maryland, a young girl got prosecuted for child pornography. What she had done, the action she had taken, was that she had filmed herself performing a sexual act on her cell phone, and she sent it to some of her friends.
Is this on the bill?
Yes, it's on the bill, Mr. Chair. Eventually, the issue went to a prosecutor who prosecuted her for the criminal charge of child pornography. And I talked to some prosecutors around the state, and the majority of them said, there's no way I would have ever prosecuted that case. Mm-hmm. But she was prosecuted. And the problem with that law is that when the law was written, it didn't account for the eventual scenario where cell phones would be created and someone is going to record themselves performing an act and they're going to send it around. So therefore, she was prosecuted. And ultimately, I guess the long story short, the law was so broad and we needed to actually come back and fix that law because that one case, a child, a young girl was prosecuted when she shouldn't be. And my understanding that your problem with this bill is that it creates such a broad scenario where, frankly, it's not only the case where one person could be prosecuted, but I mean, you could literally put anybody in this scenario, and the could, as well as a couple other scenarios, I mean, anybody could be prosecuted under this scenario. Is that generally what you're getting at?
That is the gist of the concern. None of us here are saying that we want our kids to have access to all our guns. That's not even on the table. My concern is living in a state that is not generally favorable to the Second Amendment. So we already have district attorneys and prosecutors that are lined up to prosecute gun cases, and not having a state that has a good track record with prosecuting Second Amendment cases.
Prosecuting anything.
I'm not going there. I'm keeping it very focused on the fact that a lot of the legislators and a lot of the prosecutors don't have experience with firearms. They haven't been lifelong gun owners. They don't think through how things can be applied that can be construed in such a way that they will end up in prison.
Right. And that's what we've been told over the last year, the Black Lives Matter thing. People are talking about over prosecution, and it's not an ideological thing. I think it's a question of how should we execute our criminal law to make sure that innocent people don't get wrapped up in these situations.
And that's the point that we are trying to make, is that I want to make sure that I don't run afoul of a law, and the way this is written, I do not feel that I can comply.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Delegate Bartlett is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is for Mr. Peabody. Mr. Peabody, I'm so sorry that you have a family member a child who was at Great Mills High School, right?
No, my children went to the other high school, but we were on the same swim club.
Swim club. That's what it was. It was a swim club. Let me ask you, is it harder to lock up a firearm than it is to overcome the long-lasting damages of mental health from a shooting of a classmate? Which one would you think is harder?
I don't think you ever get over it, right? I think with time, it heals to some extent, or you cope to some extent. I don't see it as a case of which one's harder and which one's easier. They're both, unfortunately, a fact of life in this country. We have evil in this world. We have people who are going to commit atrocities. So I can't really answer that question, because to me it's not one's harder than the other.
It's not apples and oranges. No, it's not. You're right. It's not apples and oranges, and it is difficult to be a parent. You do the best you can, and that's what the court is going to look at. The court is going to look at individuals who do the best they can, and that's the goal. That's the purpose of this bill. And we've got plenty of legislative intent and plenty of letters from the AG's office explaining that. Thank you, Mr. Peabody. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Delegate Griffith. I think this is probably the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and excited to be able to say that for a moment. This question is also for Mr. Peabody. And again, I'm very sorry this tragedy hit so close to home. And it's obviously very difficult for you and your family to deal with. And, we're all experiencing a number of tragedies every day, but are you, facing the tragedy, is that worth, at the same time, doubling down on that tragedy and passing a piece of legislation that will in a moment turn you into a criminal?
That's really why I signed up and took time off work today to come and speak against this bill, because I don't think that anybody intends to make people criminals out of this, but the way it's written, it sets people like myself and many others, right? 40% increase or whatever in new gun owners in Maryland. It sets us all up to become criminals without criminal intent on our part. And, you know, when it comes down to it, it's going to be up to the state's attorney in your jurisdiction to make that decision whether or not to prosecute you. So I don't like those odds, to be honest with you. I'm testifying because I see that we're having the potential to make it worse. Nothing's going to bring Jalen back. Nothing's going to bring back the young man who committed suicide after he murdered her. His family will continue to suffer. The other young man who was struck by gunfire is going to go through his whole life with that injury. This bill is not going to even really prevent those things. We need to be working on mental health issues here. I have 4 young, now some are adult children, right? I will tell you that suicide is not very far away from any of us, myself included. All 6 people in my house, in my family, could decide suicide at a moment's notice. So we really need to be focused on mental health, not on trying to make criminals out of people who did not wake up that morning with criminal intent. And that's, you know, with this bill, it just started raising up the criminal intent. That shouldn't have been in the bill at all, right? It doesn't make anything safer. It just puts fear in people.
So Mr. Peabody, do you feel that you're already dealing with a great deal of mental anguish from this tragedy hitting close to home, and I'm sure other people in the community. Do you feel that instantly criminalizing, law-abiding citizens in one stroke of a pen would add to that mental anguish you're experiencing right now?
It certainly would. Just the threat of having a vague law that I could get caught up in when I'm just trying to defend my family and it's not just me. My children will grow up and be gun owners, and then now they have this hanging over their heads. So now I have to worry about them. And I think maybe for some the intent is, well, we'll just scare people out of owning guns and then we'll get rid of them. I'm a veteran of Iraq. I'm not going to be scared away from owning my guns, and I hope I can instill my children to be safe gun owners. I think I already have, but you got to look at what the intent of this is. And when you really boil it down, it looks like the intent is not to prevent this one-off tragedy that happened at Great Mills High School. It looks like the intent is to scare people from owning guns.
Well, thank you, Mr. Peabody, and my deepest sympathies.
All right, thank you, folks. I believe that is the end of the testimony today on House Bill 200. We are going to go now to House Bill 638, Delegate Lopez. There is a sponsor panel with this one. Sam Levy, John Herzog, Clinton Walcott, Karen Herron, Andrew Seabrook, and David DiPuccino. There will be 3 minutes for Delegate Lopez, 2 for the rest. And Delegate Lopez, why don't you get rolling when you are ready? Oh, and after this, folks, so to be clear, we have 38 witnesses signed up on this one, and there's going to be a 1-hour intermission as soon as the hearing on this bill concludes, to give people an opportunity to grab dinner or whatever. Okay. All right. So with that, Delegate Lopez.
Thank you, Chair Moon, and good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Leslie Lopez, here to ask for your support for HB 638. This bill aims to address the increase in violence associated with ghost guns, which are unserialized firearms that are not made by a licensed gun maker. This bill does 3 things. 1, it requires manufacturers to serialize unfinished receivers. 2, it requires a handgun qualification license for the sale of an unfinished receiver. And 3, it provides a framework for hobbyists to continue making their own firearms, which is a tradition many in this state are proud of. Under this bill, every gun will be required to be uniformly serialized by federal standards, which allows police better tools for tracking. Under this bill, anyone who purchases a receiver will be treated to the same standard of background check and application. So here is the receiver for an AR-15, and this was purchased online with just credit card information. And you will hear the Baltimore Police Department to tell you that this exact receiver, it's a polymer 80, has been linked to 15 homicides and other violent crimes in the city. If you can see, there's like 3 little perforations here. If these 3 holes were drilled in along with this part here, right, this cavity were milled out, this receiver would be considered finished, and it would be a firearm in the eyes of the federal government. If you were to purchase this very item with the 3 holes drilled in and this part there missing, it would require a background check. So this is the loophole that we're trying to close. And I had every intention of finishing this and making it into an AR-15 to show the committee what the process was like. But everywhere I looked to buy the additional parts, they were just sold out. So the demand for these kits are very high, and for the receivers as well. It's important to note that this bill is the result of several years of collaborative work with advocacy groups, law enforcement, and hobbyists. To be clear, this bill is not a ban. It does not require anything unusual outside of the normal conventions for gun manufacturers, dealers, and owners. In fact, it is an effort to make rules around production and sales more consistent. Opponents will say that criminals don't make their own guns. Well, individual criminals might not, but there is a market for those who traffic these guns specifically to prohibited people. That's who we're trying to go after, criminals selling to prohibited people. You'll hear testimony about how Baltimore police have seen a 400% increase in the number of ghost guns seized in the past year. In Prince George's County, it's a 600% increase. Opponents will also say that making your own weapons is expensive and time-consuming, which is true for the first time you try to do it. You do have to buy special equipment, but those types of tools are readily available at Home Depot. And if you are making guns, many guns, and selling them to prohibited people who are willing to pay a higher price, the margins are substantial. This bill aims to close this very lucrative loophole and ensure prohibited people do not have access to guns. Thank you, and I urge a favorable report.
All right, so we're just going to roll through the sponsor panel here. Let's start with Sam Levy, and you've got 2 minutes on the clock. Please unmute yourself and start when you're ready, and we'll hold questions till this full set of panelists presents.
Thank you, Delegate Moon. Good to see you all again. My name is Samuel Levy. I'm Senior Counsel at Everytown for Gun Safety, and I'm here to urge a favorable report on this ghost gun legislation. Put briefly, ghost guns are the fastest growing gun safety problem in our nation. They are a loophole that exists due to federal law that is designed to subvert gun laws in our country and the state laws in Maryland, and they are increasingly turning up at crime scenes, and it's no wonder why. These guns exist and are being exploited by those who want to avoid background checks, people who cannot legally possess firearms, and they are meant to stymie law enforcement investigations of those firearms when they're used to commit crime. This issue is not a hobbyist issue. It's not the sole provenance of hobbyists, people who want to build their own guns. We have no issue with them. We have issue with an avenue that allows prohibited people who are prohibited by your state laws and federal law from having guns to access guns that are untraceable, that are trafficked, that are turning up increasingly, as you'll hear, at crime scenes, and are driving gun violence in Maryland and across the country. It's a very common sense bill, as the delegate showed. The gap in law that exists makes a meaningless distinction between two pieces that are clearly meant to be used to produce working firearms, handguns, rifles, and shotguns. The goal of this bill and the goal of our organization is to make sure that all those things are treated equally, and that's exactly what this bill would do. It would ensure a background check on all of these items. It would ensure that they bear a serial number that is issued by a federally licensed manufacturer or retailer, and that can be traced in the event these guns are used to commit a crime, something that simply is not present in the current marketplace. With that, I think I'm just at my time. Thank you, Delegate.
Great. Let's go to John Herzog next.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you for allowing me to testify in support of HB 638. I'm Lieutenant Colonel John Herzog, and I'm the Deputy Chief of the Baltimore Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division. Privately made firearms, untraceable firearms, or ghost guns, are, as they are commonly referred to, are an increasing threat to public safety and to Baltimore City. Quite frankly, our data is showing that they are falling into the hands of criminals. Baltimore City has seen an increase in these types of firearms in recent years. In 2019, we recovered 29 privately made firearms. In 2020, we recovered 126. That's a pretty dramatic increase. And so far in 2020, we have recovered 30 of these firearms, showing that we're already outpacing 2020. We know that these types of firearms are becoming more popular with criminals, prohibited individuals, and gun traffickers because they know that we cannot trace them back to their origin. And so I think to better describe in this problem, I'm going to share some stats with you. And so in 2020, there was a total of 21 NIBIN leads associated with privately made firearm seizures. These are leads that we obtained which linked privately made firearms to an act of violence through ballistic comparison. 15 of the privately made firearms were directly linked to a homicide or a shooting investigation and were either recovered directly from the scene of the incident or as a result of a follow-up investigation. Baltimore's Southwestern District accounted for the largest amount of privately made firearm recoveries, with 26 overall in 2020. This is significant to us because the Southwest District led all of Baltimore with 59 murders and 107 non-fatal shootings in 2020. And in 2020, 29 of the 126 privately made firearms recovered were recovered from individuals under the age of 21, which shows that they are falling into the hands of people who are not even of legal age to buy or carry firearms. The youngest person who was caught with a polymer 80 or a ghost gun was 14 years old, and that's pretty troubling. And so in closing, without a serial number or any other identifying information, we have no way of entering these firearms when they are stolen or lost into NCIC, the National Criminal Information Center. And therefore, we cannot link them back to the owner. So these firearms, just say, for example—
We gotta wrap up, thank you.
Okay, so in short, we're not able to trace these guns back to their owner if they are stolen or taken in a burglary. And so just in closing, I would ask for a favorable report in reference to Senate Bill 638.
Great. All right, we're going to take Clinton Walcott next.
Thank you. Members of the committee, as I explained in my earlier testimony on HB 200, I'm Clinton Walcott. I'm speaking on behalf of the Critical Issues Forum of Montgomery County. And the Critical Issues Forum supports HB 638 while requesting an amendment to the current version of the bill, which I'll explain. My understanding is that the amendment has actually, an amendment to the bill on this issue has been supplied to the committee, but I'd like to briefly explain what that's about. So I'm going to talk about two specific issues. The first issue is that I would like you to appreciate the innovative and careful approach that Delegate Lopez has taken to resolving the ghost gun issue. Rather than banning ghost guns, the bill fills the gap in current Maryland law by making them traceable without added bureaucracy. It simply requires that manufacturers and those who currently own ghost guns engrave a serial number on them so they can be traced. It also keeps these weapons out of the hands of children and others who the law has determined are too dangerous to possess firearms by imposing licensing requirements on purchasers and owners of these weapons. Importantly, HB 638 achieves these ends without limiting the ability of hobbyists and artisans to pursue their craft and without creating a new state regulatory structure that would impose costs on our already strained state government. Second, I want to highlight a flaw in the record-keeping requirement in the current bill that we believe may be inadvertent. That Section 5704C4 of the bill currently provides that manufacturers, importers, and dealers maintain records of unfinished firearm sales and transfers, quote, as required by federal law and regulation. While this language may be intended to impose standards for record keeping that exist for finished weapons, there are in fact no federal record keeping requirements for unfinished frames and receivers. Read literally, this provision imposes no record keeping requirements at all, which would totally undermine the primary purpose of the bill, aiding law enforcement in tracing these weapons. In our written testimony, CIF has suggested specific amendment to Section C4 that would simply set out the information that would be necessary to record and a requirement that the information be made available to law enforcement. We urge the committee to produce a favorable report with the above amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take Karen Herron next.
Thank you and good afternoon. Chair Moon, distinguished members of the committee, I am Karen Herron, Legislative Director for Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. With the amendment recently submitted by Delegate Lopez, I'm here to urge a favorable report for HB 638. This legislation mandates a serialization process and provides a mechanism to instigate background checks for purchasers of unfinished frames and receivers. The current lack of these two components make ghost guns particularly enticing to people who are either not currently permitted to purchase firearms or otherwise wish to have an untraceable weapon. Maryland has a robust system of laws related to the regulation of firearms, created by this body, passed in an effort to curb the tragedy of gun violence in this state. Individuals are using untraceable firearms as a workaround, undermining the entire system. Efforts to prohibit ghost guns were met with opposition by gunsmiths and hobbyists who enjoy the process of creating firearms without the intent of harm or crime. The changes created with this new legislation should allow them a way in which they can continue their efforts while simultaneously plugging the holes created by this currently unregulated system. With the adjustments to Section 5-704C4 record-keeping language noted as already submitted, we ask for a favorable response. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Andrew Seabrook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate your time today. I come before you as someone who both cares deeply about the safety of my community and also has taken it upon myself to legally manufacture firearms in this manner. As such, I believe I'm in good position to appreciate both the need to empower law enforcement to trace firearms when used in crimes, and the need to protect from criminalization individuals like myself who have taken a deeper technical interest in the exercise of our Second Amendment responsibilities. I know that Delegate Lopez has been working on this bill for months. I've been working with her, and I know that she has some amendments as well. I've submitted amendments as part of my written testimony, but suffice to say that I believe we should be focused as much as we can on the benefits that we will actually get from this legislation, which is when law enforcement recovers a firearm, they can understand or they can be reasonably sure if it was illegally manufactured, who the manufacturer was, and how to potentially restore that firearm to its rightful owner. To that end, my amendment mainly concerns the requirement that the serialization be done by an FFL specifically. I don't believe that that requirement serves that interest. But like I said, I know that Delegate Lopez has amendments, and I'm going to continue speaking with her about those because I think she's pushing us in a good direction. I believe that this bill represents the establishment of a partnership by way of this convention of serialization between firearm home builders and law enforcement. And I believe that this bill is a great step in that direction. For that reason, with the amendments that I've submitted, I would urge the committee to return a favorable report on HB 638. Thank you.
All right, great. One final person on this panel, David Cucino, and then I see questions piling up. David, when you are ready, feel free to unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you very much. I'm David Pacino on behalf of Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, urging a favorable report with the record-keeping amendment that Delegate Lopez has submitted. The phenomenon of ghost guns first appeared in force on the West Coast, but within several years has escalated there into a full-gun crisis. As we've heard from earlier testimony, Maryland is on the same track towards a really escalating crisis, but has the opportunity now to stop the flow of ghost guns. These weapons can be trafficked much more easily than traditional traceable firearms because they can be obtained without a background check. They carry no serial number and they require no record keeping or paperwork. And as a result, trafficking rings have been churning these products out and flooding the black market with them, which has resulted in a sharply rising number of ghost guns used as crime guns. This bill would accommodate that threat, would address that threat while accommodating the interests of the hobbyists who build these firearms for recreation. I want to just highlight a couple additional points about the ways in which this bill will highlight the concerns and interests of hobbyists. The first is a blanket exception for antique firearms. So this is like muskets and other flintlock weapons, and indeed any replica of a firearm manufactured before 1899. So it's not going to affect the kind of scratch build enthusiasts who craft historically accurate rifles. What it's intended to do is to target the narrow category of ghost guns built from incomplete parts, and it's targeting those parts because traffickers are exploiting those specific products. The legislation is also designed to accommodate the hobbyists using these specific products by allowing for a regulatory mechanism that treats them in the same way that a finished firearm manufactured through the traditional process would be. And in addition, includes a legacy provision that will allow individuals who already possess ghost guns they previously made to render them traceable. So with that, I'll thank you very much for your time, and I'd urge a favorable report.
All right, we have a few questions. The order is going to be Fisher, Shetty, Cardin, McComas, Erican, Watson, and please remember to direct your question at a specific person. Let's start with Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Chairman Moon. Thank you, Delegate Lopez. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I haven't talked all afternoon, so I was like, oh, is my mic working? Thank you so much for this legislation. I know how hard you've worked over the last few years on this bill. Can you show us the receiver again? I'm not as used to one, and talk us through how that, from what you ordered online, how that actually becomes a gun. I'm more familiar with like a store-bought gun.
Gotcha. Sure. Let's see. So we'll start at the back. So this is the posterior end of an AR-15, and there's some threads here. So this is where a butt stock would go in. For long guns, they can go up against your shoulder. So sometimes there's like it's kind of like triangular shape that you can rest on. Underneath the buttstock is where your pistol grip is going to go. So that's the thing that you would grab on with one hand. This looks like where the trigger would go, and that's where the trigger would go. So pretty easy on that one, if you can tell. In front of the trigger guard, there's a place here where your magazine will go. In Maryland, you can have 10 rounds in a magazine. That's where all the ammunition is stored before you start firing. The top part here, once this is milled out, this is where on a long gun where an upper receiver will go. And an upper receiver has a few kind of central components. There needs to be some type of mechanism that will cause the bullet to become a projectile. So that component is in there. There needs to be a component that's like an extractor, something that will take the shell away from the ammunition. There needs to be a component that's essentially an ejector, something that will take the shell that you've just, of the bullet that you've just shot, and take that outside of the firearm. In front of that, I don't know if I need to roll back a little bit more. You've got the barrel of the gun. I think everyone knows what a barrel looks like. Sometimes they're exposed, sometimes they're covered. At the end of a barrel is a muzzle. And at the muzzle, usually there's like a little nub on top that's called a sight. Sometimes with handguns too, there's a sight in the back, which just helps with aiming. Also, you can modify a lot of long guns to have a front grip as well. And with a long gun, you can use two hands to shoot it. With a handgun, you know, everything is more abbreviated. It's the same kind of basic components, but everything's a bit more abbreviated. And the top part is usually called a slide. And in a handgun, everything is called a frame. So if you hear receiver or frame, it's basically the same thing.
And, and can I ask one follow-up question, Chairman?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. I'll be quick. So the parts that you were missing to complete the gun, it's just that it was out of stock for you to order. But technically, you could have ordered every part of what you just described at home and built it yourself, correct?
Yeah, yeah. And it also, when you buy it from Polymer 80, it comes with all like the drill bits and the jig. So technically what you do is you put, I won't do it because it takes a little bit to get stuck in there, but you put it in this jig, which conveniently you can buy the machine from the same company to drill the holes in it. But it tells you exactly like which size drill bits you need to put in there. And then it comes with the drill bits. So It's like, you know, it's a one-stop shop. To buy the machine to finish this, if I didn't want to go to Home Depot and buy a drill press and a mill and probably like a Dremel to do some cleanup work, it's a $500 deposit, and it's usually like $2,000 for the whole piece of equipment. So if you're trying to buy all of this for one gun, it is expensive. But if you're trying to set up a DIY gunsmith shop illegally to sell to prohibited people, then, you know, it's $2,000 isn't too much overhead, I'd argue.
All right, Delegate Shetty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Lopez, for bringing this bill and for all of your extensive work with all of the advocates here today. My question, I'll direct it to you, but if you feel like there's somebody that is better capable of answering, since you've worked with this group, I'll let you decide. But you had mentioned in your testimony, Delegate, that that these types of operations are often set up in order to sell to prohibited people. And I was wondering if you or someone on your panel could elaborate a little bit on that point.
Yeah, maybe Sam. I just saw you adjust in your chair, so.
Sure, yeah, happy to. So thank you for the question, Delegate. What you've seen, and happy to share details on this from the law enforcement recoveries that you found, but these are a darling of traffickers, right? These are pieces that can be built into any kind of firearm, right? The frame or receiver itself can be customized and built out to create a range of weapons that could have a range of capabilities that might not be legal in states, frankly, like Maryland, but also in any format would not be purchasable or obtainable by anyone with a criminal record. So the value of a gun like this that can be bought and then assembled in-house, as opposed to failing a background check or trying to otherwise obtain a finished firearm by illegal means, is a tremendous attraction to prohibited purchasers and traffickers and people who want to obtain firearms they can't legally possess, and in fact intend to use them to commit crimes, knowing that they would subsequently be untraceable by law enforcement.
Great. Delegate Cardin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is really geared, I think, towards Mr. Herzog. But if somebody else is the right person, that's fine. I just need one person to answer the question. I think in years previous that we've heard this legislation, one of the issues that the opponents bring up is that these guns tend to basically explode or become a one-use type gun. So the purpose for having them be traceable becomes irrelevant. I'm wondering if the technology's improved, in that a lot of this testimony that we've heard already is that these can be guns that can be used over and over again. And maybe you can elaborate as to whether these are one-time use, oftentimes, or one-time use things, or whether they do get to be used over and over again.
Yep, and thank you for the question. So I can tell you that that these guns are able to be used more than one time. They're able to use multiple times. It's a fully functioning firearm, to my knowledge, and they do not explode or you know, I think what you're referring to is a lot of the 3D printing guns, and a lot of times those guns can only be used on you know, 1, 2, 3 times before it's not functional anymore. So there's a difference between the polymer 80 style gun and then the 3D printed gun.
Great. Delegate McComas was next, and remember to direct your question at someone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess maybe I would like to start with Delegate Lopez, and if she can't answer it, then with Andrew Seabrook. Is that correct? Yeah. What I want to understand is, okay, now we're talking about serializing the receiver. Is that correct? Okay. And so all these guns are going to have a receiver. Is that correct, Leslie?
Yeah, in order for a gun to
Delegate Lopez, I'm sorry.
Yeah, in order for a gun to function, it needs to have a frame or a receiver. Okay. And once it's finished, that's when it becomes a gun, right? Like up until the point you have a receiver that's finished, it's just a bunch of, until you have a receiver, you have a bunch of parts.
Okay, so my next question is, with the receiver, are they manufactured in Maryland?
From what I've been able to research, there's one manufacturer of receivers that's based in Maryland, but in terms of polymer 80, that's in Nevada, and the majority of gun manufacturers are not in the state.
Okay, so I guess my question is okay, so there's only really one or two manufacturers of the receivers, and they're one in state, but not really doing a lot.
There's many manufacturers, but there's only one in state. The way that we're seeing these.
Do you know who? I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you know who they are?
I can find a name for you and give it to you.
Well, there's a concern that I have is because I remember when we were dealing with the massive gun bill that Governor O'Malley had, that the bill came over from the Senate, and Harford County has a manufacturing group, and basically they are a testing group. Okay. And they test a lot of weaponry, and they have government contracts and everything. And I don't want to do anything that would harm any company that's what they're doing. I mean, they don't, if I went up to knocked on their door, they're not going to give me a receiver. But if if they do a lot of testing and research. And so I'm kind of concerned. I don't want to do anything that would mess that up. So I would want that clause that we put in with Governor O'Malley's bill that kept that company, because they requested it. I mean, they got right on it and requested it. I just want to make sure. So it's very important. I know who it is that's doing it. So
yes.
It's not going to, harm the testing and evaluation company of Harford County.
Sure, I understand. And the way the bill is written is that a manufacturer has to have the same serialization standard on an unfinished receiver when it's sold. So if you're testing it and you're not intending to sell an unfinished receiver, it doesn't need to be serialized until you're trying to sell it. The other part I would say is if they're testing a firearm, it means it's finished. So I mean, if you have a
well, I guess what I'm concerned about is I don't want to do anything that is going to work counter to our military that would use any of these guns that are tested at this one site. That just kind of concerns me. I think you have to be careful. We don't want to have a blanket that's going to hurt people that have the right to have these lawfully. Being military or even maybe police, I don't know.
As long as people are not selling an unfinished receiver, they wouldn't, be impacted by the law.
Okay, all right.
Delegate Eric Hand's got the next question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These questions are for the sponsor of the bill. Isn't it already a crime for a prohibited person to complete one of these and to possess one?
Yes, if you're prohibited, you are prohibited.
Okay, and is it already a crime to sell homemade firearms?
Yes.
Okay, so that's good. We've established that it's already a crime. Both of these things are already crimes. On page 8, lines 12 through 14, could you just explain those to me? I'm confused by what the intent of that is.
Okay. So in my copy, this is definitions.
Yes, under the unfinished frame or receiver, you have it includes it does not include a piece of material that has been altered in size or external shape solely to facilitate transportation or storage or undergone an alteration in chemical composition.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, that's from federal law.
But what does it mean?
They're basically just helping to describe what exactly an unfinished receiver is and what it is not.
Okay, and what is the chemical composition thing?
This is just making it compliant with what's in federal law. So apparently there's some precedence of chemical composition being an issue in how a receiver is manufactured.
I mean, you can understand it's important for our people to understand what this law actually is, because if you're about to criminalize them significantly and they don't understand this wording, which they do not, this is a huge problem. So if we could find out what those two pieces actually mean, that would be helpful.
I mean, they would be breaking federal law already because we're taking language from the federal law to make it consistent.
Well, they aren't right now because their 80 lowers are not a crime right now. So you're turning it into a crime. So we need to know what that means in terms of the lowers. So that would be really helpful. And then on page 9, line 5, I want to make sure I understand what's below this. So your intent is that the frame or receiver is marked with a unique serial number that has the following things that are listed below: the model, the caliber, and the full name and city of the person who possesses it. Is that correct?
Yes, that is the same standard that a federally licensed manufacturer or importer is held to. So in order for all receivers to be serialized in the same way, we have to hold people accountable to the same federal standard so that we have a complete set of information. Just the serial number doesn't help law enforcement because they don't know the origins of who made that firearm.
Interesting.
Right?
I see what you're saying. I don't know if that's accurate. This is my AR-15 right here. Here it is. And here's the serial number location.
Mm-hmm.
It does not have my name. It does not have my address. It does not have my state on it at all. So I'm not sure what you're talking about here.
Is that one that you've made?
That's not regulated yet. You said you were trying to match the current law. This is the current law. It does not have any of that stuff. That stuff couldn't even fit on that little square, even if I wanted it to.
Delegate Aragon, I don't know what to tell you because this is the federal standard for how firearms are supposed to be serialized.
Okay, that is not the federal standard. They do not require you to put on your firearm, which I'm holding right here and I legally purchased in the state of Maryland, my name and my zip code and my address or anything.
That is not the requirement of you, the owner. That is the requirement of the manufacturer.
So you think that okay, you're anticipating that only the manufacturer of the gun is going to have their name and stuff put on here on that little square right here?
I think you're confused. I
don't think so.
In order for a receiver that is finished to be sold, it has to have serialization on it.
Correct.
This is the list of serialization from the federal government. We're requiring. This is the list of information that's needed for serialization from the federal government.
But you're creating a registry of also the owner of the gun, which is not current law.
There's no registry.
If you have to put someone's name on a gun, a person's name on a gun, then you're creating a very bizarre registry.
A registry means there's a list that an enforcement agency would own.
So what would be the purpose then of having someone try to fit their name and address on that little spot on the gun?
So if you have a homemade firearm that's stolen, when police sees it, they can look at that and be able to identify where it's from.
You're anticipating that people that have illegal firearms don't scrub off serial numbers? That's the plan?
That's already a law.
It doesn't work like that.
We're moving into debate now here. Can we wrap this?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay,
thanks,
thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Watson, you are next in line.
Thank you, Delegate Moon. My questions for Delegate Lopez. How you doing, Delegate Lopez?
I'm good.
Question for you. So, after participating for now 3 years in a variety of gun bills and trying to learn, I went through the process myself to get a better understanding. And I'm the proud owner of my own firearm myself. When I went to purchase the firearm, I had to go through the 77R process, right?
Mm-hmm.
And through that 77R process, I had to identify the make and model of my firearm before I purchased it. Because if it didn't fall into a certain list that was already pre-approved by the state, I had to go through a process to request that my firearm be added to that list prior to my purchase. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
So my question is, if I am manufacturing my own firearms, and then I go to an FFL who gives me a serial number, does that mean by virtue of them having the serial number, am I now authorized to own this? Or does that mean only I can own it, but I can't sell it without going through that additional process? Because somebody who wishes to buy it, it would have to be on that list. Is that fair?
A couple of things.
Yeah.
A serial number is either going to come from a manufacturer, or if you already have one that's unserialized, then that's information that you would put on it. Right? There's no authority that gives out serial numbers for firearms. A serial number is a unique identifier within a manufacturer's or importer's inventory.
Oh,
right?
I thought that your bill said the serial number had to be provided by an FFL.
An FFL can engrave it. Like if you are someone who is a hobbyist and you would prefer, like maybe you have bad handwriting or something like that, and you'd rather go to an FFL or have a friend who has the equipment who's just better at engraving things, you can do that. The law provides a pathway to do that, or this bill provides a pathway to do that. You know, I have bad handwriting. I would want someone else to do it.
I understand. And who does this serial number go to ultimately? Does it go to the state?
No, the serial number is just something that an individual hobbyist would have to keep a record of. It would be a registry if the government is trying to ask people for a list of all of the firearms that they have in their home.
So if I put a serial number on my firearm, oh, okay, now I think I understand Delegate Erikin's question. So if I put all of that identifying information on my firearm, then if it's stolen, that allows law enforcement to be able to trace it back to me. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Right. So the federal government, if you're a federally licensed gun manufacturer in America, it is required that you put the name of the company on the firearm. You have to say, if you're in the US, it has to say the city and state that your business is operating in. It has to say the date. It has to say the caliber and gauge. So we're just requiring that if you're making your own weapons, it should have the same information. So if it's stolen or taken and used in a crime, we can try to help identifying the patterns for trafficking.
I understand. And so my last question is, so what you're not saying is that if I get one of these polymer 80 pistols, and I was trying to do some quick research, so that if you get that kit, I'll call it, that makes your pistol Glock-like, right?
Yes.
So I thought that what your bill was saying, that if I say use the polymer 80 pistol, made the other components and put that thing together, I was going to have to take it to an FFL who would give me a serial number, identify it as Glock-like. And because it's Glock-like and Glock is in the state's database for authorized use, that now I was authorized to use that P80 pistol.
So under this bill, let me tell you kind of what the system would look like, right? It's not different from how you have probably currently purchased your handgun if you were doing it online, right? So in order to purchase any type of handgun, you first need to pre-qualify for a handgun qualifications license, right? There's a classroom component. You have to show the instructor that you can handle a firearm. Then you do fingerprints. Then you pay $50 online for the state police to do that form, right? Same thing under this bill. If you're buying an unfinished receiver, not only is the manufacturer going to serialize it, so it has the same information that a finished receiver with the 3 holes in it, all is going to be the same process for the FFL, who the gun dealer who, if you buy it online, it's going to be sent to them. Then, like you said, you do a 77R to make sure that between the time that you got your handgun qualification license and the time you're purchasing the firearm, you don't have any, criminal history or habitual drunkenness or anything like that, right? So then you pick it up and then you can, finish the rest of your build with your kit. You hopefully by that time you would be able to buy the rest of the pieces to put it together.
All right. Thank you, Delegate Lopez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Moon.
All right, next we've got Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Delegate Lopez, and the panelists. Real quickly, I have two questions for you, Delegate Lopez, and then Mr. Herzog. And real quick, so I'm reading the bill, and just to clarify, Delegate, it says on page 9 that it's not just a person building the gun that has to put their name and city on the frame or receiver. It says that any person in possession of the gun has to add their name to that. That's a big concern. And then in that context, the same page says that that person has to list all the guns in their possession in a log. So basically a list that the government then can obtain, regarding all guns in their possession. But in that context, is the intent of the bill, it says to put this information on, including an unfinished frame or receiver. So those come in, like you indicated, and as others have indicated, like a block of aluminum. Isn't that a little bit unclear, at least, that you wouldn't really want, the intent of the bill wouldn't be to put everybody's, if you have a block of polymer or a block of aluminum in your home, that you'd have to put your name and address on each piece of those unfinished potential components?
So there's about 5 questions in there. Let me take it piece by piece. Number 1, I'm not quite sure where you're seeing where the name of every single owner needs to be on a firearm, for 2 reasons. 1, because that's definitely not what's written into this bill. And secondly, there will never be another owner of the firearm, because if you are making your own firearm, there's no way that that could be transferred or sold to another person outside of when you die. It could be, we've written in the bill, hopefully very thoughtfully, that when you pass on, you can bequeath the firearms that you've built to a family member. The other part that you're talking about is trying to classify what exactly is an unfinished receiver, and saying like a block of aluminum is possibly an unfinished receiver. The convention that was applied after the 2013 package of gun bills was that if something is marked or marketed as a type of firearm, then it can be regulated as that type of firearm. So if you go online, and that's where most unfinished receivers are purchased. I'm sorry, my son's struggling with his nap schedule. Then I forgot where I was going. Oh yeah. So if marked or marketed. So if you go on to these websites, you'll see that there's like 20%, there's like different formats of receivers, but essentially they're all being marketed as receivers. And then they're also being recommended purchases to help finish them. So that's the loophole that we're trying to close. And I would offer maybe Sam or David might be able to answer that question, how, as it relates to how it's handled in other states.
Well, thank you, Delegate. So just FYI, it was I was referring to page 9, and that would be line 11 and 12. Lines 11 and 12 say that the full legal name and city of the person possessing the firearm must be engraved. But I'll move on real quickly.
Yeah, again, no one is going to possess your firearm if it's homemade but you.
Well, obviously, there's a concern that that would be expanded, and would also include this registry component, where all of a sudden now you have to start putting your name on everything, every gun that you might purchase, just because there would be no other way to make sure you don't fall afoul of the laws, at least the letter of the law.
I'm not trying to legislate hypotheticals. I'm trying to legislate and regulate the reality. And there's only one person that's going to possess a firearm that you build, and that's you. And the record keeping, it's a pretty customary practice for gunsmiths to just keep a record of their own firearms in case they are stolen. There's no requirement in here that it has to be preemptively given to law enforcement. It's only that you keep track of the weapons that you've produced in case one is stolen. Law enforcement can help, help you get your property back.
Well, I know that there are guns after 1900. I think this applies also to guns after 1900, and there are some that, quite a number that are not necessarily engraved. But I'll move on to Mr. Herzog. I just had a quick question regarding your testimony about the 29 seized firearms. And first of all, kind of as a backdrop, obviously, the sad story of Maryland right now is that in 2020, there was, again, over 2,000 opioid deaths. 1,100 of those deaths were from fentanyl. And this committee just voted to decriminalize, or to allow a criminal citation, rather, of the possession of fentanyl, which is arguably one of the most deadly substances in our
on the
state.
bill with this one.
And that's on the bill, Mr. Chair. And so in that context, we see the high number of deaths from fentanyl, and yet we're allowing possession without a arrest. And yet you testified to 29 of these firearms being seized. How many of those 29 criminals, assuming there were 29 criminals or whoever possessed those when you seized them, how many of those were actually charged with felony gun crime possession?
So the 29 that you're referring to is from 2019. I actually don't have those figures as far as what sentences and the actual charges. Those were actual just recoveries. So I don't have those numbers for you, sir.
Well, thank you. And that's a concern, because as you know, I sympathize with you in the Baltimore Police Department, because the last we heard from the state's attorney in Baltimore was that something like 60 or 70% of all of these gun crimes, particularly murders, aren't even prosecuted. And I didn't know if there were any murders associated with any of those 29 deaths.
So, and what I can,
29 guns.
Yep. So what I can tell you is, and this is based on the 2020 figures. And so in 2020, we seized 126 compared to the 29 in 2019. And so in 2020, 21 of the guns that we recovered, we were able to link to a crime and a crime of violence. And we refer to those as NIBIN leads, which is the system of how we compare ballistics. 15 of those guns were directly linked to a homicide or shooting. And what I mean by that is they were either recovered from the scene of the incident, or they were recovered as a result of follow-up investigation for one of those two types of incidents.
So how many of those were directly then prosecuted in terms of capturing the person that you seized the gun from, putting that person into a felony trial and putting them away?
So I can't speak to any of the trials for the 2020 because obviously with COVID, we haven't had very many trials. For the 2020 numbers, the 126, I could certainly supply that on the back end as far as how many of those resulted in an arrest and not just a found or a recovery.
And that's a concern I have, because here we are allowing possession of fentanyl with 1,100 deaths per year average, spiking obviously, and then now we're allowing that to be decriminalized, allowing possession, and yet we're trying to go after something that is nebulous and without any kind of clarity. There's certainly not even any direct stats from some of our law enforcement systems that we can readily analyze. And so I appreciate your testimony. Thank you for your answers. And I think the bill is very, very concerning.
All right, Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple questions for the sponsor. I read through the bill, and the way it reads, it links in different places and kind of redacts the entire articles that it includes. What are the criminal penalties, and what actions are they for?
Sure, let me look up.
I'm sorry to hit you with that, but I'm trying to wrap my head around the criminal penalties, and
Yeah. So criminal penalties are are you looking at a copy of the bill?
Yes.
What page do you have? Because I'm one page after you.
there's penalties. It seems to be all over the place, but I just wanted to be sure I understood what they were for.
Let's start with your priority penalty.
Well, I'm trying to get a grasp on what all the penalties in the bill are. Are there for, is it penalties for production but not codifying the lower? Are there penalties for illegal sale? What are all the penalties?
So there's already a penalty for illegal sale. There is a penalty for being in possession of an unserialized firearm. It's citation, I think. Let me pull this up. And then there's essentially, if you're a business that's not complying to this, if you're a manufacturer that's selling firearms illegally in the state, then your business license is taken away.
Sure. So I'll give you an example. It says it references Public Safety 5707. Yeah, 5707. And it says the first offense is going to be a civil fine, and subsequent will have a criminal fine. Like what is that referencing?
Are you basically asking why it's not a higher offense?
Well, what is that referring to? What is that particular? Because it redacts the entire article except for, it's just, that's where it's starting. And I'm trying to get context of what this is actually applying criminal penalties to.
You're in 5704?
5707. So it's page 12 towards the end of the page.
Okay.
Line 24.
Yeah, possess, sell, offer to sell, transfer, purchase, or receive a covert firearm or an undetectable firearm. So you're in the part of the bill that basically is codifying what the federal language is.
Gotcha. So in other words, the first violation is, even if you manufacture it, if you own it, if it's unserialized, the first offense is a civil penalty.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Second question. Where in the bill does it specify the rules on inheritance? I couldn't find that.
The rules on inheritance are, that is 5702, number 5, transferring or surrendering a firearm or an unfinished receiver to a law enforcement agency.
Is that in the bill? Is that a page
yeah.
I could look at?
I think that should be page 9 for you.
Page 9.
Yeah, and just in the interest of the committee's time, I'm happy, Delegate Grammer, to go into more detail about the specifics of where all these are in the bill, because I know it eats up a lot of time to flip through the pages. But we went back and forth actually with the Maryland State Police to make sure that there is a vehicle so people could bequeath whatever property they have in terms of handmade firearm or homemade firearms to family members, and also provide a vehicle for those firearms to be submitted to law enforcement as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Let me ask you one final question, and this is actually something that may be up for debate or have been up for debate. So in other bills, we've provided exceptions for family, and in some of the cases in Maryland, some of the cases with of these ghost guns where it's an issue of non-distribution. It's not a commercial issue. There have been examples where a person's created one and given it to a brother or whomever, but that is not included in this bill. So if you're alive, under this bill, there are no mechanisms for which you can confer one of these to, if I wanted to give one to my brother. Is that correct?
You could not transfer a homemade firearm.
Okay. And
no.
I'm trying to think back through the discussion of this. Most people, I would never use one of these personally. But this is one of the things, like if someone's making one of these and they're not going to think, hey, I'm giving one to my brother for free. I'm not trying to distribute this. Nobody was amenable to creating a clause for family members.
I mean, outside of its value as property, it's against the federal law to sell, transfer, anything like that of a homemade firearm. So it's a preemptive issue, right? Like I can't create a loophole for someone to sell firearms to their brother.
So that's confirming this law to federal law.
Yes. Yes. I mean, if you want to be in the position of making firearms for other people's consumption, then there's a pathway to do that at the federal level. You need to be a federally licensed manufacturer, which is a costly, process to be a licensed gun manufacturer. So that avenue exists. There's already avenues for people to make their own firearms. We're just trying to close a loophole so criminals don't have access to the supply chain that allows them to make firearms for other people who are trying to commit crime.
I appreciate the answers.
All right, Delegate Williams is next.
All right, thank you, Chairman Moon. I just have a couple of questions. First, I guess to the bill sponsor. I heard some of the advocates mention that they were favorable with amendments. I just wasn't certain if the sponsor was aware of the various amendments that were thrown around and what your position was with regards to those amendments that were proposed by some of the advocates.
Yeah, absolutely. So the amendment that's in question that people are talking about, it comes down to the record keeping for the FFL. The way it was written, it said that the record keeping has to be consistent with the federal standard, because again, we're trying to make everything consistent with the federal standard. But the way that it was specifically drafted, it didn't say including unfinished receivers in the same way that the federal, right? So we just had to clarify to say, like, this is also include unfinished receivers and frames as part of the record keeping per federal standards. So that's what that was about. Yeah.
Got it. And then I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. Also too, earlier when we were talking about the serialization of the firearm and how that will take place, I think Mr. Levy had wanted to chime in, and I don't know if you have any additional input about how the serialization will be done and how, whether it's different or consistent with the federal standards from your experience with regards to that.
Sure, happy to. And just to reiterate what the delegate mentioned. So the firearm that Delegate Arakan held up has a serial number on it, right? Because it was manufactured and serialized by a federally licensed firearm manufacturer before she bought it. That manufacturer is required by federal law to keep certain records about the guns they make and who they manufacture and ship them to. In the event that her gun is stolen or misused by anyone and left at a crime scene, that number is going to get pulled up by ATF. They're going to call that manufacturer and say, who did you ship this gun to? They're going to go to the dealer who it was shipped to. That dealer is required by federal law to keep records of all the guns that are taken into and taken out of their inventory. So none of this is new. Like, yes, the FFLs don't engrave and licensed manufacturers don't engrave all the details about name and maker because they're available elsewhere and they're required to keep them by federal law. There's also, for clarification here, nothing about this is a registry unless you think of the guns you buy from FFLs as already being subject to the registry, because all those records are kept, all those records are accessible by law enforcement, and federal law requires law enforcement and dealers to collaborate to investigate gun crimes to make sure the guns that are misused in criminal cases are traceable and the people who commit those crimes can be held accountable.
Got it. So if I'm making my own little AR-15 at home, I'm required then, sort of like a dealer, just like a dealer would, I have to keep a record of my little AR-15 that I made at home. I have to put my little unique number on it. I can do it myself, or I could take it to a FFL or a friend that has like a, I don't know, something to engrave it on. And then if that gun were to get found somewhere down the street from my house and they see it has my name on it, then they would just contact me and say, hey, do you have the registry of this gun that you made? Is that kind of how it works? I just want to make sure.
Or they would be able to investigate a crime, right? If your gun was stolen and you knew it was related to a dispute or what date the crime happened, that's a lead for law enforcement, right? They can then try to figure out the provenance of that gun and who got their hands on it and misused it. I'll also point out a clarifying point with respect to your question, which is that this bill only affects unfinished frames and receivers, right? You can, if you're a hobbyist and you like to build your own guns with your own parts, you can build using a finished receiver, which under federal law requires a serial number, just like the one on Delegate Arakan's gun, right? That is traceable in the event that it's used in a crime and that records are kept on from the point of manufacture to the point of sale. So if you want to be a hobbyist and not be bothered with having to engrave this additional information, by all means, begin your build with a finished frame or receiver, and you can build any gun that you want that's legal in the state of Maryland. So you wouldn't be impacted by this bill. So if you did want to start, if, as the delegate mentioned, if the difference between building from one of these is important to you as opposed to building with one of these, you're welcome to continue to do that. But we ask you that you treat that thing the same way federal law treats the finished frame or receiver, and make sure that it's traceable by law enforcement and doesn't get obtained without a background check.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I am back. I see Delegate Bartlett with a question, then Delegate Cham.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. I am ready with my questions. They are pointed to individuals. First question, Mr. Herzog, and I know there's a title in front of your name. I just don't have it at the moment. I'm sorry. There was a shooting that you may know of in Santa Clara, California, in a high school. Are you aware of that shooting? Do you know anything about that shooting?
No, I do not. I apologize.
Does Mr. Wolcott know about that shooting? Nobody knows about it?
You're talking about the Saugus High School shooting?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Levy, I was going to ask you, but I wasn't quite sure if you were the person. So Mr. Levy, are you aware of the shooting? Yes, obviously you are.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
And what was the type of gun that was used in that shooting?
It was a ghost gun. It was a DIY gun.
How many people were injured or killed?
That, ma'am, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Could it have been 5 people shot and could it have been 5 people shot and he killed himself?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. This question I will ask to Mr. Wolcott really quickly. Why do we have dog tags? You know how you have, what do you have on a dog tag? So that if you want to find a lost dog, what do you have on a dog tag?
It has a number that's part of, that includes your registration with the state for your pet, I believe.
Right. And so is it possible that they have the name, the phone number, and the address?
That the state would have that?
No, on a dog tag, when you go to somewhere and you have your dog and you want somebody to be able to return your dog. I have a great dog and I wanted to know what is normally one puts on a dog so that the dog can be found and returned back to me.
On my dog, it does have my phone number.
Right.
Yes.
So it could be your name, address, and possibly your phone number,
Right.
or
Okay.
both. Last question, and this is going to Delegate Cox's point, and this question is for Ms. Herron. Is gun usage an addiction that is currently recognized in the medical profession?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Delegate Cham, then Griffith.
I'm back, Chairman. I had a question directed to, I believe, let me see, Mr. Herzog. I think that's what I would like to ask. And to certainly appreciate the data that he provided regarding, I believe he said in 2019, there were 19 guns recovered. In 2020, there were 126 guns. And within those numbers, I believe he said 15 homicides, if I wrote, yeah, 15 homicides, I believe. Of those guns, I wanted to know how many of those guns had serial numbers on them?
None of them do.
None of them did, okay. And so if they don't have serial numbers, they can't be tracked back to, well, I don't want to make an assumption that the guns that were used, if that person who committed the crime with the gun were the owners. Do we know if they were the owners of the gun or were they stolen?
So, and we have no way of knowing if they're stolen. Essentially, we are limited to our interview and interrogation of the person who we arrest with that gun and what they tell us where they got that gun. And unfortunately for us in Baltimore, we don't have a lot of success getting that type of information from people.
Okay. And what about all the other guns that are used for crimes and criminal activity? It is the owners, the original owner found in the investigation?
So we are able to use that serial number and work with our partners at ATF to do what is called an e-trace, which will identify potential leads for us for straw purchasing and firearms trafficking.
Okay. And how many of those serial numbers were like removed or scraped off?
I don't have the full number of obliterated. What I can tell you is that a lot of times, even with obliterated serial numbers, we have I believe in 2020, it was about an 80% success rate of our lab being able to erase those serial numbers.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Delegate Griffith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a couple really quick questions for, Mr. Herzog, I missed your rank. I apologize.
A Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel, again, thank you for your service. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Some of your testimony and some of your written testimony. You mentioned there were 126 of these weapons recovered last year. You said mostly through traffic stops?
Mostly the traffic stops, yes, sir.
And you said what, 17 were used in crime and violence, or did I admit that was 17 used to commit a homicide, and how many were used in a crime and violence?
So it was 21 total, and that's simply through our NIBIN system, National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. So connecting these guns through shell casings to actual crimes. But and the 15 number is specifically centered around homicides and shootings.
Okay, so homicides and shootings, and then 21 in crime and violence. How many total crimes of violence were there in Baltimore City last year?
There was a lot. I can tell you, without having those numbers right at my fingertips, we ended the year with 335 homicides. Obviously, it wasn't a good year for us.
What would you estimate? I mean, best estimation. I think it's relevant relative to.
We had over 1,000 homicides and shootings combined.
And that's just homicide and shooting. And what else would qualify under crime of violence?
You would have carjackings, robberies. Essentially, when any person is targeted as a victim.
I mean, these are honest questions. I don't know the number. Would it be thousands potentially?
Yes.
So we're talking 21 of these weapons were tied to out of thousands of these crimes in Baltimore City. So would this, if this law is passed, would this even begin to make a dent into these crimes of violence, and just in Baltimore City alone, much less the entire state?
So I think the one thing that you really can't connect to it is obviously we are very limited to using ballistics to these firearms to identify what types of crimes are being used in. So it's very hard to correlate the amount of times that these guns have been used in things like robberies where the trigger hasn't been pulled. So that's one variable to kind of consider for that. But I think the other part of it too is that without being able to trace these crime guns back to the owner or to the original possessor, we have no way of kind of knowing how that gun kind of changed hands and what it was used in, if that makes sense.
So if this law was passed, that's not going to change people acting badly, still creating and distributing guns. So we still wouldn't be able to unpack that.
So we would be able to identify firearms trafficking and straw purchases significantly better. As far as the illegal gun trade, that would still occur, but this would give us an idea of who is trafficking these specific firearms.
Sure. So, but according to the best data that we have, this would only take care of a very, very tiny amount of the overall crime we're all trying to protect, our friends and neighbors from.
Yes, sir. If you looked at it pertaining, yes, sir. If you looked at it pertaining to simply homicides and shootings, that number is small in the grand scheme of things.
And then obviously extrapolate out to overall crimes of violence.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Again, thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Are there further questions for this panel? All right. I think we're going to continue on here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. here's what we're going to do. Originally, we thought we would be taking, we're going to go ahead and take a break at the end of this bill. So it is going to take a little bit longer for us to get to our break, but I think it's important to keep the testimony together with this. But having said that, I'm going to extend the length of the panels a little bit. So we'll hear a few more people at a time. So we're going to go next to Elaine Arndt, Leslie Meek, Lauren Klein, Nora Johnson, Melissa Ladd, Mindy Landau, Melanie Shapiro. Is Jennifer Engebretson here from the City Police Department, or was John Herzog the person from the City Police Department?
I was the representative.
You were, okay, so we don't expect Jennifer Engebretson. Okay, that's fine. And then Alex McCourt, we'll bring Alex McCourt in as well. So we'll do that. So that should be 8. We'll begin with Elaine Arndt. Is Miss Arndt there? Elaine Arndt?
I am here, Chair Klippinger. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Go ahead for 2 minutes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I live in the city of Baltimore in District 46 in Chair Klippinger's district. I'm a volunteer with the Baltimore City local group of the Maryland chapter of Moms Demand Action. I'm a mom, a sister, an aunt, and a friend of many gun violence survivors throughout Maryland. I support HB 638 because it makes sure that our laws are keeping up with the rapid changes in technology and the rising threat of ghost guns. Thanks for your time, and I ask you for your support of HB 638. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go now to Leslie Meek, please, for 2 minutes. Ms. Meek. Okay, I'm hearing that she may not be here. We'll come back if she shows up again. Lauren Klein.
I don't think Lauren's going to be able to make it today, Chairman.
All right, we will, okay, so if we could we have Tanya Shart brought in to the room if she's there, and Peter Benjamin also brought into the room if he is there. Nora Johnson, please. Nora Johnson. Going once.
I'm here. No, I'm here.
Oh, you're there. All right, good. That's all right. If you wouldn't mind turning on your camera, please, and we'll go ahead and hear from you for 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought all this was done for me.
Not yet.
There you go.
There you go. All right, great.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, we're not done yet.
Oh, we're not done yet?
2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Nora Johnson. This is my husband, Howard. We live in Mount Airy, District 4. Our delegates are Barry Chili Birdie, Danielle Cox, and Jesse Pippi. We are volunteers with Frederick County Moms Demand Action. We are here to support House Bill 638. We are survivors of gun violence. Our son Tyler was one of the 2 Zoomies employees killed in the Columbia Mall shooting on January 25th, 2014. The shooter bought a shotgun and went to the internet to learn how to make it into a sawed-off shotgun that fit into his backpack. He was able to walk into the mall with it on him and wait for Zoomies to open. Just another Saturday morning. Thank you.
Okay. We will go now to Melissa Ladd, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Klippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and committee members. My name is Melissa Ladd. I am a volunteer with Maryland Moms Demand Action, and I live in Olney in Delegate Crutchfield's District 19. I'm testifying today in support of HB 638. Currently in Maryland, gun traffickers, violent domestic abusers, Convicted felons and a host of others who could not pass a background check can legally purchase unfinished frames and receivers and other parts and kits which can be easily turned into guns. Right now, anyone can buy the building blocks of a firearm online without a background check and without any special equipment or expertise, use those parts to create what is known as a ghost gun. HB 638 would close a gap in existing gun laws and help to keep ghost guns out of dangerous hands. Once the domain of a few skilled hobbyists and artisans, homemade firearm manufacturing has become an appealing new hobby for criminals and prohibited purchasers. Easy, unfettered access to these kits, along with rapidly advancing 3D printing technology, means that anyone can now legally possess everything needed to assemble a ghost gun, regardless of age, criminal history, or other prohibiting causes. These DIY kits are carefully designed by unscrupulous sellers to come as close as possible to providing the end user with a firearm without falling under the legal definition of a firearm. After purchasing one of these kits without a background check, all someone would need to build a fully functioning firearm are a few basic tools and access to instructional videos on YouTube. In addition to evading our background check system, some of these ghost guns can also evade detection. HB 638 would also protect law enforcement and the public from undetectable weapons that could be carried through metal detectors or disassembled to evade X-ray machines. By putting in place reasonable regulations prohibiting the purchase, possession, sale, and manufacture of undetectable, untraceable, and unserialized firearms, this legislation makes sure that our laws are keeping up with rapid changes in technology and the rising threat of ghost guns. There's still so much work to do to end gun violence in Maryland, especially now with the rise of ghost guns. Our laws speak to our priorities. Untraceable, undetectable firearms pose
Ms.
too
Ladd,
great a
if you
risk.
please begin to wrap up. Thank you.
No one solution will solve all the gun violence we experience. However, preventing this exponential proliferation of ghost guns before it is too late is a critical step. Thank you for supporting HB 638.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Mindy Landau, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm a proud member of the Maryland State Executive Committee for Brady United Against Gun Violence and a co-founder of its Montgomery County chapter. Before retiring recently, I was a federal employee for 40 years. As you are no doubt painfully aware, gun violence affects all Americans and all Marylanders. In fact, on average, over 680 people die from firearm injuries in Maryland each year. That's why we're so proud to support HB 638, which regulates ghost guns and 3D printed firearms here in Maryland. This change to our laws will help keep our communities and our families safe. These untraceable weapons look, feel, and function like a traditional gun and are just as deadly and dangerous. Ghost guns undermine all gun laws. They are untraceable and unserialized and are available to purchase and construct by anyone with an internet connection without any background check. These kits can be bought by prohibited purchasers like domestic abusers, minors, gun traffickers, and those who want to intentionally harm others. In fact, ghost guns are intentionally marketed as unregulated and untraceable to appeal to people who want to avoid background checks. This means anyone who's been deemed unfit to possess a firearm could easily manufacture one on a 3D printer. And since they're created out of polymer or plastics and cannot be detected with metal detectors, they can be taken anywhere. Firearms are the leading cause of death among both children and teens in the state of Maryland. These numbers will only increase with the proliferation of unserialized and homemade firearms. There's no reason why handmade guns should not be subject to the same regulations as those that are legally purchased. That is why this legislation is so vital and so welcome. It's an investment in our state's future, and Brady, Maryland is proud to support it.
Thank you very much. We'll go back now to Leslie Meek, please, who's joined the call.
Thank you. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Leslie Meek, and I live in Baltimore City in District 40.
Leslie Meek, we need you to turn on your video, please.
Oh, I didn't realize it was off. Sorry. There. I'm so sorry.
There we go. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, Leslie Meek. I live in Baltimore City in District 43, and I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action. And I am not a survivor of gun violence, but I see and feel the impact of gun violence in my city. And I really want Maryland to have strong and smart gun legislation. That's one of the reasons that I joined Moms. And I strongly support HB 638. Ghost guns are a technology that I only became aware of maybe a year ago. And I think it's really important for our laws to keep pace with changing and new technology. So I urge all of the committee members and the General Assembly to take action to regulate ghost guns now and to keep Maryland laws up to date and strong. So please support HB 638.
Thank you very much. We could hear now from Melanie Shapiro now for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I am Melanie Shapiro, the Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. We are here and urging a favorable report on House Bill 638. I know you've already heard a lot of testimony, so I'm not going to repeat anything that other panelists have said. I would just add that this is not a problem unique to the state of Maryland. There are other states that have grappled with this as well and have, in fact, passed legislation that does exactly what HB 638 wishes to do, including our neighbor, Washington, D.C. There's also been 18 state attorney generals, in addition to Washington, D.C., who wrote in an amicus brief in support of a lawsuit against the ATF to regulate ghost guns. So this is an issue being addressed at the federal level as well. We have sensible gun laws on the books, most specifically regarding background checks for prohibited persons. Ghost guns bypass every single law that currently exists, most especially the background check. And so there's no way to know how many prohibited persons in the state of Maryland, in fact, possess ghost guns at this time. What I would note and direct everybody's attention to is a Fox 45 investigative report that mentioned thousands of ghost gun kits that were shipped to the state of Maryland between 2016 and 2019, accounting for approximately $1 million of sales. So for all of those reasons, we are urging a favorable report on House Bill 638. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go now to Alex McCourt, please. Alex McCourt. Alex McCourt. All right, it's not here. So we'll go with Tanya Shart, please, for 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the House Judiciary Committee. I'm Tanya Shart with the Brady Campaign to Prevent Gun Violence, speaking in favor of HB 638 with the amendment Delegate Lopez identified during her testimony. This bill is necessary to regulate ghost gun kits and parts in Maryland, which circumvent or undermine almost every state and federal gun violence prevention law, including, and perhaps most importantly, background checks and serialization. I want to make it clear that the ghost guns made from unfinished receivers are real guns, and once they are assembled, they look, feel, and most importantly, function just like any other gun, whether it's a handgun or an assault weapon. As has been noted, anyone, including prohibited purchasers, gun traffickers, and even minors, can buy any number of ghost gun kits and build any number of firearms. And because they have no serial numbers, they are untraceable by law enforcement. They are by design the perfect crime guns. And in the past few years, we have seen ghost guns used in mass shootings, school shootings, domestic violence incidents, and in several shooting deaths of law enforcement officers across the country. And I want to point out two very troubling patterns. First, we have seen an exponential rise in the number of ghost guns being recovered in communities of color across the country, communities already disproportionately impacted by gun violence, and this includes Baltimore. Currently, there are absolutely no barriers in place to properly prevent the flow of these untraceable guns into communities in Maryland. It is happening, and it is happening fast, and as we just heard in Baltimore, we are already seeing the devastating effect. Second, we have seen incidents where members of extremist groups are buying and building their own guns. For example, in 2020, 3 Maryland men were arrested for planning to incite racial violence using homemade guns. They had specifically discussed using the guns to kill police officers to encourage a race war. This past summer, we saw 2 law enforcement officers shot and killed in separate incidents by the same man, believed to be a member of the so-called Boogaloo Boys, using a ghost gun. We must acknowledge that the unfettered availability of these parts and kits are a dangerous way around almost every common sense gun safety law. It is important to act proactively and aggressively to regulate these weapons. We cannot wait because waiting another year means tens of thousands of these unregulated, unserialized firearms could enter into communities all over Maryland. This bill will ensure that ghost guns are regulated in the same way as every other gun. Thank you to Delegate Lopez for introducing this common sense bill, and thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. Brady strongly encourages the committee to return a favorable report of HB 638.
Thank you very much. We could please have Peter Benjamin now for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm testifying today as a member of Marylanders to Prevent Gun Violence. I live in the town of Garrett Park, and I'm a former mayor of the town. Garrett Park is in District 18, and we're pleased to have Delegate Shetty represent us on this committee. A few years ago, not many of us had even heard of ghost guns. Today, we're experiencing an exponential rise in the use of these firearms. These weapons do not have serial numbers, are homemade by individuals from kits or with 3D printers, and are untraceable, thus untraceable when recovered after a crime, and can be undetectable by a magnetometer. If they are untraceable, it is much harder to connect a criminal to a crime in which the gun was used. If they're undetectable, they can be brought into a government building or onto an airplane where they can be used for illegal purposes. Ghost guns are not just handguns. Assault weapons can also be purchased in kits. A person can obtain such a gun without a background check and could even be a minor. The ability to construct ghost guns by almost any individual circumvents the requirements of the existing gun sense legislation. Ghost guns, including assault weapons, have been used by people who could not pass background checks in numerous shootings with multiple victims. Individuals have also begun to produce ghost guns for sale. It is critical that legislation be passed to prohibit firearms that cannot be detected by screening systems currently in use, that all firearms have a traceable serial number, and that a person purchasing a gun assembly kit or purchasing a gun assembled from such a kit has a background check. With the inclusion of the amendments already submitted, I fully support a favorable report on HB 638.
All right, are there questions for this panel? Delegate Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to say heartfelt condolences and continued prayers for Mr. and Mrs. Johnson and for the loss of your son, Tyler. Feel free to reach out to me anytime if there's anything we can do in our office to help you. And I also wanted to mention for the young lady, Brianna Lynn, and I hope that the Brianna Lynn Foundation, her parents are also District 4 constituents. I hope that is able to be successful. I know it was launched this past year. So our heartfelt thoughts and prayers to you.
Are there any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you all very much for your testimony today and thank you for sticking with us. I believe that concludes the testimony from all of those people who are in favor of the legislation. We're now going to go to the people who are opposed to the legislation. And Sheriff said that he didn't want to come back. All right, I'm just going to go down the list. I'm not going to pull people out of order. So let's just start at the beginning. Katie Novotny, Mark Pennack, John Jocelyn, Daryl Hodge, Nicholas DeTello, Niraj Gandatra, Mark Harbin, Daniel Carlin Weber. And we'll go with William Turner as well. So if we could start, I think Katie Novotny has joined. There's Katie Novotny. Ms. Novotny, if you'd like to, except she's getting up, turning on the light. That's fine. All right, that's fine. If you'd like to speak for 2 minutes, please.
Looks like I got muted. Katie Novotny, I'm from District 7 and I oppose this bill. So there's a lot of unnecessary requirements that make this bill incredibly difficult to comply with. So Delegate Lopez, you bought a polymer 80 lower. That has a small metal plate on it that is meant if someone wanted to engrave a serial number. There's no way you can engrave all this information that's required in this bill on that metal plate. And to engrave it elsewhere just might not be possible. So my full name is Catherine Ladora Kindley Novotny. It's so long that even the MVA has removed letters from my name. To put that, my town, and all this other information on that little metal plate in the size required by the federal regulations just isn't going to happen. Also, federally, it's allowed to be on other parts of the firearm. Delegate Aragon had her AR. There'll be some of the information imprinted on items like the barrel and other parts to allow a bit more room for that. So that's actually stricter than the federal law. And I want to point out, it's been said how easy these are to get all these components, yet the sponsor of this bill has been unable to complete her firearm due to the unavailability of these components. So I just find that a little bit telling. So I'll keep it brief. I request an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Mark Pennock, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Pennock, President of Maryland Show Issue. You have my written testimony on this. Let me speak briefly on the statement that this simply requires with federal law. It doesn't. It actually is conflict with the regulations that federal law imposes for engraving by the original manufacturer. It requires for a full name, for example, where federal regulations allow for an abbreviation, requires a full city name. Federal regulations allow for an abbreviation. But more importantly, it does make me a criminal because it illegalizes my block of aluminum. And it's in my written testimony. It takes a $30,000 machine to make this into a 80% lower. And I will have to dispose of this because I won't be able to possess it after this. It requires a whole host of requirements that simply are inconsistent with federal law. So if you really want to do this, you should make it consistent with federal law. Let me address quickly the idea that the reference to the handgun qualification license somehow includes the right to inherit. It doesn't. There's nothing in 5-117. Lopez is mistaken in saying that a possessor, a homemade gun may only be possessed by the person who makes it. That's incorrect. Federal law regulates this transfer, but not possession. Federal law is, if I make my own gun, I can give it to my brother and we can both go to the range and we can both possess it. And there's nothing wrong in federal law with doing exactly that. So what this does is, in one hand, allows existing owners to make serial numbers on their own, but on the other hand, it requires compliance with federal law that most owners will not be able to do. We've illustrated in our testimony under Section 923 of Title 18.
Mr. Pennock, you have to begin to wrap up, please.
So I would urge an unfavorable report because it entices gun owners to compliance, but then makes it impossible. I urge an unfavorable report, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jocelyn, John Jocelyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Jocelyn speaking for 2A Maryland. I'll preface my remarks by saying that I received on Friday a PIA response from Baltimore City Police Department, which contains some interesting information on ghost guns in Baltimore City. To address the bill, under 5-703, I can continue to possess an unfinished frame and receiver from, let's say, Acme Unfinished Frame and Foundry, provided I imprint it with certain information. I can then legally own it. However, if I wish to convert it and machine it into a working firearm receiver, I must take off some of the material. In so doing, I will remove the serial number that I've just had imprinted and end up in violation of Section 5-142, which prohibits me from removing the serial number from the unfinished frame or receiver. This is indicative of a bill that is written, it seems almost as though they intentionally made it confusing. And I think the amount of debate we've had today kind of bears that out. Any law we pass should be simple that the common man can understand it. And this bill certainly is not that. As a result, we don't believe it'll achieve what you wish. Certainly there's enough history that people will build anything there's a market for. And it doesn't matter what law we pass, ultimately it will not achieve what you think it might achieve. We ask for an unfavorable report.
All right. Daryl Hodge, please. Daryl Hodge, are you there?
Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Daryl Hodge. I'm a resident of Arnold. This law is unnecessary. This law will be ineffective. It is unnecessary. While we heard from the Baltimore PD colonel that they are recovering, quote, ghost guns, what was missing from that testimony was how many other guns they are retrieving from crime scenes. The number of ghost guns is a very, very tiny percentage. What was also missing from his testimony was how many of those guns are actually being traced. Criminals are not going after and manufacturing ghost guns when it is so easy for them to obtain regularly produced guns from other means. This bill will only affect hobbyists. This bill would only affect the law abiding. It would have no effect on crime. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. DiTello, Nicholas DiTello, please.
I just wanted to clarify this bill is not closing a loophole. I keep hearing abuse of the word loophole for activity that's been carved out and a given for centuries. It's not legal for someone incapable of passing a background check to own these. It is not just drilling holes. You must mill out this cavity, the slides, drill the holes, sand and fit parts into it. This one took me a full weekend to get right. It's very easy to mess these up. You might have to go through multiple. Criminals are by and large using stolen or straw sale firearms, already a crime. And the instant they get a hold of it, they scratch the serial numbers off. So sending gun owners on a goose chase to put all this info on a tiny little metal plate is the opposite of, in my opinion, common sense. The requirements to record all of this information on each receiver would be beyond the scope of my experience, available time and pay grade. The information is of questionable value and is simply an undue burden I couldn't fully comply with. This bill would not prevent crime. I'm not a criminal. If this bill treats me like one with stiff penalties for not complying, and it doesn't really consider that I might already have a sizable collection. I already legally own 100, 1,000, 10,000 scary assault weapons. I decided to build a single 22 planker, unfinished project here. Takes hundreds of hours. I build one of these, shoots a little 22 bullet, but I get to go to jail for building one of these if I already own 100 rifles. How will finding me and putting me in jail make me or any of your constituents any safer? How is that fair, especially since criminals are not the ones usually making these? I cannot begin to understand additionally the long-term ramifications of the bill. I can't understand the language. The entire bill is too unclear to me. It puts an unnecessary cost, and the goal here doesn't seem to be to hurt criminals. So I urge an unfavorable report. Please, 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 if any of the bills, please consider not putting this one through.
Thank you very much. I understand that Mr. Gandatra is not available. I understand Mr. Harbin is no longer in the waiting room. And I understand that Mr. Turner is no longer in the waiting room. We'll hear now from Daniel Carlin Weber.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I am a current resident of District 40. However, I am in the process of moving to District 46. So, Chair Kleppinger, it'll be a pleasure to speak with you at some point. But I'd like to mention that I am personally someone who would be affected by this bill. I, like Mr. DiTello, I have a very long name, as you can see in the Zoom chat. That doesn't include my middle name. The current requirements that require the height of the text match what's in federal law requires that the text be at least roughly about 1/16 of an inch tall. My full name does not fit on the engraving plate of a Palmer 80 receiver, and I'm not the only person in Maryland with a long name. Also overlooked by what's required in the engraving requirement of this bill is suppose someone changes their name. All of a sudden, their firearm would have to be re-engraved. I suppose it's a potential problem here, and especially when we're talking about a day and age where we have an over criminalization of things. We have an over reliance on law enforcement getting involved with people's lives. These are very real possibilities for over criminalization, over getting police involved in situations that they don't need to be involved in. This bill will not stop determined individuals from making their own guns. Nothing stops them from buying them in another state and bringing them in. That's still going to happen under this bill. It's not going to be criminals who are engraving their own serial numbers and their own full names into the receivers of firearms. I had an exchange with Lieutenant Colonel Herzog, and he disclosed to me that it's not the hobbyists that are the problem here. You still have a problem with regular people, criminals, regular criminals who are violating Maryland's laws. They can't legally possess the gun. They can't legally carry the gun. They can't legally do anything with the gun. And yet those current laws aren't being used to harm them. And there's an expectation that this extra law will cause them to somehow go away or stop doing their harmful conduct. So with those considerations, I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Actually, we just had Mr. Turner enter the room, so we're going to go ahead and let him talk. William Turner, and then I see people who are going to want to ask questions. William Turner, please, for 2 minutes. Mr. Turner?
I'm still learning this Zoom thing. I apologize. I was here a while
That's
ago.
all right.
You probably couldn't see me. My name is
good.
William Turner. I live in Cambridge, Maryland. I'm opposed to the bill. Just like the last gentleman spoke, most of my opposition, I guess, of this bill, or what I want to use my 2 minutes on, is that the ability to engrave these items they want on the receiver. Somebody else showed you one, but that right there is the plate on a polymer 80. That's what we got to put everything you want on. That's it. That is going to hold a serial number, and that's about it. On every conventionally purchased gun, on the serialized part, you only will have a serial number. On the slide, you may have the caliber, you may have the manufacturer, you may have the manufacturer's address, but it will not be on the lower. Okay. Also, like the gentleman spoke, I may move. I might, my wife may build one. She may divorce me and marry somebody else. There also is, they're asking us to obtain the serial number. Now, I could be mistaken, but I believe I'm correct. There's no legal way for me to get a serial number. They're asking us to get it from a federally licensed manufacturer. That manufacturer, by federal law, cannot give us a serial number unless they, in fact, are the ones manufacturing it. So if the state wants a serial number, we need to first figure out how to get that serial number, whether the state's going to give it, because the federal government doesn't have a way to give us that serial number. So for those reasons, I'm asking for an unfavorable report on the bill. Thank you.
All right, now we'll go to questions, and we'll begin with Delegate Lopez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Mr. Pennock or Mr. Jocelyn, or really, I guess, Ms. Novotny for that matter. You all come to testify in front of us very regularly when it comes to any type of regulation around firearms. So I know that you're well versed with what's going on in the state. But do you guys do any research into what happens in nearby states? Would you consider yourself experts in those states as well?
Delegate Lopez, there are no nearby states that actually purport to regulate the 80% lowers. So there's nothing in Delaware, there's nothing in Pennsylvania, there's nothing in Virginia considered it and rejected it. So the reality is, and other people pointed this out, that this bill won't accomplish a thing in Maryland because you can acquire all this elsewhere.
I appreciate your enthusiasm to answer. I wasn't quite finished with my question yet.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. So we've got California, New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut. They have all passed laws that regulate ghost guns in one way or another. How do you think this this proposal lines up with those states that have done outright bans?
So California is not an outright ban first. They have a system that they've instituted where you can actually apply for a serial number from their own internal Department of Justice, and they assign it to you and they send it to you. You have it engraved and you're done. And it's a unique scenario that the Department of Justice with this California Department of Justice assigns, not a federal Department of Justice. There are other bans of that, but the market for these guns is nationwide. And you can drive across the border in Pennsylvania and buy all these parts over the counter, at least before the great shortages started. So you can't bring Maryland into an island unto itself. Just like Maryland suffers from the importation of guns purchased elsewhere, people who are going to misuse these guns, and they're already felons. To manufacture one of these for sale is a 10-year federal felony. To possess one of these, if you're a prohibited person, a 10-year federal felony. People who are going to commit federal felonies are not going to be deterred by this bill. They're just not. Because this isn't going to work. So you got to be thinking about then the burden you're placing on legitimate hobbyists, of which you've heard a number today, and whether or not it's possible for them to comply with what you're asking them to do. Now, just by incorporating Section 923I into the requirements of this bill, you've incorporated wholesale regulations promulgated by the ATF under 923I. So those require 1/16 of an inch in height and 3/10,000ths of 0.003 in depth. Now those are very, very precise, and it takes about a $7,000 machine at the least to do that with any precision. These are precision requirements, and they're made that way because manufacturers have those kind of machines. Attached to my testimony, you'll find a very illustrated testimony of a manufacturer here in Maryland, in Rockville, Maryland, Gage Armory, who does this for business. He has a $75,000 machine that he uses for engraving. He also illustrates with pictures how it's physically impossible to fit all the information you're requiring on this bill onto the bottom of the bottom, say for example, a polymer 80. Now I could fit it onto my my block of aluminum, but then I would just engrave it off because block of aluminum doesn't do anything all by itself. But the idea that you're now trying to regulate so all-encompassing in a way that simply people can't comply with and won't make a bit of difference. So what's the downside? Well, the downside is that you're basically creating a lot of potential liability for legitimate hobbyists who have never done anything wrong. Now, I appreciate the effort. I know you're reaching out for this, and this is so much better than what we've seen in the past where it's just been out criminalization. But it's not quite there.
Can you say that one more time? Just one more time.
In the past, we've seen just outright criminalization, and I compliment you in trying to solve what you perceive to be the problem. But I don't think the bill solves the problem, one, and two, it doesn't quite make it in terms of preserving the rights of the individuals who are already law-abiding and do this as a hobby. So this is fun for these people. I know a lot of people don't identify with that, but it's fun for them. They don't do anything wrong with this. And yet I can't engrave all that stuff on the bottom of my polymer 80. I just can't. It's not physically possible and still meet the requirements of 923I, which I can't do anyhow unless I have a precision engraver. Because those are the regs that you've incorporated into your bill.
Follow-up question. Where do you think the people who are making these firearms to sell to other prohibited or to other criminals are getting the receivers from?
Well, they get the.
How do you think this supply chain works? Because that's really what this bill is trying to get at the heart of, right? If you're requiring unfinished receivers to go through the same process as a finished receiver, then you're stopping the supply chain for criminal enterprise.
The federal government regulates receivers as defined by federal law on a nationwide basis. And it does, a reasonably good job. But because this is a nationwide market for these receivers, and they can be shipped anywhere, they can be bought over the counter, unless you regulate this on a nationwide basis, you're never going to solve this problem, what you perceive to be the problem. So you won't be able to solve it without getting the ATF on board with this. Now, I understand that the gun advocacy groups have sued the ATF to make them regulate these. But at some point, you're going to find that the ATF is going to say, well, 80%, well, that's not good enough. How about this block of aluminum? Well, we should regulate that too. I don't think so. You're never going to get that far. So where do you draw lines? Well, the ATF's the expert agency here, and they always have been. They were part of the Department of Justice when I was there, and I represented them. So they'd have to draw a line somewhere. And I'm going to tell you, they're not going to draw it here on a block of aluminum. And you may say, well, you should draw it where they have to punch 3 holes. Well, the ATF is already investigating polymer 80 for sending these kits out, and has actually visited a lot of people who have gotten these kits. So they're obviously moving forward on that too. But at some point, you got to let people grind their blocks of aluminum into lower receivers, because that's never going to be regulated by the ATF. And if without nationwide regulation, you're never going to get there.
Thank you, Mr. Pinnock. Would the chair indulge me a question to the hobbyists?
One more question, yes.
Thank you. Gotcha. And this goes to any of the 3 of you, would you feel more comfortable if instead of saying that all of this information has to be engraved on the plate, to just say conspicuously and permanently engraved, cast, or stamped, which is the requirement for any federally manufactured or imported firearm?
May I answer this question, Chair?
Go ahead.
Delegate Lopez, if I may, your legislation, if I recall correctly, refers to imprinting that information specifically on the frame or receiver of the firearm, not the firearm itself. Under federal law, I think someone else pointed this out as well, when a complete firearm is made, the slide can have some of that data, the barrel can have some of that data. There's other places to accommodate that data, but a lot of the way that a lot of these receivers are made, the receiver itself has very little room or very little flat surface to cram all that information on it. And to require that, I believe Mr. Pennick said it correctly, that's a precision task, and you're going to need someone who has precision tools to do it correctly. Someone just trying to do it with a soldering iron, probably going to have a hard time doing such a thing.
Sure. So the way the bill is written, it does say if for the manufacturer who needs to serialize it. So for any future purposes or future purchases of an unfinished receiver, then the manufacturer would have to do it. So the argument of you need expensive tools, it really only, there only needs to be allowances for DIY serialization for currently the projects that you have right now, right? And so if it would be helpful for the grandfather clause to say you can like for grandfathering, an individual can put this the same standard serialization scheme that was required of federal manufacturers or imported somewhere on the firearm, as opposed to just on the plate. And I have to say that I do disagree that you can't put all of that information on a frame. And I do disagree with the idea that you need a $7,000 piece of equipment to do that. When I read this and I hear these arguments, I think it's kind of like when you plan a wedding, like technically to be legally married, you just have to go to the courthouse and pay $150 or whatever it is. And there you go, have your officiant sign it, right? But if you really want to have a big wedding with 500 people and a full mass and flying in all the family from the old country and, you know, have hydrangeas and orchids and all that, like if you really want to make it elaborate, you can spend as much money as you want, but the bare bones legal requirement is actually pretty manageable. So I don't know if
Delegate, do you have a question?
Would you like to comment on that?
Okay.
I would. Well, the big wedding here is that there's 53 years of firearms that are being regulated in this manner. Marylanders who have guns going back for 53 years would have to serialize them in this very specific way with all that data. Again, it is not as simple as just etching some things into a receiver. There's different surfaces, there's different materials. And then some of these people have made many of these, some of these have a few of these, but not necessarily everyone has the means to simply do that on their own. It's just, if you really imagine demanding so many restrictions on other people's exercise of their rights. And I understand we don't like talking about the Second Amendment as a right, but at the end of the day, it very much is a right. Making one's own gun has always been legal in this country, and indeed Maryland. So, you know, demanding that 53 years of gun owners or 53 years of people who have guns serialize them so quickly. I think the enactment of this bill would be January 1st, 2022. That's okay. Well, that's less than it's about 9 months from now. That's a tall ask. You're asking the thousands of gun owners. I think I heard someone mention that there were many thousands of these specifically polymer 80 kits that have been shipped into Maryland since 2016. That's okay. Well, all those people got to all of a sudden pick up and go, and the state isn't going to help them do it. The burden is explicitly shouldered by the individual. No one else is helping them. And with as many of the other things go on in the state, I highly doubt that there would be some sort of mass education campaign to help Marylanders comply with the law. And if they don't comply, then they face severe fines and potentially jail. And I agree. I express the sentiments of Mr. Penick. This is an improvement over what we had seen in years before, because those bills in HB 1291 go right for my head. Do this or go to jail. This is better, but again, I don't think the requirements are quite as trivial as they're made to be.
All right, we're going to move on to Delegate Griffith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question is for Mr. Penick. So in your conversation with Delegate Lopez, you mentioned that New York had passed something similar to this?
Yes, New York has a bill like this, if I recall correctly, but I'm not familiar with the exact contents of it. I'm more familiar with the California statute, which actually accommodates this pretty well, because the serial number that the California Department of Justice gives people is quite small and easily manageable. And that's it. There's no name, there's no city, there's no caliber, it's just a little number. And so that's degradable.
So in California, how long ago was this passed in California?
It's 2-3 years ago, and became effective in various stages. I think it became effective for current owners in 2019, January 1. It's in my bill, testimony from last year, I believe, on California's requirements.
And how has it affected gun crime since it was passed?
Oh, it hasn't affected at all, because the reality is people who make these homemade guns for their own hobbies don't commit crimes, and the people who are going to commit crimes don't give a damn about these laws.
And the New York law, although we don't know the details of the law, since it was passed, has gun crime gone down in New York City?
Certainly not. Actually, gun crime is climbing in New York, just as it's climbing in Maryland. And it's not because, and you heard the Lieutenant Colonel, it's not because of the prevalence of ghost guns that murders and assaults and robberies are going up in Maryland.
Very interesting. Thank you, sir.
Delegate Bartlett.
Two questions for Mr. Penick, couldn't help it. Has there ever been a school shooting involving a ghost gun?
Well, you had that discussion before with, I think, another witness, and there may well have been, but I'm not sure what that proves.
Well, no, it proves a lot but I'm not going to get into it. I don't want to do a debate. I just want to ask you a question, which is what I'm supposed to do. Has there ever been any nexus between tracing a gun and solving a crime involving a gun?
It's interesting you should mention that. We just went into that a lot in the handgun qualification license litigation against the Maryland State Police.
Well, you know what, Mr. Penick, I'm not trying to be, I hate to cut you off, but this really is a yes or no type of question.
There's a highly attenuated connection, because the ATF is not able to trace most of the guns used in crime. Because, Delegate, guns that are used in crimes are sold and resold, and tracing only takes you back to the first purchaser from the dealer. After that,
so there's no nexus, or there is a nexus?
There's a tiny nexus at best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Penick.
Delegate Arakan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering, Mr. Jocelyn, you had mentioned that you had done an MPIA for Baltimore City and some crime stats, and I'm just wondering if there was anything interesting that you found in there that had to do with this issue.
Certainly is. I asked them for information from 2018 through 2020. And they've reported in 2018 acquiring 2,713 firearms. Of the 2,713, 4% or 106 firearms had obliterated serial numbers. 12 or 0.4% were so-called ghost guns. They received one 3D printed gun in their buyback. In 2019, they indicate 2,214 firearms. 69 of those had obliterated serial numbers, or 3%. And in 2019, 48 of them were firearms that would be normally listed in the colloquial ghost gun category, or 2%. In 2020, the confiscated number was 2,283. The number of obliterated serial numbers was 50, or 2%. And in 2020, the number that never had a serial number, or if you will, a ghost gun, was 143, or 6%. So over the 3 years period, we're looking at a total of 7,210 firearms. 225, or 3%, had obliterated serial numbers, and 203, or 2.8%, were unserialized so-called ghost guns. Now, quite frankly, when you hear people throw out numbers like exponential and this many percent and that many percent, when you put it in context and you realize that in Maryland, there were 9,465 firearms, according to ATF, that they traced in 2019, in perspective, in context, to claim that we are facing this exponential rise in these firearms is the marketing equivalent of trying to tell people that the Geico Gecko is Godzilla. Are they out there? Yes, they are, but they are not in this tremendous avalanche of firearms. And in fact, the more often you talk about things like this, the more they think about getting them, and the criminals discover them, just as they did in 1994 when we banned the so-called assault pistols. They were being used, but after those pistols were banned, their usage went up for the next 2 or 3 years because the criminals heard about it and they felt that you just weren't a street cred criminal unless you happened to have an assault pistol. So it was counterproductive and it didn't reduce crime.
Wow, that's interesting data. I'm glad to have those numbers and to see how minuscule this problem really is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there further questions for this panel? Seeing none, we thank you very much. And we're going to move on to our next panel, and it should complete the witnesses for House Bill 638. James McGuire, DJ Spiker, Brent Omspaugh, George Marshall, Wendy Hannon, Mike Doherty, Jesse Ferguson, Chris Peabody. And Alan Howlett, if he's there. Signed up is Paul Contrino, but we don't have him in the waiting room. Is Mr. McGuire here?
Yes, I am, sir.
All right, that's great. For 2 minutes, please.
Okay, very well.
But we need you to turn on your video, please.
Did I not turn my video on? I apologize.
It happens.
There we go.
There we go. 2 minutes, please.
All right. Excellent. My name is James McGuire. I live in Frederick, Maryland, and I have one point to make today. Delegate Lopez said earlier in testimony that she didn't want to legislate the hypothetical. She wanted to deal with the here and now. That's awesome, because the here and now reality of this legislation is that it's a drift net. And in my written testimony, I will direct you to a discussion thread on the Northeast Shooters Forum from an individual named Boris. I apologize for mild profanity. If you jump in your favorite search engine and search for shit shovel AK, you will get the #1 or #2 hit for that. If you follow down to the Chive link in that result, you'll get a link that has some photos to it. The bottom line is that this item right here, it's shoveled like this, can be converted, here's a photo, to an AK receiver. And it meets all of the requirements of 5-701 section J2, which basically says a blank casting machine body that requires modification and ends up being a part of a functional firearm. That's the here and now. That is the reality of the situation. You have a functional AK platform built from a shovel. And the legislation further on down in 5-706, where is it? C2 says that possession is prohibited after January 22. So everybody who is in possession of a shovel like this that doesn't have a serial number on it is going to fall afoul of this legislation. Good news is there's plenty of space for people who have long names. So this is a drift net. It's a bad idea. And I seek an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Spiker, for 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is DJ Spiker, National Rifle Association. We would urge an unfavorable report. It's important to note there's a reason very few states have gone down this path. There's only 5 states that pass this legislation. There's a highly technical area of the law that we're dealing in. And what we're doing is creating uncertainty, particularly with a new presidential administration who has just taken over. We've yet to have an ATF director appointed. We just heard last week in the news that President Biden is exploring executive action to go after this exact issue. What Maryland risks in going down this path is creating laws and regulations that are going to deviate away from what either through executive order or ATF regulation is going to do. Every deviation away from federal law only creates more uncertainty and more potential issues down the road. Again, for individuals, the hobbyists in the previous panel we heard are trying to follow the law and want to do what they can to follow the law. With our Delegate Lopez mentioned about our neighbors, DC did pass an ordinance in March of last year. They are still continuing to have issues with so-called ghost guns, guns without serial numbers. If you do a perfunctory Google search, you'll find a number of them are continuing to be recovered in the district. Virginia, which is one of my states, specifically refused to act on this after examining it. They looked at the legislation and opted not to go down that path. So even our neighbors to the south are not going down this path. This is a little bit of again, this is a highly technical area. There's a reason that ATF regulates this specifically. And with the change in the president and the executive branch, we anticipate a number of new regulations coming down. Maryland risks running counter to those by moving forward with this. Again, I would urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brett Amspa.
Thank you for having me. So the engraving plate on an existing purchased firearm is that big. The engraving plate for the Polymer 80 pistols is the same size. Yeah, I cannot fit the information required under this bill on that engraving plate. That's the first one. Now, Polymer 80 also makes AR-15 receivers. Those are larger. I understand where some of that confusion may have come in. Part of my issue is that I'm not putting my name on any firearm. If I were to have one of these stolen or lost, the police, you guys can go ahead and trace the serial number, and I get that, and I'm fine with that. But to have my very unique last name, my city, my first name on a firearm that someone may come in contact with, I don't want that criminal element being able to look me up very easily and coming back to my house to see what else they can get. Granted, I have my stuff locked up, but I don't want to have to deal with that. I like that little bit of anonymity from the general public. Furthermore, this does nothing to address the cost implications to the general public. Hypothetically speaking, if I have 10 of these, it's going to cost me about $50 a piece to have them laser engraved at Engage Armament, which was mentioned before. So you're asking law-abiding citizens who are already in possession of the property to have an additional expenditure for their exercising of their constitutionally protected right is unacceptable. There's a couple more, but I know that we're limited on time. I'll yield for now.
Thank you very much. we'll go now to George Marshall, please. Mr. Marshall on the line? Could be that he is not on the line. I think I missed that one. Let's just make sure. No, he is not on the line. So, okay. Wendy Hammond.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm Dr. Wendy Hannon, Baltimore City District 46 resident and firearms instructor. I oppose House Bill 638 as written. The bill describes antique firearms as guns manufactured before 1968, but the ATF defines a curio and relic as a firearm 50 years old or manufactured prior to 1971. The bill seems to conflict with federal law. Some firearms made before 1971 don't have registered serial numbers. I would ask, would guns manufactured in 69, 70, and 71 have to then have names and serial numbers engraved on them or be in violation of the law? Another concern with House Bill 638 is criminalizing current owners of guns that they personally manufactured if they don't properly serialize that firearm before the law is enacted. If I had a hand manufactured firearm, put my company name or personal name, my own made up serial number on it, how would the police find me to return it if it was used in a crime in another state? If there's no federal database? I know the commander was speaking about that earlier. It's a whole other discussion, the federal database issue. Living in Baltimore City, I would love to see less crime, but I fail to see how an unregistered self-manufactured gun that's retroactively registered as traceable is going to decrease crime besides the possibility of returning it to the original owner if stolen. This is not a big deterrent to criminals. They don't hesitate to break the law, including bringing ghost guns across state lines. According to the Baltimore Sun, the ATF successfully traced 5,884 guns used in Maryland crimes in the year 2017. 53% of those were brought in from other states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to Mike Doherty, please, for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Mike Doherty, Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. First off, my apologies for being late joining the meeting. The late notice did not allow me time to get PTO to get here early. We're in opposition to House Bill 638, and just for reference, also to House Bill 200, and we actually do support House Bill 669. As far as the engraving requirements are concerned, one of the discussion points that I've had with several people that I know that are friends of mine that are FFLs of various types, all of them have said the same thing. There are a couple of places, Engage has been one that's been listed before, they're listed in the hearings before, that they will do it. Most of the FFLs that I know will not. They do not want to be involved in, they're concerned that this would lead them to be involved in the manufacturing process from an ATF determination perspective, and thus putting their license at risk. The machinery to do this, I'm another one of those people that if I were to put my full name and my city on there on a Polymer 80, it wouldn't fit unless I went to somebody that has the actual hardware that can do letters at 1/16 of an inch high and 0.03 inches in depth and squeezes them as tight together as possible to get it on that manufactured firearm. For this and many other reasons that have already been discussed by others, we are in opposition to the bill. Thank you.
All right, Jesse Ferguson, please, for 2 minutes. Mr. Ferguson. Going once. All right, I see Chris Peabody. Chris Peabody, please, for 2 minutes.
Committee, thank you again for the time today to talk about this. I think we're at the point where I'm just going to be repeating what some other folks already said. The grandfathering part is just really a red herring. It's a pain for everyone, and essentially after 2022, no manufacturer of the unfinished receivers is going to sell them in Maryland. So essentially, when that part goes into effect, you're gonna stop what's coming into the state. So I think that's where Delegate Lopez, who's done a lot of research, hits her supply chain. So all the ones that are here now before January 2022, we're going to go after the people like me who didn't get them serialized in time, and there won't be any more legally shipped into Maryland after January 2022, and people will get them across state lines. So all we've done is we diverted the supply chain instead of disrupting it or stopping it. So that's what I got. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll go now to Jesse Ferguson, who I think has joined
Yeah, sorry, this is a little clunky. I much
You're okay.
prefer
2
being
minutes.
in the meeting room with you guys. So I'm one of the hobbyists that would be negatively impacted by this. We've heard this bill is going to affect hobbyists more so than criminals by a long shot. If I was a criminal without a felony conviction, though, but let's say I'm buying up polymer 80s and spinning them out in my garage and selling them to other criminals, I'm already in violation of the law. The criminals that are purchasing the firearms from me, completed firearms, are going to be in violation of the law. This is not going to stop any of that. This isn't going to give us any understanding of patterns of trafficking. If I have to serialize completed firearms that I've already manufactured, it doesn't provide any understanding. Not only that, I'm talking about reality and cats being out of the bag and stopping a signal that's already out there. 3D printers, $200, $300. If I'm really going to be in the criminal enterprise and cranking out guns, that's where I'm going to be looking, because spools of plastic and a $200 machine, and I'm in business. So this isn't going to do anything. It's pointless, a burden to law-abiding gun owners in Maryland. I urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. We just very quickly, we appreciate that people want to continue to say more things, but just as we don't allow people to speak over other people when they're testifying, we also don't let people are not allowed to continue testifying in the chat. So not a big deal, but it's not. But thank you, Brett. But that's perfectly fine. But no more of that. I think we have Alan Howlett is our last to testify. Mr. Howlett? Or did I miss that he is not here? All right, I think Mr. Howlett is not here. All right, that's fine. So now we'll take questions for the panel. We'll go to Delegate McComas first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is directed to Mr. Doherty. Now, you said that a lot of FFLs don't want to be involved in the engraving. I was wondering, do FFLs have insurance, liability insurance, if for some reason, there's an incident and they had maybe sold the gun to whoever created the incident?
So first off, thank you for saying my last name correctly. Very few people get it correct on the first time. I don't know, having not gone through the FFL process myself and not done any other research directly on it, I couldn't tell you what their liability insurance requirements are. I'm sure they do have some level of liability insurance requirement, but what particular instances are covered, I don't know what the requirements would be.
Okay, but if they started doing the serial numbers on these receivers, then is it possible that they could be considered part of the manufacturing process?
Well, that's been the answer from several of them back to me, is that that's what they're concerned about. They're concerned that the ATF's going to come back and say, well, you're the one who did the engraving for this, therefore you were involved in the making of this product. And that's one of the reasons why they're concerned. They've expressed the concerns to me that they don't want this particular piece of their business or this particular piece of business in their portfolio. There are instances that are covered under other ones. So for example, National Firearms Act covers things that are more specifically regulated at the federal level, and there are specific engraving requirements around them. And they're typically involved in the process somehow through ATF form letters that provide them some coverage for that. But this does not. And they're worried about what continued liability they may potentially have at either the state level or the ATF level if they agree to perform this service.
And they don't have any, they don't do that now. And so if they did have insurance, it wouldn't cover it if they started on
that. Like I said, the generic answers from them were, this is something I'm concerned about from how ATF would look at it for my license, so therefore I don't want to do it.
Okay.
They didn't go into what capabilities they had ready at hand to perform other engraving activities. A couple of the people that I do know are FFL manufacturers specifically. And that's one of the, they're worried about how does that apply if I'm a manufacturer making my own stuff, and now I'm allowing the public to come in because they're trying to comply with Maryland law, and I'm doing work on their firearm that I did not create.
So the other quick question is that basically wouldn't it make sense that you don't want different people doing serial numbers? You need a registry, a centralized registry, so you're not duplicating the same numbers?
Well, that would be, so some of the language in the bill kind of references that anyway. It's whoever is the manufacturer of the firearm, whoever's completing that firearm is the one who's going to define what their serial numbers are. Manufacturers today that manufacture commercial firearms for sale, that's what they do. They have a reference record for every firearm that they create at the point in manufacturing where the ATF requires it for compliance with both federal law and international trade in arms laws that apply to them as well.
So
but there's an argument either way for how are you going to, if I could make a serial number that's, MD 001002003, what's to stop somebody else, Mark Davis, just picking a name out of thin air, could do the same thing. Hey, it's my first initial, my last initial, and start a string of numbers. Then what does that mean? So there's arguments on both sides of the fence.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We thank you all very much for testifying with us today, and seeing no further questions, that concludes the testimony on House Bill 638. Committee, it is 7 o'clock. It is time for our break, please, so that people can step away for a moment and then come back. We have 2 bills after this, Delegate Henson, Delegate Amprey. So we're going to start that at 8 p.m. We will start those 2 bills at 8 p.m. tonight, and we'll go from there. All right. Thank you all very much. Please remember to turn off your video, turn off your audio as well when we go on this 1-hour break. Thank you very much. Members of the committee should begin to return, please. Members of the committee should begin to return. Delegate Henson should return, please. There she is. One, two, three, four, five. Members of the committee, if you would begin to come back on screen, we will get underway. This is the continued hearings now of the House Judiciary Committee. It is 8 o'clock on the 1st of March. We have House Bill 175 next. House Bill 175. This is Delegate Henson's bill. Delegate Henson will be joined by Melanie Shapiro. Delegate Henson will get 3 minutes. Ms. Shapiro will get 2. I'm going to wait to, Ms. Shapiro is not here yet, and we do not have the requisite 11 to start yet. So we're going to need one of these 2 things to happen. Hopefully the getting 11 people here thing would be helpful.
Extra credit to those that are here on time.
Indeed. Melanie Shapiro is here. Delegate Lopez, I think, is there. All right, we're going to go ahead and we will get started. I know there are a couple members that are on the screens there, so we'll see them in a moment. Delegate Shanika Henson, please, for House Bill 175 for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, honorable members of the Judiciary Committee. Chair Clippinger, Vice Chair Atterbury, thank you for the opportunity to present for your consideration House Bill 175, Public Safety, Ammunition Sales and Transfers. Currently, there are 11 states that track ammunition sales and transfers, the most prominent being California. Although the dialogue on firearms regulation in Maryland is evolving, the dialogue on regulating ammunition sales and transfers is largely a first of its kind. The way that the bill would work is prior to a purchaser or transferee of ammunition being granted possession of the ammunition, the vendor must receive the purchaser's name, date of birth, address, and a form of government issued ID to verify the purchaser's identity and to check their eligibility to own ammunition. I want to note that the information that they're sharing is no more than the information you share with the bartender to get a drink at the bar. So we're not asking for an incredible amount of information. A vendor would then deny the sale to a person that's prohibited from possessing a firearm or process the sale for the transaction of ammunition to any law-abiding citizen like the ones that you're going to hear from this evening in opposition to the bill. Vendors would be required to keep a confidential electronic log of all the sales and transfers which are made to be disclosed only to law enforcement. I want to note that this is the same process that we use right now for regulated cold medicines that can only be purchased over the counter and can't be purchased off of the shelves, even though they are not prescription medications. You will shortly hear from an overwhelming number of witnesses expressing their opposition to this bill on grounds that range from logistical concerns to constitutional infringement. While this regulation is novel in Maryland, it is not new throughout the country. One of the largest hurdles, in my estimation, to the bill as drafted is the system used for background checks. And I do think there are several fixes to that, whatever is the will of the committee. The committee could simply remove the portion for background checks and the bill would simply be a tracking bill. Or the committee could require that the state police come up with some other mechanism for doing background checks, such as what's in the California legislation. Or the committee could simply take a pivot and do more to regulate the seller of ammunition as opposed to the purchaser. Right now, there's lots of companies and businesses that sell ammunition that are not FFLs here in the state of Maryland. I would like to be clear about the bill on ammunition sales and transfers. This would assist our law enforcement agencies in getting a handle on unregulated gun usage by providing a defined paper trail of where ammunition is and how it got there. By tracking the movement of ammunition, law enforcement can have greater clarity between legal and illegal uses of ammunition. However, given the opposition to the bill, I do understand if the committee is not able to offer a favorable report, but I am asking for the committee's favorable report, and if nothing else, to start the conversation on how we better regulate our ammunition sales and transfers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. For 2 minutes, please, Ms. Shapiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Melanie Shapiro, Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. I'd like to thank Delegate Henson for bringing this important bill and starting the conversation regarding regulating ammunition in the state of Maryland. I would note that yes, it is illegal for a prohibited person to possess ammunition, but there is no process to determine if an individual purchasing ammunition is in fact a prohibited person. That is the framework that this piece of legislation does establish. We would actually urge you to keep in the background check because according to the Bureau of Justice statistics, 1 in 9 background check denials using the federal system were denied as a result of a connection to domestic violence or domestic abuse. And so there are people who are still trying to acquire firearms and likely ammunition. Simply because a person is a prohibited person does not mean that they cannot come into possession of a firearm, albeit unlawfully, and thereby actually walk into a store and again, while illegal, purchase ammunition absent any check whatsoever. And so we are urging a favorable report on House Bill 175. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the panel? Delegate Griffith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one quick question. Just trying to understand the tracking of the ammunition. So how do you account for spent ammunition? So, you know, if one person's transferring ammunition to another, you know, maybe, but like if I buy 500 rounds and I use 500 rounds, you know, in the woods behind my house, how can you track that?
The tracking happens at the point of sale or transfer, and the mechanism for doing that, the bill defers to the Secretary of the State Police to come up with the system that we would use in the state of Maryland. They would develop and keep electronically the records. So how they keep those records electronically, I wanted to leave them the flexibility to do that in a way that perhaps could piggyback on systems that already exist or take advantage of any contracts or opportunities that we have in state law currently.
But how would we track existing ammunition, purchased ammunition?
We would not. The bill would track ammunition from the effective date forward.
All right, thank you.
Are there further questions for the panel? Delegate Grammer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Good to see you. I wanted to ask if it's my understanding that the NICS, the database used for the NICS checks federally is it's not legal to use it for anything other than firearms. So how would you use that for ammunition?
I think that's an excellent question, Delegate Grammer, and thanks for adding it to the discussion. The fiscal note speaks about that as well, and I did have an opportunity to speak with some opponents to the bill about that topic too. I did offer in my testimony, and I'm happy to send it over, about 3 or 4 different solutions that if the committee were inclined They could have alternate provisions in the bill by way of amendment. You could remove the background check, although it is important to our advocates that that stays in the bill, but that is an option if it's the will of the committee. You could require an alternate form of background check. In the state of California, what they did was set up their own firearm registry, and they had their own background that they performed internal to the state. And then another alternative that I offered was putting greater regulations on the seller of the ammunition as opposed to the purchaser. So we could kind of take the intention of that provision and kind of flip flop it so that it would be the seller that had more regulation and had to register with the state as opposed to the purchaser and their background check happening at that time.
Okay, I appreciate the answer.
Delegate McComas.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Delegate Hansen, I just have a question. I don't know that much about ammunition, but can you purchase ammunition over the internet at this time out of state?
Yes.
Okay, so how, well, okay, so that, and then the other thing is you can physically go to different states and buy the ammunition and bring it back into the state. Is that correct?
It's not my understanding that there's anything prohibiting that at this time.
Okay, so do you think that, well, do you feel that this might have implications for commerce, interstate commerce at all?
No.
Okay, and do you have an AG opinion to that effect?
No, but there are other states that have laws that are the same or similar to this, and they have not had challenges based on the interstate commerce.
If I could just add that there have been legal challenges to the law that exists in the state of California, and the Attorney General in Maryland joined in support in a brief in support of the legislation in California, which was recently upheld as constitutional.
It was upheld by a federal district court?
There were challenges within the California court system. And so as of the last decision that I saw, it was upheld.
Okay, do you know if it's being appealed?
I don't know.
Okay.
But the last I saw was something relatively within the last several months of the several AGs from around the country joining in support of the statute, including the state of Maryland.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, that concludes the testimony in favor of House Bill 175. Thank you all very much for joining us this evening. We're now going to go to those people in opposition. We'll go through the list and see who is out there. All right. Katie Novotny, Jason Bulger, Mark Pennack, John Jocelyn, Daryl Hodge, Trevor Santos, Mark Harbin, William Turner, Paul Contrino, and Nicholas Ditello. See who is there and who is not. See Jason Bulger, if you'd like to begin, Mr. Bulger. Oh, wait a minute. I could do this in order if I do it the right way. So we'll do it with Katie Novotny. Katie Novotny, please, for 2 minutes.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. I strongly oppose HB 175. So as even stated in the fiscal note, the NICS system cannot be used for this purpose. You know, it's just absurd to suggest that it can. And there's so many other places to get ammunition, unless this is federally regulated, which it's not. This bill just doesn't do anything. It's already a crime for a prohibited person to possess ammunition. It's already a crime for a prohibited person to possess a firearm, and we know that they managed to get their hands on that as well. And then what's going to be done with this database or registry, if you will, of ammunition? If it's deemed by someone that an unreasonable amount of ammunition is purchased by an individual, who's determining what's unreasonable? You know, I'm a competition shooter. Between my husband and I, you know, we might shoot a couple thousand rounds in a month. And we regularly see on the news, they'll seize firearms and ammunition from someone and there'll be 200 rounds of ammunition. And it's considered this, oh my gosh, this huge cache of ammunition. And that's just not true. So is someone going to show up at my house and demand to see my ammunition? Delegate Griffith's point, do I have to prove that I've expended that ammunition? Do I have to prove what I've done with it? This just seems like it's going down a road that just absolutely lends itself to abuse. It's not going to stop any crimes, and it's just going to be a giant hassle if there's even a way to accomplish this that's legal. And I'm sure someone else will speak to this, but I believe the California bill has been appealed, and I think they've granted appeal en banc. I'm sure someone who knows much more than me can elaborate on that. So I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Jason Bulger, please.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I stand opposed to this bill for several reasons. This is yet another myopic bill focused on reducing crime in Baltimore, but unfortunately, it adversely affects more citizens than the ones it was intended to target. The state of Maryland is not Baltimore. I am a libertarian from District 5. I am the co-chair of the youth shooting competition program at our local gun club. I'm a father to 4 sons, all of which are hunters, and some are competitive shooters. Shooting a gun, especially a handgun, is not as easy as what you see in Hollywood films. It takes a lot of practice, patience, ammunition to be a proficient shooter. And that's just to be able to get it on the target, let alone hit a bullseye. The only way I can afford ammunition for our needs is by buying it online in bulk. If you're tracking that, you might assume that I'm stockpiling ammo to make a move against a governing body, which would lead to a no-knock warrant at my home. When we go to the range as a family, we go through a lot of ammunition. It just goes quickly. And thanks to Maryland's reduced magazine capacity, we spend much more time reloading than training. I believe the majority of Marylanders outside of Baltimore City only care about protecting our families, not discharging a firearm with criminal intent. If this bill passes, more citizens will make their own ammo at home, and you can expect to see a rise in accidents because there's a strict process into reloading ammo, and there's always someone who thinks it'd be a great idea to add a little extra powder for a bigger bang. From a practicality standpoint, Maryland is a small state, and most of its residents can cross into another state to go shopping in a short amount of time. This bill is a direct infringement on the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution and was not well thought out or designed in gross apathy like many other poorly written gun bills in Maryland. I ask for an unfavorable report.
Mark Pennock for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Pennock, President of Maryland Show Issue. So the elephant in the room, of course, is you can't use a NICS check for this. So the alternative is to now turn to something like the California system. Just to bring you up to date on the litigation, that California system was preliminary enjoined by the Federal District Court in the Southern District of California in the case called Road. Is cited in my written testimony. The state of California appealed that to the Ninth Circuit. That Ninth Circuit appeal is now pending. And so as it stands right now, at least one federal district court has enjoined that. And the reason they enjoined it was on 2 grounds, Second Amendment grounds, and on the Commerce Clause, because it discriminated against interstate commerce in violation of the dormant Commerce Clause provisions of the Constitution. So that as it stands, the California system may well fail as well. So what's left? You're talking about a massive database that you want the state police to construct, and at who knows what cost, and very intrusive data that they're requiring of the purchaser at the time of purchase. And for what purpose? Not clear, because ammunition can't be traced at all. So when you find the shell casing at the scene of the crime, can't trace it back to the gun. So most of it might tell you that somebody who's a prohibited person is buying ammunition, but those people are free right now to go anywhere across the country and buy ammunition to their heart's content, because ammunition is not regulated under federal law. Indeed, in 1986, this Congress repealed the provisions for ammunition regulation, finding that it was worse than useless. There is no earthly reason to engage in this expensive regulation of ammunition sales when, one, it won't lead to any reduction in crime, and two,
Mr. Penick, if you'd wrap up, please.
I urge unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. John Jocelyn, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Jocelyn with 2A Maryland, speaking in opposition to House Bill 175. You have my written testimony where I enumerate 6 different issues of concern on this legislation. This bill would require that the vendor, who often is going to be a mom and pop gas station convenience store in Western Maryland, to build the infrastructure necessary to keep this database for transmission to the Maryland State Police. We have serious concerns about the security of this data, that it won't be hacked, that it won't be sold, that it won't be used for a nefarious purpose. We also have serious concerns about what may happen regarding law enforcement. During the O'Malley administration, the Maryland State Police were directed to put their emphasis on firearms and not on felons. As a result, they used an ammunition sales log in La Plata, and they visited the home of a retired African-American gentleman at 12:30 in the morning, 2 unmarked cars, 3 or 4 plainclothes police officers. And the reason they were there was because when they checked what he had purchased, they didn't have in their database a firearm of the type that he purchased ammunition for, and they wanted to know what he was doing with it. This is a clear invasion of privacy. It can readily be abused in the future. We believe this bill is very, very ill-considered. We ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. Daryl Hodge for 2 minutes, please.
Good evening. I'm Daryl Hodge from Arnold, Maryland. I live in a district adjacent to Delegate Henson, and I'm very pleased that she's bringing this bill because I know that she definitely wants to address the issue of violence in her community, which is also my community. And if she were going after the criminals with the increasing criminal penalties, like has been effective, was shown in Richmond, Virginia, I'd be in favor. If she were going after illegal use of guns, increasing the criminal penalties, I would be in favor. But instead, what she's doing is targeting lawful users. She's proposing an ineffective measure that's not going to have any effect upon crime. I looked up to see how California was doing with this, and I found a newspaper article that said between July and November of 2019, nearly 20% of purchases were rejected by the California Department of Justice. Of those, the huge majority were just simple database errors. Now, maybe the Maryland bureaucracy is far more effective than the California bureaucracy, but I have my doubts there. The percentage of people that they caught in this 4-month period who are prohibited persons trying to buy ammunition was 0.04%. And for such a minor amount of identification of people, this bill is so burdensome on the lawful hunters, the lawful target shooters, the huge majority of the population. I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trevor Santos, please, for 2 minutes. Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. Trevor Santos here today on behalf of the National Shooting Sports Foundation, expressing our strong opposition to House Bill 175. No need to harp on the NICS issue, as federal law does not allow the NICS system to be utilized for anything other than a firearm transfer. Additionally, the NICS system would not allow a business other than an FFL to conduct that background check. Mr. Penick has already discussed the California issue in case, and Mr. Hodge touched on the issues of otherwise law-abiding people being rejected due to system and database errors. What I do want to touch on is the 2013 SAFE Act that was passed in New York State that mandated background checks on ammunition purchases. However, that requirement was suspended because the database did not exist, and it was estimated that it would cost New York taxpayers upwards of $100 million. Regulations like the one set forth in House Bill 175 create hurdles and put undue liability on FFLs for record keeping and compliance protocols. House Bill 175 will have no impact on decreasing criminal activity, but will certainly serve as an additional burden on law-abiding gun owners and small businesses. In closing, NSSF would request an unfavorable report for House Bill 175. Thank you.
Mark Harbin, please, for 2 minutes.
Yes, I just want to state a small opinion from a non-connected Maryland citizen. To me, trying to impose a bill like this is analogous to trying to monitor and get background checks on a full tank of gas just because the automobile could be used in a drunk driving incident, took a life or injured someone. To me, it's a similar thing that they're trying to do, and it'll achieve no good in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. William Turner. Mr. Turner. William Turner.
Are we there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
For 2 minutes.
Sure. Name is William Turner, live in Cambridge, Maryland. I'm not opposed to the bill. It's mainly because if this bill were to pass, I envision online retailers as well as brick and mortar stores will no longer, they'll just choose not to sell ammo in the state of Maryland. It just won't be easier not to than it would be to make a few dollars off selling ammo. That will basically force both myself as well as any criminals, I guess, that you're trying to regulate to cross state lines to purchase ammo and be loss of tax revenue. Those criminals will also probably have an underground purchase for the ammo, so you'll just have that sold on the street corners. I feel all these feel-good laws, they only restrict the law-abiding citizen, not those who are going to commit the crimes. The criminals are smart enough to get around them. They're also not worried about breaking an ammunition violation when they're contemplating committing a crime. I ask for unfavorable return. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicholas DiTello.
Hello. Thanks again for hearing me. I just wanted to reiterate I'm again card-carrying Eagle Scout, and I really the laws we're seeing here, I'm just flabbergasted. This one in particular, the thing I'm seeing here is that this bill will only accomplish increasing the cost and effort of maintaining an existing firearms collection, and it will encourage people to cross state lines to get ammo elsewhere, because this is a novel law on this side of the coast anyway. Many online retailers already refuse to do business with Marylanders because the law is previously passed. If you pass this bill, I can't imagine any retailers would continue selling to us. Even with the HQL exception, it isn't helpful, as most sites will simply refuse business. The HQL also wouldn't help out people like my brother-in-law who only own long guns. Bills like this one make firearms only accessible to the well-off and rich. Adding additional barriers like this, it really only makes it to where people who need to defend themselves the most have a little bit more difficult time getting that ammo, that gun. But the thing I'm having difficulty with is just the onus always seems to be on gun owners. The cost, this is a very real cost that we're going to have to eat. And I'm not seeing the data showing that this bill will actually stop crime. It's the primary issue we're having in Maryland is stolen pistols, which we already have regulation for. Ammo is inherently untraceable. If I came across a box of ammo, there's no way to know who bought or sold it. The average gun owner has probably tens of thousands of rounds of ammo. I encourage you to look at the Maryland Shall Issue website, where there are multiple references where ATF found that there's no substantial law enforcement value to tracking ammo. Last point here, Maryland literally had a spent casing requirement for pistols years ago, if I remember correctly. It was an absolute failure and a waste of taxpayer money. If you need proof that this bill will not be practical, I suggest looking at failed Maryland legislation of the past. I urge you to vote unfavorably on this bill.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Erican for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question's for Mr. Pennack. I've sort of two little pieces. First, I didn't see in the fiscal note that there was any mention of the cost of creating a not NICS system. What are we looking at? What's your guess on how much that will cost us?
So that's a good question. The cost of the HQL system that the Maryland State Police had to create after 2013 was in the millions. The purchase of ammunition, there's 8 billion, that's with a B, round sold in the United States every year. Maryland's share of that is surely in the tens of millions of rounds. I can't imagine the database, and I'm technically sophisticated, that could be built quick enough to handle that kind of volume. So I have no idea what it would cost, but it would cost a lot because it would have to be a huge computer investment, plus the cost imposed on the retailer would have to invest in the lines necessary to communicate with the state police. So I have no idea what this would cost, but it's got to be millions.
Yeah, don't we get so tired of these foolish bills? It's just really mind-boggling how much they seem to come back from the dead all the time. Like Mr. Ditello mentioned, the failed rounds system that we had in place, the state police, where they just scrapped the whole thing. They never put any of them in.
Eric, do you have a question in our future?
Yes, about red flag laws, actually. I'm just wondering.
Is that on the bill?
Yeah, I'm wondering what the impact of this bill could be on having somebody red flagged. So that's another huge concern of mine. I'm not happy with how that came out. Could this impact that as well?
I would like to, because I think if the state police is going to keep track on purchase of ammunition, then they may wonder how much ammunition you have and why do you have it. Now, I'm with the others in this room that I purchase ammunition by the case. I'm an instructor. I'll go through 1,000 rounds just for a class, easily, just for the basic pistol class. So in the more advanced classes, like the wear and carry permit, you're talking to 300 to 400 rounds per student per class. So I buy it by the case, and I buy it out of state because that's the cheapest way for me to buy it.
Yeah, me too.
It is such a no-brainer. So if you want us to train, then you can't make it expensive as hell for us to train, because that's what this would do.
Yeah, it will only hurt the people that are living in places where they can't easily get out of state to purchase. Thank you very much. That's what I thought. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Rachel Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is directed to Mr. Santos. So you and several others mentioned the burden on the sellers. Would you agree with the statement that it is not guns that kill people, but people kill people? Would that be a statement you agreed with?
Yes, ma'am. Ultimately, it's a deed done by the person who has a criminal and bad intentions.
Okay, so then would you agree that the mental health of gun owners is something that is critical, is something that we should be paying attention to and looking at?
Absolutely, and that's why I would touch on some of the programs by my organization, the National Shooting Sports Foundation, that deal with suicide prevention efforts, and specifically educating retailers and shooting ranges on how to identify someone who may be suicidal and therefore maybe not sell a firearm to them if they do recognize some of those characteristics.
And I think that's an excellent point. I would agree with you there, Mr. Santos. It's good that you have those programs. I think my final statement then would be that I think that, given the fact that we could agree that mental health of gun owners should be a priority, if this bill would simply say, if you are not authorized based on background checks to purchase a firearm, that you then should not be able to purchase ammunition. If mental health is a priority and we want to make sure that all gun owners are, mentally prepared and able to act responsibly, what would be the harm in saying if you cannot if you cannot clear a background check to buy a firearm, you should not be able to buy ammunition?
What I would point to are the laws that are already on the books that prohibit someone who is prohibited by federal law from possessing a firearm, would therefore prohibit them from possessing ammunition as well.
You would think, but if this bill for Maryland is going to track to make sure that if you can't buy the firearm, you can't buy the ammunition as well. You don't think that would be safe way to ensure that someone's not buying ammunition and accessing someone else's gun?
Well, I think you could use the same argument to say that if they can bypass the system to get a firearm, they can do the same for ammunition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions for this panel? I have one from Mr. Bulger. Mr. Bulger, you indicated that this was legislation that related in some way to the city of Baltimore. I've read the bill and there is nothing specific to the city of Baltimore in this legislation. What made you assume that this had something to do with the city of Baltimore?
I would say in general, it targets the, this is meant to prevent crime, and the bulk of crime stems out of Baltimore, and a lot of the gun owners in the rest of the state pay the price for it in forms like this.
So you're just saying that that was the only reason that you presume that it came out of Baltimore? There's nothing in the bill, nothing in the sponsor's comments that related it back to Baltimore, just that?
No, it was more the spirit of the law and the trend that I see in the General Assembly.
Thank you very much. Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next panel. Alec Cohen, DJ Spiker, Brett Omspaugh, George Marshall, Wendy Hannon, Mike Doherty, Daniel Carlin Weber, Jesse Ferguson, Chris Peabody, and Alan Howlett. Now, committee, from what I can tell, doesn't look like Alec Cohen is here, doesn't look like George Marshall is here, doesn't look like Chris Peabody or Alan Howlett are here. So we're going to go ahead and see who pops up first. See DJ Spiker from the NRA. Let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Spiker.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I won't infringe too much on your time. Appreciate the committee. DJ Spiker, National Rifle Association. With the comments previously, we do oppose the legislation. I just wanted to point out in reference to Delegate Jones's line of questioning previously, Mr. Santos, it is an existing Maryland code. It's in Public Safety 5-133.1, subsection B, a person may not possess ammunition if the person is prohibited from possessing a regulated firearm, and that's a person found guilty as a misdemeanor. 1 year and a fine of $1,000 or both. Again, that said, I won't infringe the committee's time. For the reasons commented before, we oppose the legislation and strongly urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brett Omspaugh.
Thank you for taking your time. So to just follow up on some of the other statements, this bill, the sponsor's heart's in the right place. In practicality, in implementation, this is going to be a burdensome cost on the sellers of ammunition. It's going to be increase additional costs for the purchasers of ammunition. There's going to be the additional cost to the state for the implementation. There's going to be the increased cost to the state for defending the lawsuits that are going to be coming from this, the class action lawsuits that we are already planning on filing if this goes through. This only adversely affects those who can't afford to go through the background check. Because people who are going to go through and steal a firearm aren't going to go through and then turn around and walk into a store more often than not and buy firearms. They're going to steal everything they want to anyway. The actual impact of this is that it has a greater adverse impact on law-abiding gun owners than it does on the criminals who are trying to stop. I also didn't read anything in there as far as transfers between people at a gun range. So if I go shooting with a buddy of mine, he runs out of ammunition, and I hand him a magazine full of ammunition, did I just commit a felony? Did he commit a felony? If I were to pass ammunition to my kid, if we're going hunting or target practicing, did my child just commit a felony? Those sorts of things, I didn't see them in the bill. If I missed them, please let me know. But again, going back to previous testimony of mine from earlier tonight, I don't want to go to prison because you're trying to prevent crime from other people.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Amspa. We'll go now to Wendy Hammond. Hannon, my goodness, I'm so sorry.
No problem.
You're
Wendy
down the street from me.
That's
Wendy
right.
Hannon, go ahead.
Right. I'm here from Baltimore City, District 46. This is actually the bill that brought me out to testify for the first time. I own a small LLC called Trinity Training and Safety. I focus on personalized firearms education, and I'm also a local chapter leader in a national organization that focuses on safe firearm use by women for sport or defense. I oppose House Bill 175. As a business owner, my fear is violating this law if I sell ammunition to a student as part of an instructional package. Right now, acquiring certain ammunition, such as .380 pistol, is very difficult. Additionally, I don't have access to federal background checks for my students, and many don't have their HQL yet because that's one of the courses I teach. So HQL couldn't be used as the background check, so to speak. This law would be impossible to enforce. The bill states that it does not apply to the sale or transfer of ammunition to a person who purchases or receives ammunition at a target facility, holding business, or other regulatory license, if the ammunition is at all times kept within the facility's premises. Ammunition is very scarce and expensive, up to $2 per round. Many times we don't shoot a full box at the range, but take some home for the next time. Try and envision the range searching patrons as they leave to see if they have half a box of ammunition on or about their person. Lastly, Delegate Jones addressed the mental health of a gun or ammunition purchaser. As it stands now, a person can go to a gun range, register with the range, hand over their driver's license, rent a firearm, purchase ammunition, and take their own life. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I ask the committee to vote unfavorable on this bill.
Thank you very much. Mike Doherty.
Good evening again, committee, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time. Mike Doherty, Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association, in opposition to the bill. I want to circle back to something that was said when the sponsor presented the bill about the invasive nature of buying ephedrine-based products across the counter at a pharmacy. Personally, from that aspect of things, I didn't agree with that precursor event on the same grounds as I don't agree with this precursor event. This bill presupposes that law-abiding citizens are going to break the law. You're making people criminals simply based upon the fact that they want to buy ammunition. You're forcing another background check that is impossible to do, as has been discussed by multiple people on the committee. The costs for the Maryland State Police to create a database that would allow them to do this without leveraging NICS is immense. We discussed those issues back in the Firearm Safety Act of 2013, and the bill for those systems was huge at that time as well. For that and multiple other reasons, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel Carlin Weber, please.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members of the committee again. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I'm a District 40 resident, and I am a Maryland State Police qualified handgun instructor. So many of the people who testified before me stole much of my thunder. So there's been some fantastic testimony on this. So I won't belabor your time too much. Real quick on the story that Mr. Jocelyn talked about, where the La Plata State Police harassed a gun owner over ammunition. It was because he bought .38 caliber ammunition for a long gun, which is unregulated under Maryland law. The state police assumed that he bought it for a handgun. So they went and harassed him just on that pretense. He hadn't committed a crime. He hadn't done anything wrong. They showed up at his home at night with his wife there, and he was coming home from work. So it brought in this whole situation. I've watched some of your testimony and some of your committee hearings and prior nights on police accountability and law enforcement reform. And I think all of it is purely necessary. And I congratulate the committee for taking those steps. Unfortunately, I don't think all that is going to happen overnight. And bills like these only provide more venues and more avenues for law enforcement who don't have our best intents at heart into abusing people who don't deserve to be abused. So with that, since so many others have covered so many points, I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you so much.
Jesse Ferguson, please.
Yes, Jesse Ferguson, District 37B, over here on the Eastern Shore. I apologize for the background noise. I urge an unfavorable report on this bill. From the perspective of someone who shoots trap pretty regularly, who has to buy sometimes a box of ammo from a friend at the range, this bill concerns me greatly. I think the intention is good, the execution is terrible. It's already been discussed how the NICS system can be used and the cost to set up a parallel system run by the state would be prohibitive. Again, I urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Are there questions for the panel? Delegate Cham.
Thank you, Chairman. This question is for, I don't know if he's still on, Mr. Spiker. Okay, thank you, sir. I wanted to find out about, well, first let me preface it by saying I took a gun class a few weeks ago, so I'll be purchasing my first gun when my background stuff clears, so I'm excited about that. And my question is, if people want to avoid purchasing ammunition for their guns, how are ammunition made? Like, what are the contents of bullets?
Ma'am, you'll have to forgive some of my ignorance here, as I'm not a manufacturer. There is an element of a casing shell, whether it's made of brass or recycled metal. There's gunpowder, and some of these ammunition are produced at factories in new condition. In some cases, spent casings can be reutilized for what we call range ammunition. So it's administered at a cheaper cost. So as some of the previous panelists talked about, in commitment to demonstration of safety and precision and competency, range ammunition, which is reused or repurposed, recreated, that is sold at a cheaper rate. So there are a couple of different ways, but again, forgive me for not knowing all of the ins and outs.
No, that's good enough. The shell casings, the brass or whatever, and gunpowder, because that's pretty much what I thought ammunition really just is. So can you buy these things? Can you purchase them to make ammunition?
Yes, ma'am. Individually, that you are able to, you could purchase the ingredients separately or the piece for manufacture. Again, for the purposes of keeping your costs down if you were shooting, again, for competency, or that rather than going out and buying, new ammunition at a FFL or for something for that range.
Okay, so are these things regulated as far as how much you can buy of these items, the powder, the gun casings?
No, ma'am. As Mr. Pennick touched on earlier, in the 80s, both Congress and ATF and the Department of Treasury both found that regulation of ammunition was not worth what they were not getting any benefit out of it from a law enforcement perspective. And so there was a congressional approval for legislation that basically said we're no longer going to go down that path. There are some individual states, has been referenced earlier, that have done this. The only programs most similar to the one proposed here in House Bill 175 would be California and New York. As Mr. Santos touched on, neither of those programs have been implemented either due to cost or due to litigation.
So if I was smart enough and I had the skill, I could make my own ammunition.
Yes, ma'am, theoretically, or as some folks have touched on, if you didn't want to necessarily do all of that, that you could drive to either Pennsylvania, Delaware, West Virginia, et cetera.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are there further questions for the panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. That concludes the testimony on House Bill 175. We're going to go now, if he's here, which hopefully he is, to the final bill of the evening. Delegate Ampry is here. Delegate Ampry is going to be testifying. John Herzog should be testifying again.
Unfortunately, he won't be able to join us.
All right, is Miss Engebretson going to be here?
She may be. I'm not sure if she'll be able to join us either. I don't think we.
All right. Well, Delegate Ampry, we're going to hear from you for 3 minutes. That'll be fine. This is House Bill 1291.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Judicial Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. For the record, my name is Delegate Marlon Ampry here in support of House Bill 1291. As representative of Baltimore's 40th District, I often speak to residents who are heavily impacted by the flood of firearms in our communities, in particular handguns. Just this weekend, a 7-year-old girl was shot right here in my district on a Saturday afternoon playing in the street. Ghost guns or untraceable firearms provide an outlet for individuals to acquire weapons without a background check, which we use to safeguard mailers from harm by buffering out those who should not own a firearm. If we believe the necessity of common sense background checks to obtain our firearms are needed, then we must do everything that we can do to stop those trying to forego the safeguards of that system. Earlier today, you heard Delegate Lopez's bill, House Bill 638, where she detailed a great amount of testimony on how to untraceable firearms are purchased, how they are put together, and so forth, so I will not spend too much time there. However, the handguns that are procured are the easiest ones to put together and are the most deadly guns found here in my district. Our bills are very similar, but mine goes a bit further in the restrictions on possession and use. House Bill 1291 prohibits the person from manufacturing, assembling, possessing, selling, offering to sell, transferring, purchasing, or receiving an untraceable firearm in the state of Maryland. It establishes penalties for individuals found to be afoul of this law. However, I am open to and currently working on possible amendments that will ensure relic guns are excluded from this, or where we will provide serial numbers provided by the state of Maryland, but the guns will not be able to be used. They will only be able to be possessed. They will not be able to be used on at shooting ranges and so forth. And I can get into more questions on that later. And also another amendment to possibly ensure that the penalty is equitably enforced. House Bill 1291 has the support of the Attorney General's office because of their growing concern of the use of these guns here in Baltimore and by extremist groups. As you heard earlier today, in 2019, Baltimore police reported since 2019 a 400% increase in ghost guns that were recovered year over year. These untraceable gun recoveries are only the tip of the iceberg of the ghost guns that law enforcement is yet to or may never recover. What isn't captured in these numbers is the uptick of the use of 9mm caliber guns in shooting deaths, which directly correlates with the primary type of ghost gun caliber that is being seized here in Baltimore City. So we're not even really seeing the numbers fully out. Smart criminals will work to avoid any ties to a legal gun if they can. Why would anyone intend to commit a violent crime choose to acquire a legal traceable gun if they can acquire an untraceable weapon by other means? Note this bill does not prohibit mailers from lawfully buying traceable firearms from a licensed dealer in a shop in Maryland. It only pertains to these untraceable weapons. Anyone opposed to this bill can walk into a gun store and purchase a new traceable gun by normal means. I'm a proud owner of several guns. I have a collector's license and have a membership at a range where I enjoy the safe and enjoyable use of my guns. And while procuring guns here, maybe some may see it as a burden here in Maryland, the burden my residents face due to gun violence is an even greater one. Many in opposition of this bill tend to treat these guns as a hobby or a toy. And while some may find putting untraceable guns together to be fun or to be a pastime, a hobby, the guns that find their way to Baltimore City are not fun for the youth and families that have fallen victim to their illegal use. I want to remind our colleagues, our job—
Delegate Ampry, if you'd please wrap up.
Okay, yes. As last point, I want to remind my colleagues that our job isn't just to pass laws to put out raging fires. We have a job to prevent fires altogether. The rise in the use of ghost guns warrants that we take immediate action to prevent the sale and use of them in our state. I do not want one more tax dollar we receive as a state to be tainted by the purchase of the ghost guns purchased by bad actors. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1291.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Delegate Ampry? Seeing none, thank you very much, Delegate. We'll hear now for those people to testify in opposition to the bill. And we'll go ahead with similar lists than what we've had previously. Katie Novotny, John Jocelyn, Daryl Hodge. Well, look, I'm going to just go through the whole list and we'll see how many people we get in. Katie Novotny, Mark Penack, John Jocelyn, Daryl Hodge, Niraj Gandatra, Mark Harbin, Daniel Carlin Weber, William Turner, Paul Contrino, Nicholas DiTello. All right. I see Delegate Arakan has her hand up now. Do you have a question for Delegate Ampry?
Yeah, sorry, I meant to put it up sooner. I thought it was up and
Go
then it wasn't
ahead,
up.
and then we'll start taking opponents.
I just wanted to make sure we hazed him appropriately because I think this is his first bill in our committee. So I just wanted to make sure he got all the good hazing of a fun day, gun day. So Delegate, good to see you in our committee. You're a brave gentleman to put in a bill on guns, your first session.
Hey, it's needed. I mean, you got to come to my district and see how much guns are affecting my community. You can see why.
I believe you, and we want to see that change too. I mean, I'm a big fan of the first bill we heard today with Delegate Attar's bill. I think that would be a great step in the right direction. So I hope you will connect with her on that bill. You did mention in your testimony that you thought that criminals would prefer a gun that was untraceable, and I'm just wondering why you would think that criminals care if you find out who the original owner is of the gun that they no longer have possession of because it was left at a crime scene or something like that.
Well, it's not that they would prefer a gun that's untraceable. It's just that if they prefer to acquire the gun, then it means where they wouldn't have to do any type of a straw purchase. They wouldn't have to travel to another state to possibly have to acquire the gun illegally, right? It's easier if I can sit in my home and order the gun online. Why would I have to go to Pennsylvania or Virginia or figure out a way there's less work on their end, right? So why would I put more work into getting an illegal gun when I can get it easier through this method? That's what I was trying to do.
So in the city, it's actually super, super easy to get an illegal gun. I know that for sure. And it's way easier to get an illegal gun than it is to make your own gun, which is a huge pain in the butt and really not very popular unless you're like, one of these hobbyists here. It's not an easy thing. I mean, Delegate Lopez tried to make her own gun, couldn't get the parts because they're all back ordered because a lot of hobbyists enjoy doing it. So it's definitely not going to be the best way to do it, I don't think.
Hobbyists enjoy doing it. We don't know. There's a significant flow of guns coming into my community that are ghost guns. So if it's hobbyists, maybe it's people making the guns legally and distributing them. I think you make some large assumptions there.
Well, we heard the statistics actually earlier from the Baltimore City. I don't know if you heard that, but
no, I heard the statistics only
was
show
like less than 4%. I mean, it's like so tiny.
But those are the guns that have been captured. What the statistics you didn't hear today are that the 9mm caliber is the most common gun that we're seeing an increase in shootings here in my district and throughout the city. And a 9mm polymer 80 gun that is Glock-like is the most popular gun that's being seized. So the uptick, there might be, there's no total proof of correlation, but based on the information that I received in my meetings with Baltimore City Police, is that the shootings that have seen an uptick in my district have been 9mm, and the 9mm polymer 80 is the most popular gun that we are seeing being picked up by the Baltimore City Police. So again,
yeah, I think usually we call it correlation does not equal causation. I think that might be what we're looking at with that situation. Just guessing.
Right, yeah, I would agree there, but I think we're also guessing. We have statistics that don't show. All we can use are the guns that have been actually found, right? So we don't know exactly what it is. And I think one more gun off the street is a good gun off the street, especially when I have to deal with the fact that 7-year-olds are getting shot in my district. So
I know that's so atrocious. I'm so sorry about that case. I would just say that if I'm a criminal looking for a gun and you make this the law, I couldn't care less. I'll buy a gun tomorrow. They were selling them on Instagram. Like that's what we're dealing with right now. I do have another question for you. You did mention that your bill was different than Delegate Lopez's bill, and you did touch on what that was. Could you go over that one more time for me so I can understand what the actual differences are?
So the difference here is that my bill as drafted makes possession illegal. So those who currently own the guns, there's not a pathway to where, as it's currently drafted, there's not a pathway to where the gun can be legally held. Whereas with Delegate Lopez's bill, providing a pathway where you can get the serial number imprinted on the bill on your guns. And my issue with that is I don't find these guns to be safe. I've gone to gun ranges where people are shooting guns that they've put together themselves, and I've seen them implode to the point where my wife screamed and ran away from the area we were shooting from. And I've been to several gun ranges and have started asking questions about this. And these guns are not, also, they're just not safe. The fact that people are putting these guns together at home, it's not safe, right? So I want to make sure that if you are enjoying, people are going to come in here and talk about, well, I enjoy shooting guns for sport. I enjoy having fun with the guns. Well, I think we have an obligation as a state to make sure that there is safety involved. So my bill doesn't allow for the guns to be possessed or used, but I would be willing to make an amendment where we would add the serial numbers through a Maryland serial number process where the guns could then be held. You could use them for dry fire practice in your homes. You could then even maybe, if you have a private property where you feel safe, you could shoot alone. But my worry is that these guns are not necessarily the safest way for people to be taking them to a range. And the fact that someone can make a gun at home on their first try, and then, can spend the money because they just wanted to try and have a good time, try and do it, and then they can go to a range next to me and be shooting the gun, and the gun implodes and puts me, my family, and my wife in danger. That's not a safe way to have guns flowing, moving across.
That's an interesting story. I actually haven't ever heard of something like that happen. Do we have statistics on how often homemade guns have problems like that?
I don't have any statistics available, but I'm sure I can get some for you. I can talk.
Yeah, that would be helpful because I've never heard of that happening.
We're anecdotal data there, so.
Yeah, that would be good to have information on if that's one of the impetuses. Is there any other impetus for this bill besides that experience? Were there any advocacy groups that supported it? I didn't get a chance to look through the testimony yet.
No. I mean, this bill just comes from my own research and working with the police department and noticing this uptick in ghost guns. And my goal is to get, if we can get just some more guns off the street, reduces violence in any way or form. I want fewer funerals happening in my district. I want fewer parents having to bury their children. That's my goal.
Well, we definitely agree on that. My final question is about the 2013 legislation. Do you know how much gun violence went down in our state after we passed the comprehensive gun reform bill?
Is this on the bill?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if the statistics have changed at all, if this bill will change statistics, given previous changes to the law, and if those have impacted statistically changing things.
I don't have those statistics available at the moment. I know that I've heard various statistics on how it's changed and hasn't changed. So I don't have those statistics.
It's dramatically increased. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? A brief question from Delegate Cox.
I'll withdraw my question, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other? Don't see any other. I'm going to thank you very much, Delegate Ampry. We're going to go to those people speaking in opposition, some of whom have arrived after I went through the list. So let's start with Katie Novotny for 2 minutes, please.
Good evening, Katie Novotny, District 7. So I certainly appreciate that you're trying to solve a very difficult problem. And all of us gun owners want to have these shootings stop. So there's a couple issues with this bill. One, well, you're saying that 9mm are what are mostly being used in crime, and the most common poly 80 sold is a 9mm. Well, 9mm, I don't have numbers in front of me because I didn't think this would be brought up, but in my experience, the 9mm handgun is the most common caliber. We've kind of moved beyond the days of the 1911 that shoots 45 being the most common. So correlation is not causation. That's just the most popular caliber handgun that's out there. And I'm not going to be allowed to possess these. Are you going to pay me for these guns? That's taking my property, and I need to be paid for that. So that's a huge issue. As far as these, being unsafe, sure, there have been some 3D printed guns that blow up, but my husband shoots a poly 80 in competition on a regular basis. And aside from some normal issues of, a stovepipe or failure to feed, his guns don't blow up. They're not that big of a problem. And I want to add that your bill considers black powder firearms to be firearms, and under existing law, those are not considered firearms because there's a lot of people in this state that are prohibited from owning firearms. That I recall a bill being introduced a number of years ago that was withdrawn considering these as firearms, because you have people that are prohibited that live in rural areas that count on these black powder firearms to hunt, to put food on their table. And there are decades and decades of these kits that people have built, replicating historic firearms, the Kentucky rifle, the Tennessee rifle, all those long guns that, we gained independence with these guns, homemade ones, I might add. And this bill bans possession of those.
Ms. Novotny, if you'd wrap up, please. Are you wrapped up?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I posed.
No, that's all right. All right, Mr. Pennack, not sure if he's here. I think he said he was not coming back. If he comes back, we'll figure it out. John Jocelyn?
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Mr. Pennant is here. That's fine. We'll go with you for 2 minutes, please.
I apologize for not getting unmute quickly enough. Wanted to pick up a couple of points that Mr. Novotny made. First, you have a takings problem here. This is currently being litigated in the federal courts all over the country. You're basically banning the possession of previously legal firearms. You also have a Second Amendment problem where you're banning a whole class of firearms. And to pick up on another point that Katie Novotny made, you are banning with this bill the possession of a flintlock rifle made in 1888 that's been around for 150 years. None of them have serial numbers. I guarantee you. You're banning the possession of ordinary guns that federal law does not regulate or even deem to be a firearm because they're muzzle-loader black powder rifles. So if you look at my written testimony on this, you'll see the references to the United States Code where that's established. That is uncontestable. If you want to look at how the Supreme Court has dealt with that, there's a case called Henderson versus the United States, where the ATF was forced to return black powder rifles to a prohibited person. So these guns are not even regulated by federal firearms law, and yet this bill would ban the possession of them. That's unbelievably overbroad. And just to make the point, because I'm very fond of it, this bill would ban my possession of my block of aluminum, because this was sold, marketed as a 0% receiver. Congratulations, you just made me a criminal delegate for a block of aluminum weighing about 6 pounds. That will take a $30,000 machine to turn into a lower receiver. I'm sorry, that just doesn't make any sense at all. So with that, I urge an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to John Jocelyn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. John Jocelyn speaking in opposition to House Bill 1291. On page 3, lines 4 to 12, it carries the normal all-encompassing description of what constitutes a firearm, an unfinished frame or receiver. It goes on to say that if it is readily made, exactly who will define what is readily made? By me with my hand drill or by someone who is a machinist? There's a wide spectrum there. Page 4, line 12. It would also ban an object marketed or advertised to be, or that a reasonable person would understand to be, and blah, blah, blah. The salient section here is an object marketed or advertised to be. Are we going to have what defines a firearm dictated by the whims of Madison Avenue? I certainly hope not. This is a very poorly crafted bill. We ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. Daryl Hodge, please, for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Daryl Hodge, resident of Arnold, District 33. If this bill were addressing penalties for criminal usage, I'd support it. If this bill advocated for effective community intervention programs, I would support it. But I can't support a bill that targets lawful gun owners and will do nothing to affect the crime in Delegate Amprey's district. I can't understand what this bill would do to affect illegal possession of firearms. Criminals who want to get a firearm are probably going to just obtain one on the black market much easier than they're going to go out and find somebody who can build one for them. If they can obtain the illegal drugs, they can obtain the illegal firearms. This bill would not do anything. I also want to address one of Delegate Amprey's comments that these guns are some of the most deadly in his district. Sir, any gun that commits a crime in your district is deadly. Don't affect the homemade guns. Also, I want to comment that this bill would make me a criminal instantly upon passage because I possess such a gun. And since my livelihood depends upon my maintaining a Department of Defense security clearance, I have to oppose this. I can't support any bill that would make me into a criminal. Thank you very much.
All right, Niraj Gandatra. I don't believe that he's here. We'll find out here. All right, don't see Niraj. Mark Harbin. Also don't believe Mr. Harbin is here. But we're checking. No, Mr. Harbin is not here. Daniel Carlin Weber, please.
Good evening for the last time tonight, though I love spending time with all of you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate Ampry. My name is Daniel Carlin Weber. I am a resident of District 40 and a constituent of Delegate Ampry's. I'd like to thank him personally for giving me time. We had a 38-minute call a couple weeks ago on this very issue. Neither of us want to see violence in our district. That's the last thing we want to see. However, I strongly disagree with him that this is somehow going to make things better. We have different ideas on this, but weaponizing the state's resources against people like myself, who's telling the world right now that, hey, I have a privately made firearm. Others have disclosed that they've made privately made firearms. If Delegate Ampry's bill were passed and enacted, we have the threat of violence by the state upon us for merely having something that we've always had a legal right to have. And I find that extremely disturbing. I want to talk about real quickly some history here on Maryland's firearms laws. In 2013, we had the Firearms Safety Act of 2013. A few years ago, there was an attempt at regulating the possession of magazines. The last 2 years, there's been bills that would likewise criminalize the possession of homemade guns. Each one of these bills has gone away or has turned into a grandfather. Every single one, because I do think there are members of this body that would rather not see more people go to jail merely for something that they've always had the ability to have. There was an attempt to ban the possession of the H-bar AR-15 a couple years ago. That was withdrawn. There was an attempt at criminalizing the possession of a .300 blackout AR-15 last year. Again, all those bills that go after possession of firearms, all gone because that people don't want to put law enforcement in this position. You heard something from Delegate Grammer a few days ago about Duncan Lemp, who was killed over the police misidentifying the firearm that he had. We don't want these sorts of situations. We shouldn't be giving police more authority to go hurt people's lives. So with that, I ask for an unfavorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go now to William Turner, please, for 2 minutes. Mr. Turner?
Yes, sir. Yes, my name is William Turner. I am opposed to this bill. I spoke with you guys a couple of times tonight, but basically this bill, if it was passed, it would not deter any crime. It would only make criminals out of law-abiding citizens. You've heard that a couple of times. It takes a lot of time, effort, skill, tools, money, and knowledge to build an 80% lower of any kind into a functioning gun. The challenge and accomplishment is what draws legal gun owners to want to build a homemade firearm, not the desire to scare anyone or make it untraceable. Criminals are not buying 80% lowers and building them into guns to commit crimes. Criminals steal guns or pay someone to perform a straw purchase to purchase a gun for them illegally. The cost and effort to build a homemade gun would far exceed many of the budget guns that they could purchase illegally in the $200 range. If you compare that to, say, a Glock 19 9mm replica purchased through Polymer 80, you're in the neighborhood of $600 to $800, and that's the base version. That's not one of the real tricked out guns, and that's just materials alone. Sure, it comes with a few drill bits and stuff, but in reality, you're not getting the tools to build that for the $600 to $800. A criminal wants the cheapest and easiest way to build a homemade gun, and this is far from it. More laws passed on legal gun ownership won't stop crime. Punishing criminals who commit the crimes will. Under the current law, it's already a felony for a prohibited person to build a homemade firearm. Under the current laws, it's already a felony for someone to sell a homemade firearm. For those reasons, I ask for an unfavorable return. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nicholas Tatello, please, for 2 minutes.
I strongly urge an unfavorable report for HB 1291, untraceable firearms. I will keep this short as this bill is simply a much crueler version of a bill we heard earlier. Many gun owners already have invested good money into the homemade firearms industry. And this bill is a blanket ban that flies in the face of reality that homemade firearms have now approached the legal precedent of common use. And it assumes that the problems which I have sympathy for the problems, but they are problems in Baltimore that they should apply to everyone in the state of Maryland, all the way up here in rural Carroll County. This bill ignores the fact that many of the enthusiasts already have a solid collection. Again, if I own 100 rifles, 1,000 rifles, and I have one homemade gun, it's not even like just a pistol. This includes rifles, just one homemade gun. And you throw me in jail for that. What did that accomplish? These homemade firearm bills this year, these firearm bills for the homemade ones, they're probably the closest to my heart right now. I have a family, and to put it simply, I cannot willingly comply with this bill. Are you okay sending innocent men like myself to jail? I'll end here. I urge you to vote unfavorably on the bill, as it will be making felons out of many innocent Maryland citizens. Thank you.
Questions to the panel? Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Mr. Carlin Weber. I really sympathize with, can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Question. We really do sympathize with the places in the state that are seeing a lot of violence, gun violence. Baltimore County, we're told, generally is experiencing a decrease in crime, but here where I represent in eastern Baltimore County is actually experiencing an increase, pretty significant increase in violent crime. But I think the comments the previous gentleman made, Mr. Ditello made, we implement these laws, they impact the entire state. And it comes right down to what you said about mobilizing the state against, frankly, people that are nonviolent offenders. And if we do something like this, if we implement this bill, don't we run the risk of what we saw with Duncan Lemp or any of those other, frankly, average people who just own firearms?
Absolutely, Delegate. And real quick, it's a pleasure to speak with you again. I'm a former constituent of yours. I used to live in Dundalk. So
okay.
It's good likewise. One of my favorite books over the last 7 or so months since last summer, and I hope many of you have read it, is I Got a Monster by Baynard Woods and Brandon Soderbergh. And they chronicled the gun trace task force. I think of how they weaponized the gun laws that were being so championed. They were getting illegal guns off the streets, but at what cost? They were ruining people's lives over that sort of thing. People died because of them. People's lives were irrevocably messed up because of them. The state's attorney's office has thrown out so many convictions because of these corrupt guys. And a bill like this just gives them more, unfortunately, it gives them another avenue to hurt people's lives. So it's those sorts of things that I think of. And of course, Mr. Lemp. And then I watched that hearing recently, and I saw the testimony from the other people who were so negatively affected. And I heard the very heartfelt testimony from so many of the other advocates. And what I find so meshing of these sorts of issues is it brings people together who wouldn't necessarily be on the same political side of thinking on this sort of thing, but they both see it's like, well, when you give the state too much authority in policing people's lives, there are going to be those bad actors who abuse it, and they're going to get away with it. And that's what's so scary. People get hurt and that sort of thing. So when we talk about these bills that hit things with such a broad brush, I think there's other ways of addressing the violence that we have. There's violence interrupters, there's treatment options, there's mass decriminalization of other behaviors, other sorts of things that would free up police resources so that they can go after violent offenders and not necessarily someone who has drugs on them or something else, or who is having a bad time. There's all sorts of consensual acts that are criminalized. I don't mean to go too far off of tangent, but I can see a reallocation of resources and a changing of policing versus find more laws to put more people in jail and have literal guns pointed at them and those people just happen to have badges on them working under the color of law. That's what's so frightening about bills like these.
And with the gun trace task force, I mean, it was simple things like abusing traffic stops, your tail lights out, you don't have a seatbelt. And
not even that much, just jumping people out.
Yeah. And as we know, I mean,
Delegate Grammer, on the bill, please.
on the bill, aren't people who are subject to the warrant under this bill, if implemented, couldn't warrants be issued for those people? No knock warrants.
I don't see why not.
Okay. Oh, I appreciate the answers to your question. I hope I got your vote at least once.
Thank you, Delegate.
Further questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you all very much. We'll go now to the remainder of the witnesses who are here to speak in opposition. James McGuire, DJ Spiker, Brent Amspaugh, George Marshall, Wendy Hannon, Mike Doherty, Jesse Ferguson, Chris Peabody, Alan Howlett, several of whom I don't believe are still here. We'll start with James McGuire. James McGuire, are you here?
Yes, sir, I am.
Great. For 2 minutes, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for putting up with us this long. I appreciate the previous comment that HB 1291 is just a more cruel version of HB 638, and I tend to agree with that. The classification of basically anything that can possibly be made into a frame or receiver is considered an unfinished receiver, and then further down in the bill, a person may not possess an unfinished receiver unless it's imprinted with a serial number provided by a federally licensed firearms manufacturer. That latter part probably isn't going to happen, and you're going to end up banning things like this. This is a piece of metal that is a unfinished AK-47 receiver. How can I tell? Well, I drew the bend lines on it and I labeled it really right there. So it's really obvious that this is an unfinished receiver. Similarly, you're going to be banning this. This is a hollow steel tube. And why is this an unfinished receiver? Because the British built something called the Sten gun. They built 4.5 million of them in the World War II era. And it is basically a firearm based on a steel tube. More modern parlance, Ruger makes the Mark series, Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3. The receiver on that particular firearm is a round piece of steel, a hollow tube that is the technical firearm receiver. This is an unfinished receiver. And by this bill, you're going to ban my tube, my flat piece of sheet metal. I have a bunch of blocks like Mr. Pennack that are 0% receivers. All of that stuff is going to be considered unfinished receivers. I really don't appreciate being classified as a criminal because I have raw materials in my shop, and I request an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to DJ Spiker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. DJ Spiker, National Rifle Association. I do want to note we do appreciate the delegate and his efforts to solve some of the issues in his community. Will not belabor the point, as has been testified previously by a number of individuals. Couple things to point out, as the delegate has raised himself, which again I appreciate. This bill does outright ban possession, which essentially turns into, unfortunately, a confiscation piece of legislation. There are no provisions for buybacks. There's no provisions on how a citizen who has one of these firearms, hobbyists, et cetera, how they're supposed to handle that. It's only once this bill goes into effect, just possessing it as a result becomes a misdemeanor. It's also important to note that on lines 27 on page 3, this would be the first piece of legislation in the country that would outright ban manufacturing. Even California and New York and New Jersey, which has this type of language on their books, allows provisions for hobbyists and homemade manufacturers to continue. This would be the first of its kind type of legislation, outright ban of manufacturing. Again, don't mean to belabor the point. Appreciate it coming these time this evening on a long day, and we urge you with a strong unfavorable report. Thank you, sir.
Brent Amspaugh.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm not in favor of this bill. Delegate Ampry, I understand that you are trying to do what's best for your community. Unfortunately, this bill is not it. There is no grandfather clause in this bill, which means that the dozens or so friends of mine that have created these firearms at home legally are either a felon the second this passes, or they have to have their personal property confiscated. This is not in keeping with the Second Amendment. The serial numbers provided by the state of Maryland establish a registry, which is also a non-starter for gun owners in this country. Gun registries inevitably lead to gun confiscation, which has happened most recently, as far as I'm aware, in 2005 in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. If this body sincerely wants to make Maryland safer, you need to stop fighting the wear and carry lawsuits and drop the good and substantial requirement for wear and carry permits and give us the right to defend ourselves in this state like almost every other state has. Thank you.
Thank you very much. George Marshall. I don't think Mr. Marshall is here. George Marshall going once. All right. Wendy Hannon. I know she is here for 2 minutes.
Wendy Hannon here. I oppose House Bill 1291 as written. First, I'd like to ask on page 3, what constitutes a gun that has been rendered permanently inoperable? That's a very subjective statement. Is it removing the firing pin? You could resolder the firing pin back. Is it plugging the barrel? Barrels can be replaced. So there would need to be some clarity there. Once again, also on that same page, the bill refers to firearms that were manufactured before 1968. Once again, antique firearms are defined in this bill as manufactured before 68, and there's a conflict with the federal law as the ATF defines a curio and relic as a firearm 50 years old or more, manufactured before 71. So that leaves a couple years in there where it conflicts with federal law. House Bill 1291, again, would effectively criminalize current owners of guns that they personally manufactured. I, with you, Delegate, want to see a lot less crime here in Baltimore City, where I live, for sure. But I just don't see how this is going to do it. As I mentioned in House Bill 638, that the Sun reported ATF traced 5,800 guns used in Maryland crimes, and over half of them were brought in from out of state. The last point I'd like to add is that the dozen or more people that I know who built their own firearms did so in a very, very safe manner, and they're currently safe to operate. I respectfully ask that you oppose House Bill 1291. Thank you.
Mike Doherty, please.
Good evening, committee. Mike Doherty, Maryland State Rifle and Pistol Association. In the interest of time, it's a long evening. It's 9:30 at night. And all of my friends have said things that I would have said anyway. So I will simply say, me too, we oppose the bill.
Thank you very much. Jesse Ferguson.
Jesse Ferguson, District 37B. In my earlier testimony against the previous bills, I neglected to mention that I was a father. I have a 6-year-old daughter. So when I hear about the tragedies that occur in Baltimore quite frequently, it hits me quite close to home, even though I don't live in Baltimore. I would like to see a solution, like a real solution. Bills like this are not a real solution. They would make me a criminal. They're not going to deter actual criminals from committing violent acts and killing other 6- and 7-year-olds. I urge an unfavorable report.
All right. Chris Peabody or Alan Howlett. I don't think either one of them are still here. Chris Peabody. All right. Seeing none, there are no other people to testify. Are there questions for the panel? Seeing none, that concludes the testimony. All right, Delegate Juanita Fisher with a question. Unless she is thought again.
No, I do. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was having trouble unmuting. Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. This question is directed to Brent. I just wanted to ask you a bit about how a wear and carry permit would prevent children, specifically children being shot. Like how does that?
Criminals in Maryland have demonstrated over the last 40 some odd years that I've lived here, that they don't care about the cops. They care about getting shot, and they were more likely to be shot by those who have the ability to defend themselves in public, to defend themselves and others. They're much more likely to be engaged by a fellow armed citizen and shot than by a cop. Criminals do not fear the cops in this state whatsoever. Every other state which has enacted, which is engaged in letting their citizens defend themselves in public with a firearm, have seen dramatic decreases in crime. No, we're not going to arm 4-year-olds. No, we're not going to arm kids. But there is that prevalence of mindset that an armed society is a polite society. You can look at North Carolina. You can look at Texas. You can look at 42 other states. Have you not heard that expression before, Delegate? No. Okay. Google it.
Further questions for the panel? All right, seeing none, thank you all very much. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 1291, concludes the testimony for the Judiciary Committee for today, March 1st, 2021. Committee, we will have hearings tomorrow. There's a floor session at 10 o'clock. The committee will meet at 1:30. There are subcommittees that are meeting. There are subcommittees that will be meeting tomorrow, including public safety, which is only public safety, actually at 3:30 tomorrow. So the only one is public safety at 3:30 tomorrow. All right, good evening. Thank you all very much. Have a